Preface. No sane person goes to Memphis in the month of August, when the air, rolling off the hard-by Mississippi River, hangs sticky sweet and damp, and the simplest inhalation feels like breathing through burlap. But on August 17th, 1977, nothing would have kept me from this place. The day before, Elvis Presley, the greatest entertainer of the 20th century and a social force beyond measure, watched his life ebb away on the bathroom floor at his beloved Graceland. Now I stood only yards below that bathroom window, numb with confusion at the surreal events that had brought me to the grounds of the most private of rock and roll estates. At 27, I had been reviewing pop music for the Louisville Courier-Journal for only a few months, but my fanatical interest in the subject dated to Presley's first appearance on The Ed Sullivan Show in 1956. How could the king of rock and roll be dead at 42? I stepped to the edge of the press pool and gazed down the long driveway. There, to the soft sounds of crying, scores of fans who had succumbed to heat and grief lay prostrate on the grass. Behind them, thousands of mourners stood in line behind the famed gates that bore the resemblance of the man who lay in his casket inside Graceland's foyer. All of us were waiting to hear the same news, the hour when the public visitation might begin. It was then that Dick Grobe, head of Presley's security, walked out of the house and stopped where I was standing with John Filiatro, a respected Courier-Journal columnist who had flown down with me on the company plane. Grobe raised his bullhorn. "Any members of the press who want to view the body, line up behind these two," he announced, and put his hands on our shoulders. The single rule, no lingering. The line must move at all times. I turned to John. "You first," I said, and he obliged me as we made our way inside. There before us, in a large copper-lined casket, lay a swollen figure dressed in a white business suit, a blue dress shirt, and a silver tie, his skin a white and waxy hue. A woman cried out, "He looks like a tub." Not to me he didn't, but he also didn't look like Elvis Presley. I went through the line again, my mind racing with the possibilities of a hoax, a plausible explanation for the unthinkable. When I tried to ease my way through a third time, a guard pulled me out. "You've been through twice," he said. "Only get one shot." Today I have no doubt that Elvis Presley occupied that coffin. But in 1977, as eager as I was to gaze once more at that famous face, one man refused to look at all. "It's so strange," remembers Larry Geller, a member of Presley's entourage who styled Elvis's hair for his funeral. "We all wore our black suits, but Colonel Parker wore a Hawaiian floral shirt and a baseball cap, and never walked up to the casket. Very strange indeed." Introduction. "Did you see it?" the old man asked, shifting his mountainous heap of flesh to the edge of the chair, his eyes open wide and twinkling. "What a hell of a thing! Unbelievable!" It was June 18th, 1994, the day after O.J. Simpson's infamous Bronco run, and Colonel Tom Parker, with his attentive wife Loanne at his side, held court for two visitors at the New Orleans restaurant, a meat-and-two joint in a run-of-the-mill strip mall named Lucky's, on the outskirts of the gambling capital of the world. Like the rest of the country, Parker had been mesmerized by Simpson's bizarre highway chase. But now his reaction, with his face momentarily frozen in awe, spoke silently of something else. Not of a fascination with sports or the subtleties of race relations, but of a sort of perverse pride, perhaps. in an elite and remarkable fraternity of rogues, or at the very least, in a man who had taken a terrible risk and managed to beat the odds. This was my second of 3 visits with Parker, whose own survivor instincts so defied description that many thought him indestructible. Yet less than 3 years later, also in Vegas, far from his birthplace of Breda, Holland, where he first learned the art of the hustle as an errand boy in Dutch fairs, circuses, and carnivals, he succumbed to the complications of a stroke at the age of 87. A master illusionist in business and in the business of life, Tom Parker made things appear and disappear at will, and created something very great out of nothing, including himself. Out of respect for that, if nothing else, I went back to say goodbye. The giant marquee outside the Las Vegas Hilton was both sweet and succinct. "Farewell, Colonel Parker," but not everybody knew what it meant. "You here to gamble?" asked my taxi driver, who had shuttled me in from the airport on a late January day in 1997, and who had uttered not a word until tip time. "No, I'm going to the memorial service for Colonel Parker." A beat. "Dat the fried chicken guy?" At least one cynical obituary writer, Serene Dominic, seconded that thought in a Phoenix New Times article headed, "Cooked the Colonel's Way. Colonel Tom Parker has kicked the bucket, and the original recipe for rock and roll rotisserie goes with him." But the 160 mourners who filtered into Ballroom D saw him as one of the last giants and true iconoclasts of the century, a penniless immigrant who slipped into the country, befriended U.S. presidents and corporate CEOs, created both an icon and a $4 billion business, and never let any of it get in the way of what mattered most, playing the game. Through it all, he remained as individualistic, as shrewd, rude, crude, and fun-loving as ever. At his death, he still delighted in practicing what he called the art of snowing, the exquisitely performed act of separating people from their money, leaving them with a smile on their face and melting away before they realized what had taken place. While some would argue that Parker's very body was a temple to gluttony, greed, and feeding off the dimmer wits of others, it was the snowman his friends had come to honor this day, his widow, Loanne, posing an intriguing question. "I want to leave you with just one thought," she said, addressing the crowd, which had passed a lobby card-size photo of the couple at the entrance. If Thomas A. Parker had never existed, how would each of your lives be different today? One person who couldn't answer that question was Elvis Aaron Presley, whose piped-in versions of Memories and How Great Thou Art opened and closed the service with ghostly reverence. The Elvis Presley who had first come to Vegas in 1956 as an acne-faced adolescent left it 20 years later as a pathetic, corseted cartoon, his body blown from years of abuse, his spirit picked hollow. For all of the 20 years that Parker outlasted his greatest discovery, he would also have to live with the allegations that he had destroyed him, stifling his artistry in third-rate Hollywood formula pictures, suffocating his ambition in 837 Vegas performances from 1969 to 1976, and killing his will to live by refusing to challenge him in meaningful ways. A European tour, a dramatic film role to reclaim his self-respect, a crack at a memorable song. Whether regarded as a meretricious and evil confidence man, or as a brilliant marketer and strategist, as remarkable as the star he managed, no figure in all of entertainment is more controversial, colorful, or larger than life than Tom Parker. He was so immense, so gigantic in his way, remembers writer Robert Kotlowitz, an RCA publicist in the late 50s and early 60s. His style was equivalent to a great politician's, with so much flamboyance and wit, and underneath it all, cunning. He had to beat the whole world. Yet at his death, Parker was blasted by rock critic Dave Marsh as the most overrated person in the history of show business, and assessed by Dutch journalist and filmmaker Constant Myers as a nobody who needed a somebody to be anybody. To this day, a favorite debate question among pop music journalists is whether Elvis, whom the Colonel often referred to in carnival terms as my attraction, would have remained a regional act without Parker's guidance, or if the young performer was such a blazing comet that no one could have stopped his streak across the sky. The probability is that neither man would have been as big in his field without the other, Parker realizing, like P.T. Barnum, that the promotion of a curiosity was just as important as the curiosity itself. A chameleon who was many things to many people, Parker has his staunch defenders. As a visionary, a businessman, and a friend, even by those who got up from the losing side of the bargaining table. And while Parker probably would have referred to himself as a promoter more than anything else, having marketed the icon most recognizable in all the world after Coca-Cola, Chet Atkins, who dealt with many of the biggest artists during his tenure as an RCA Records executive, pronounced Parker the best manager I ever saw. Whatever he cost Elvis, he was worth it, because Elvis would have lost that luster in no time if it hadn't been for the Colonel. Mike Crowley, who traveled with Parker in the concert years of the 70s and is now a talent manager himself, speaks, like many, of Parker's loyalty, and also justifies his treatment of Elvis, the addict. Nobody killed Elvis except Elvis, and nobody could have helped Elvis but Elvis. The only other thing he could have done was walk away. Parker himself never bothered to address his critics, nor did he try to carve out much middle ground in the debate of whether he was the devil or angel in Elvis's own private hell. When pressed about his handling or mishandling of Elvis, he'd merely bristle, stamp his cane into the ground, and repeat his stock answer, "I sleep good at night." Beyond that, the old Dutchman, who understood America far better than most Americans, simply threw out the line he'd used for decades to keep himself out of headlines. "Elvis is my only client in my life, so I never give out stories about myself," allegedly because he was writing a memoir to be called "How Much Does It Cost If It's Free?" But it was an excuse he had concocted to keep others from looking too closely at the hocus-pocus of his life, and from having to explain himself, especially in light of a 1980 lawsuit in which the state of Tennessee accused him of overreaching in his fiduciary responsibilities to Presley. If Elvis was unknowable by his manager's design, the Colonel was beyond knowing, even to his own family. In 1980, Parker's brother-in-law, Bitsy Mott, who spent many years on the road in the Colonel's employ, was asked to explain the man he'd known for nearly half a century. "That man's a mystery," he said, and little more, for not even he knew that Parker had a secret to protect, a secret that colored nearly everything he did. On the surface, it would appear only that Parker had entered the country illegally and had never become a naturalized U.S. citizen. But if something darker had happened in the distant Netherlands, it must have been deep, shameful, and nearly unforgivable, at least to Parker himself. Certainly he never talked about it, or about his Dutch upbringing, to either Presley or any of his previous clients. And when the Colonel's stepson, Bobby Ross, died in 1978, it was without benefit of the knowledge that the man who had reared him from the age of 10 had not been born as Thomas Andrew Parker in Huntington, West Virginia, as he always claimed, but as Andreas Cornelis van Kuik, known as Andre to his Dutch biological family. I first met Colonel Parker in December 1992, and I wondered then how the secret of his origins, revealed to the world at large in 1981, impacted the all-dominating decisions he made in shaping nearly every event in the life and career of Elvis Presley. At first glance, Presley and Parker appeared to have little in common except the raging fire of ambition. Shaped by a shameless ferocity, both struggled to keep hidden. Yet I discovered as I began to research this book that in the strange choreography of chance and coincidence, the fates of Elvis Aaron Presley and Thomas Andrew Parker were bound by two still surging events and the pull each incident had on both of them. Despite the hundreds of books profiling Presley and his career, the story of the relationship between these men, I saw, had yet to be uncovered. Parker was a man of not just one, but many secrets, and the keeper of several fantastic tales he fought to preserve, with Elvis almost always paying too much of the price. On each of my 3 visits with Colonel Parker, I sat across the table from him and looked into his eyes, hypnotic pools of unearthly blue, and wondered, just who are you? And so I decided to research the story chronologically, trying to find the boy who became the man. That mission took me to Holland, where I met with the kindest and most cooperative sources on this book, Parker's Dutch family, who were as mystified by his behavior and as dedicated to finding the truth as I was. Over a period of 3 years, I interviewed and corresponded with several members of the Van Kuik clan, including the Colonel's 92-year-old sister, Marie, and with the help of American journalist Bill Burke, I established an ongoing and treasured friendship with Parker's niece, Mika Dans Maas, who worked so hard in the 1990s to try to reunite her mother Angelina with her brother in America, along with her husband Ted and friends Angelo Summers and Hanneke Nutkens, who spent years gathering materials for a proposed Parker Foundation. We united as a team, chasing the apparition of a lad who had walked the Breda streets so long ago on the first leg of his remarkable journey. In the end, my research led me to realize that the tale of Colonel Thomas Andrew Parker, née Andreas Cornelis van Kuik, is, beneath the veil of secrecy, a tragedy, and very nearly the stuff of Shakespeare. The following is my attempt to resolve the conundrum of his life.
Chapter 1. The Little Dutch Boy. To a first-time visitor, the town of Breda, Holland is a picture postcard of European charm and character. The prettiest metropolis in Noord-Brabant, Holland's largest province, which stretches from Zeeland, a large delta area opening on the North Sea, to within 3 miles of the German border, Breda was originally built as a strategic fortress at the convergence of the Mark and the Aa rivers. The town now boasts all the ultra-modern facilities as a commercial and industrial center, but the remnants of the wall that surrounded the city at the beginning of the 14th century, the glassy canals that run all through the town, and the old ornate architectural facades serve as reminders of its past. Today, the Van Gendenloos building at Veermarktstraat 66, for example, houses an upscale menswear shop, Job Kruismeier Herrenmode. In the late 1980s, the structure was targeted for demolition, but saved because of its historic significance. Having survived some 300 years, the building remains one of the 6 oldest in Breda. It was here that the man who would later call himself Colonel Tom Parker was born. Like so much of Breda, the row house neighborhood is a mix of old and new. 5 shops down from the former Van Gendenloos building, at Weermarktstraat 5254, there's the Sprank Muziekhandel, a record shop whose window front features a sticker with a likeness of Elvis Presley and the dates 1977 to 1997, a reference to the 20th anniversary of the singer's death. Little has actually changed here for centuries. On the Grote Market, the cobblestone square that serves as the vibrant focus of life in this easygoing town of some 130,000, the handsome old buildings that have housed everything from haymarkets to municipal offices since Breda was granted its city charter in 1252, are still in use, as is the Grote Kerk, the impressive Gothic church with its open-work gables, crocket spires, and a Baroque onion-shaped dome ornamenting its tower. The church, which took 125 years to build and dominates the town, has stood above the Grote Market since the 13th century, a silent witness to Breda's succession of feudal rulers from 1250, its Spanish conquest in 1591 and 1625, and its French domination from 1793 to 1813. Not far away, atop the Casteelplein, where Catholics once tortured the Protestants and then burned them at the stake, looms the Castile, Breda's citadel, built in 1536. Today it houses the Koninklijke Military Academy, or Royal Military Academy. The military tradition of Breda, an army city where the Royal Dutch Indian Army, or Koninklijk Nederlands Indisch-Leger, established their headquarters, and where as a soldier René Descartes first became interested in math, has long been a strong and honorable source of pride. And so, in 1887, when Adam van Kuik was drafted into the Dutch army as a private in the 3rd Regiment of the Field Artillery and stationed at the Seelig Barracks in Breda, the 21-year-old was joining a noble and historic tradition. The son of a working man, probably a fisherman, named Andreas van Kuik, who hailed from Enkhuizen, about 40 miles north of Amsterdam, Adam, born May 7, 1866, had grown up in the village of Ramstunksveer, 12 miles north of Breda. This particular branch of the Van Kuiks, or Van Kuiks with a Y, could perhaps trace their ancestors back to the Middle Ages, when they were a wealthy, aristocratic, ruling-class family for more than 100 years, from 1295 to 1428, governing the small town of Hoogstraten. Later, when the region split in two, the southern part was assimilated into Belgium. The Van Kuiks could not sustain their rule in the new political geography, and fled 15 miles due north to the town of Breda. Their ancestors forever claimed to be related to the lords of Hoogstraten, and never forgot their sense of loss, or their sense of entitlement, no matter how tenuous it might have been. Adam van Kuik had joined the army for a 12-year term. His artillery unit relied upon horse-drawn gun carriages, and Adam found he had a natural affinity for tending horses. When he was discharged in 1899, he stayed in Breda and took a job as liveryman for the freight and package handling firm Van Gendenloos, the UPS of Holland. Although he had just spent a dozen years in army attire, Adam was happy to don the heavy, dark, double-breasted Van Gendenloos uniform, with its shiny brass buttons and regulation cap. Van Gendenloos had established their offices at 66 Weermarktstraat, a prestigious main thoroughfare in town. The company used the rear of the building to stable its 10 draft horses and offered an apartment above the stables for the liveryman and family. As it happened, Adam van Kuik did, indeed, have a family on the way. The mustachioed army man was not especially comely. He wore a perpetually stern, if not sour, expression. His cheeks sunk in, his dark eyes seemed drilled in his head, and he carried the gene for the Van Kuik ear. The left one stuck out almost at a right angle, which he was destined to pass on to his first 2 children. His personality, rigid, disciplined and unyielding, was also not the type to turn the head of the opposite sex, nor was his stiff, humorless voice. But while still in the service, he had begun dating Maria Elizabeth Ponzi, a woman 10 years his junior. The youngest of 8 children, she was also from Ramdonkeshire, born September 2, 1876, the daughter of freewheeling merchants. Whether the couple got caught up in the Christmas spirit or in ringing in the 20th century, sometime in December 1899, Maria conceived a child. Adam and Maria were Catholic, as were most people in southern Holland, and allowing few outlets beyond the pale of the church, their Catholicism was far more strict than the Catholicism practiced in America. With the attending guilt and sense of propriety, especially as Maria was beginning to show by springtime, the couple married on May 10, 1900. Their son, Josephus Andreas Johannes, also called Joseph, or Sief, was born 4 months after the wedding, on September 19th. By the time of Sief's birth, Adam and Maria had taken up residence in the Bovenhuis, or living quarters above the stables, and as part of the marriage agreement, her parents, Johannes and Maria Reinenberg Ponzi, had moved in with them. The accommodations were snug. The area had a living room and a great room. The newlyweds slept in one and the Ponzis in the other, with a loft that would double as the children's bedroom. Maria's parents, Johannes and Maria, could not have been more different from Adam van Kuik, except for their shared Catholicism. The Ponzis were parlenwinkers, floating peddlers who traveled Holland's intricate river and canal system, selling and trading household goods from their barge to other travelers on the water. Today, the family recalls that the Ponzis also owned a small store in Ramsdonkshire with the colorful name of 1001 Things Bizarre. It offered both new and used items, even new Bible covers and special funeral mass fronts, which the Ponzis fashioned out of black crepe paper. The tinker and his wife peddled these to the area churches, many of which never guessed that the books inside were the very ones they had earlier discarded. But the store generated only a struggling income, so when the weather kept the Ponzis off the waterways, Johannes loaded up a horse and wagon and took his wares to the farmers of the surrounding regions. But the Ponzis couldn't ignore their greater wanderlust, preferring the itinerant life, drifting from village market to town fair, assimilating themselves into the merry hubbub of organ grinders and jugglers. By the time Adam and Maria married, Johannes Ponzi was 70 years old and in poor health. The newlyweds welcomed him to their home with the understanding that Johannes and his wife would help with baby Sief and the other children as they came along. The Van Kuik family would expand rapidly. On March 31, 1902, Adriana Maria, also called Sian, was born. As the eldest girl, she would always be a second mother to her siblings. The following year, the Van Kuiks welcomed Johannes Wilhelmus, but the boy would not live 4 months. Adam and Maria planned quickly for another child, and Maria Wilhelmina, known as Marie, arrived before the year was out, on November 12, 1904. But tragedy befell the couple again with the birth of Johanna Huberdina, called Annika, on July 22, 1906. She too would die in infancy. As before, the Van Kuiks rushed to produce another baby, and Petronella Johanna, known as Nell, was born September 23, 1907. Given their recent pattern of infant deaths, the family was anxious about the health of their 7th child, whom they would name Andreas Cornelis, after Adam's father and his friend Cornelis Rovers, a cobbler who accompanied Adam to register the birth at the Burgerlijke stand in the town hall. In the year 1909, the 28th of June, has appeared before us, civil servant of the county of Breda, Adam van Kuik, age 33, profession delivery man, residing in Breda, who gave notice of the fact that Maria Elisabeth Ponzi, without profession, residing in Breda, his wife, on the 26th of June of this year, at 11 hours in the afternoon in this country, has given birth to a child of the male sex, which child will have the names of Andreas Cornelis. This notice has been given in the presence of Hendrikus Rogers, age 26, profession smith, and of Cornelis Rovers, age 22, profession shoemaker, both residing within this county. Dries, as the family nicknamed their fifth living child, had his mother's clear blue eyes and was robust and energetic almost from birth. Much to the Van Cauwk's relief, his delivery, at home above the stables, was unremarkable. As the first surviving male child in 9 years, Dries was doted on by his 3 older sisters. They dressed the infant like a doll and delighted in taking him for carriage strolls in nearby Valkenburg Park and around the Bekenhof, a cheerful group of 16th-century convent houses occupied by the lay order of Bekenan nuns. As he grew to a toddler, Dries appeared to be a normal and even gregarious boy in every way. But as he got older, he displayed an unusual characteristic. He slept with his eyes open and was known as the family sleepwalker. The family had to lock the doors to keep him from venturing outside in the small hours of the morning, but even that did not always deter him. One day, a neighbor, Mrs. Van Overbeek, came to inform his mother that Dries had been standing in the street in the middle of the night, apparently asleep. From the beginning, Dries was more a Ponzi than a Van Cauwk. He had the Ponzi sense of humor, playfulness, and appreciation of fun, and their optimism, imagination, and daring. And in addition to his mother's eyes, he possessed her small, taut mouth, if his father's thick bottom lip, the set of her nose, her soft chin line, and her tendency toward a general fleshiness, a characteristic of the robust Ponzi family. His genetic coding dictated that by the time he reached his teens, Dries would thicken in the hips and waist in an almost womanly fashion. Since the child spent so much time in the company of women, he looked forward to his visits at the guest house with Grandfather Ponzi. The old man was always quick with a funny story of one kind or another, especially about the gypsy life, the hustle, bustle, and magic of the little fairs, and the thrill of closing a sale to people who didn't want and couldn't use a wooden puppet with carved hands or another piece of chipped crockery or tin jewelry. It was all in the presentation, Grandfather Ponzi made clear. And if you had to be just a little cunning, if you sometimes had to trick people into thinking they needed something they didn't, well, everyone was the better for it. And despite the grandfather's rootlessness, the ancestral Ponzis, like the Van Cauwks in the Middle Ages, had been people of means, he told the boy. Originally from France, they had lost their status and bearing when they fled to Holland during the Revolution. But they were well-mannered people, elitists who appreciated the best of everything, and dressed in finery, even gloves. The latter story had a profound effect on the child, for as Marie Gort Van Cauwk, Dries' sister, remembers, Dries was very keen on his looks, and he paid a lot of attention to his clothes. When he got a little older, he would really dress up. He was a gentleman, but he could look down on people a little bit. He thought he was just better. All this talk about traveling and freedom and fine clothes, and most of all being somebody, swirled around in the boy's head. He would come home from visiting his grandfather and soon find himself stuck between his dreams of the Ponzi's independence and nomadic lifestyle and his father's stern sense of order, discipline, and obligation. Adam, who performed his professional duties with military precision, hoped Dries might become a soldier like him, if for no other reason than the guarantee of work in the city. But Dries, who had a difficult time taking orders from anyone, showed little interest in soldiering. In Adam's time, the father and the priest were law in Holland, and a clash between this particular father and son was inevitable, especially since Adam Van Cauwk, who considered humility a virtue, was not one to indulge his children. He went to church daily and saw to it that Dries, who rankled against regular church attendance, became a mass server. The Van Cauwks worshipped at various churches in the area, primarily at the St. Josefkerk, situated next to the town brewery, and the Antoniuskerk in the St. Jansstraat. According to the Wijk register, or the neighborhood register kept by their priest, the Van Cauwk children performed their religious duties as they should in the period 1916 to 1924. All of them received the Holy Communion and were confirmed. But Adam Van Cauwk stayed close to his God for reasons other than strict Catholic obeisance. When Dries was about 6, Adam was diagnosed with diabetes, and his kidneys had begun to fail. A frequent patient at the Catholic St. Ignatius Hospital, Adam feared he would not live long. But if Dries helped him with the horses and package delivery, the father might be able to conserve his strength. Yet while Dries shared Adam's love of animals, he hadn't his father's sense of regimented order. Once the boy took several of the horses to Hendrikus Reuher's blacksmith shop, and on the return trip let them go to see if they could find their way home. Such boyish pranks did little to bolster Adam's waning health. Still, Adam did not let his illness get in the way of duty. He rose each morning at 5 o'clock, readied the horses, and delivered packages until 7 or 8 a.m., when he returned home for breakfast. If he found the boys still in bed at that late hour, and Dries often was, he reddened in the face, yanked the child from his sleep, and beat him with a stick for bad children that he kept behind the door. When they had done serious wrong, remembers Marie, her father's favorite child, they got serious punishment. Our parents wanted the boys to have a better job than our father had, to make easier money and not have to work so hard. The family was poor, but it was not by any means considered low class. Maria van Kuik took great pride in the fact that once the girls reached age 12 and finished primary school, they went to work as live-in maidservants and nannies to some of the finest families in Breda. A young girl who served with such a respectable family was recognized as good lineage herself. And if it was an irony that the Van Kuiks themselves had a maid, Maria reconciled the expense by remembering that both the Van Kuiks and the Ponzis had once been aristocracy. In recent years, accusations have arisen that Maria, to put on airs and earn more money for luxuries for herself and parochial schooling for her children, forced her husband to work long overtime hours for Van Gendenloos and to moonlight at a variety of jobs, shining the boots and belts on Breda's police force, peddling postcards to the soldiers at their barracks, and dealing in second-hand furniture and household items. It was precisely the way her father and brothers had always made a living, so why shouldn't it be a supplemental form of income for Adam? Besides, now there were other children in the fold. Engelina Frankina, called Lien, was born November 13, 1910, followed by Adam Franciscus, or Ad, on September 21, 1913. 2 more children would round out the family to 11, or 9 surviving, the last 2 named in honor of those who died, Johanna, born May 8, 1916, and Johannes, or Jan, on October 1, 1918. Maria managed to find a pillow and blanket for all, and Adam provided an extra place to sleep by sweeping up at a small auction house and taking a bed that hadn't been sold as payment for his work. As the children were growing up, their mother, who practiced as much religious discrimination as others in Holland of the time, restricted their playmates, no Protestants or low-class families, and strictly forbade them to go into the music hall next door. Whether her mother thought Marie was too drawn to the sound of music and laughter, in later years she convinced the girl to join the St. Joseph convent in Etten-en-Neur for Franciscan nuns, a move that was perhaps a comment on married life from a woman who was forced to marry. "I was never happy at the convent," says Marie, who spent 18 years in servitude, "and I told my mother I wanted to leave there, but she said it was probably best that I stay." Maria would expect much of Dries, too, when he grew older. For now she was content to let him be a child, and argued with her husband when Adam required too much of his time in the stables. By age 7, Dries had already been slipping away by himself to explore Breda's streets and alleyways with his best friend, Kees Freiters, and schoolmate Karel Thrijssen, and to visit Grandfather Ponzi and absorb himself in fantasy. The stories about the small fairs and village markets only heightened the children's anticipation of Kermis, or the large fair, which came to Breda on the 3rd Sunday in October after the last Mass. Situated at the Grote Market, its tents and brightly colored awnings spread out through the neighborhood, down Harstraat, then across Oude West to the Kloosterplein, and up Dries' own street, Blajak. Kermis was a major event in Breda, a week of renewed good spirit, laughter, and optimism, when the adults drank too much and threw caution and Catholic reserve to the wind, and the children finagled ways of earning money for exotic treats, mechanical attractions, and games of chance. Dries was no exception, and using the techniques his grandfather taught him, he hustled a few guilders whenever the opportunity arose, mostly trading or running errands. To Dries, Kermis was a nearly delirious escape from the glum world of his father and the nonsense of school. Apart from the circus, which brought the clowns and larger animals, like elephants, to the Gasthuisvelden, Kermis was the child's favorite thing in all the world. When either was in town, the boy would vanish before daylight and not come home until the moon shone bright in the sky. When his parents figured out that his fascination had turned into something of an obsession, they strongly suggested that the boy spend more time on his studies and less on dreaming of fly-by-night pleasure. However, it is doubtful that their words carried any weight. Dries didn't tell his mother that when Kermis rolled around, he regularly cut school to be at the head of the line to ride the merry-go-round, since the first round was free. Getting something for nothing seemed to thrill the child, and when Dries realized that being paid to be part of the fair was more fun than simply watching it, at 9, the enterprising boy became what Americans would call a carny, literally someone who works in a carnival, a term considered pejorative by some. It started out small, an offer to help a vendor nail the boards together for his booth in exchange for a candied apple. From there he was promised free admission for helping the roustabouts raise the tents. His mother somehow found out that he intended to aid in the building of the viewing stands and thwarted his plans. But she couldn't stop him from hiring out as an advance man, bumping along the cobblestone streets of Breda on a high, old-fashioned bicycle with a sandwich board hung over his shoulders. Before long, he was working shoulder to shoulder with the principals, first as a circus water boy, following along after the clowns and smoking the butts of the cigars they threw on the ground, then as a feeder and caretaker of animals, and when he got a little older, as a barker. "I worked for a gypsy and stood in front of her tent," he once said. "I waved my cane and called to people who passed by, 'Have your fortunes told for 50 cents. I would get to keep 25 cents. Then came the day when he told a fortune himself and got to keep the whole 50 cents. With that marriage of commerce and con, and the promotional, marketing, and image-making tricks he was starting to pick up about how to sell a show, the spirit of Tom Parker was beginning to take form in the body of young Dries Van Coke. Everything that he would ever be would have its genesis in Breda, in the swirl of noise and color and excitement of the fairgrounds and the circus, and in his search for the biggest attraction of all. That quest would ultimately end with a kid from South Memphis in Tennessee, in another land, far across the ocean. As an individual whose entire life was built on lies and fabrications, two key features of Dries Van Coke's personality were starting to emerge. His need to hustle, as opposed to earn honestly or by merit, and his delight in the con as the highest form of creative achievement. Although that is not to say that Dries ever lost his generous streak, which could show itself when least expected, but almost never when called upon by others. As an adult, his largesse had to be spontaneous and self-generated. He intensely disliked being asked for charity, and if possible, involved somebody else's money. If that proved impossible, the next best thing was to ask a company for free goods, which he would then pass on to promote a good image for himself and to reap the glory of magnanimity. That pattern, which culminated in his frequent donning of a Santa Claus suit, Christmas or not, and dispensing candy to children, apparently began in Holland. Each Friday, a farmer from the northern village of Tietringen would come to the Van Cokes to collect some horse manure and bring fresh straw and hay. He would leave his bicycle parked near the front of the stables. One Friday, he returned to his bicycle, hoping to be home for his noon meal, only to find his transportation missing. Dries had taken the bike to ride to the home of his friend Kees Freiters, who lived on the Geninkenstraat. On the way over, the boy began thinking about the Tietringen farmer and concocted an intricate ruse. Dries and Keys would ride the bike in tandem back to Tittringen, but to visit yet another farmer, one who was unknown to them, who sold fruits and vegetables. Once there, Dries would pretend that he was from England, making up a foreign language out of English and French, so the farmer would give the boys bags full of apples as a token of hospitality. The trick worked, and loaded with booty, the boys rode to the Tittringen orphanage. There, according to Engelina, the orphans stood in a row of 12, and Dries gave them each an apple. The rest he took home to his mother. Adam van Kouk was so angry at his son that when the boy finally arrived at the stables that evening, his father sent him straight to bed without any supper, giving the farmer his dinner instead. Later on, Maria, grateful for the fruit for her family, slipped her errant son a sandwich, as she almost always did when Adam sent him upstairs without supper. "He would scheme, but always in a good way," says Mieke Donsmaas, Engelina's daughter. "Some people might have thought he was a terrible guy, but others had to laugh because they had fun with him." Through childhood and adulthood, fun was uppermost in Dries's mind. From as long as anyone can remember, the quick-witted boy used his imagination to entertain his younger siblings, making a dull, dreary morning an event to remember. The child was so accomplished at storytelling, in fact, that the Van Kouk children began looking forward to bedtime. They all slept in the loft, the boys on one side and the girls on the other, with a door and some curtains separating them. Mieke Donsmaas remembers her mother saying, "They'd get ready for sleep and lay in their beds, and the girls would call out, 'Okay, Dries, tell.' And Dries would open the door and tell his stories. He was unique in all the family." Indeed, he seemed to be driven by something that the others weren't. "He never hurt anyone, but he was always up to something," remembers Sister Nell. "He did everything that the others didn't dare," and seemed to relish it. When his father was away delivering packages, he even risked leading the other children in play in the stables, an area off limits for such antics, and always assumed the starring role. On rainy days, he began by closing the big stable door and pulling out the spare carts and the carros, or horse-drawn coach, and letting the children jump gleefully among them. When they tired of that, he climbed to the top of the silos where the hay was dropped down to the horses and repeatedly slid down the big copper pipe. For his big finale, the young performer would walk on the backs of the horses, doing tricks and balancing acts as he jumped from one to the other. "Even on the back of the meanest horse," says Mieke Donsmaas, "the stallion who stood apart from all the others in another box." Dries had no fear of the stallion, nor of most creatures. From the age of 7, he had begun putting on little tent shows and charging admission, and he was prone to take all sorts of animals into the living quarters and let them run free. But when he impetuously sold the goat to the circus for 1 guilder and the promise of free tickets for all the Van Kouks the week the Big Top was in town, the boy got a beating. Dries' clashes with his father became more routine as he grew older, more independent and headstrong. As the instigator of the children's more outlandish games, he was considered mutinous, and his father began to punish him in ways that seemed overly severe. The breaking point came shortly after Dries began working for a small local circus on the Kloosterplein, run by a family named Van Bever. The Van Bevers couldn't compete with the big European outfits. All they had to offer was a trumpet-playing clown, a dancing midget, and a wild donkey that bucked like a bronco. "Stay on his back 5 minutes and win 5 guilders. But Dries was guaranteed work there every season, and the little circus had something that stimulated his drive and imagination. Madame Van Bever was a skilled and accomplished horse trainer, with a desire to work a string of elegant Lipizzaner stallions into the act. Each day as Dries helped Madame Van Bever with these horses, he was struck by how graceful and romantic they were, in comparison to his father's plodding work animals. And then it hit him. Why couldn't he train his father's horses to do some of the same tricks? On Sundays, Dries was appointed to mind the stables. With no deliveries scheduled that day, there wasn't much for him to do except sit and nod off to the occasional sound of a swishing horsetail. On these Sunday afternoons, the story goes, Dries would spread the children's blankets on the stable floor to muffle the sound of hoofbeats so that his mother wouldn't hear upstairs. Promising his siblings that he would have a big surprise for them in a few weeks if they simply left him alone, he would lead 2 horses from their stalls and train them to trot in a circle while he stood on their backs. After several sessions, he could straddle the 2 in an act as precise as any he admired at the circus. Finally, the Sunday came when Dries was ready to share his secret. He called for his brothers and sisters, invited a few neighborhood children, and showed them where to stand along the stable walls. Then he moved easily among the big horses, untying first 2, then 2 more, and leading them out of their stalls. Now Dries positioned the horses around him in a ring. Drawing himself up with the bearing of a ringmaster, he cracked his father's long, thin wagoner's whip, and as if by magic, the tired old workhorses snapped to attention, rearing on their hind legs, pawing the air, and then prancing around the stables as if they'd been grand and glorious show animals all their lives. Just as Dries was bringing the beasts to a kneel and curtsy farewell, his father burst through the big double doors with a force that froze every child in his place. He stood with his hands behind him on the latch, his face twisted in anger. Dries' antics not only endangered the valuable animals, what if they'd injured their backs, but threatened the family's very livelihood? If the firm were to hear of this, Adam could lose his job and be tossed out on the street with nowhere to live, his reputation forever sullied. "Andreas Van Koek," he bellowed, "you will never amount to anything." With all the children looking on, Adam methodically unbuckled and removed his thick harness belt, then commanded his wayward son to bend over a chair. Dries Van Koek would get the whipping of his life, one that would surely knock this circus folly out of him for good. The story of Adam's beating the boy while the others watched would go a long way to explain the origin of a third key trait that showed up in Dries' personality in adulthood: his need to humiliate others around him, especially those in subordinate positions. Whether the story of the horses is rooted in truth, some of the siblings believe it to be a fabrication. Certainly the boy's relationship with his stern, authoritarian father left a scar on his psychological makeup. With his mother, who nurtured and forgave him, he could be himself, but his father made him feel only like an unlovable failure. And so, until the boy could physically get away from the grim side of his home life, he would begin to learn how to suspend his tender and affectionate feelings, to be resilient and strong in the face of adversity, while acting as if nothing were wrong. He also began to retreat more into himself, to compartmentalize his life, and to live several lives at once, one at home and another while he was away. Finally, he learned to show the people in each life only what he wanted them to see. In some ways, he grew to be as inscrutable, obdurate, and obstinate as his father. Secrecy had been part of Dries' personality since the age of 5, but now the pattern became more pervasive, even with his mother. For example, Angelina remembered that Maria had given each of her children a drawer, a place for himself, in a big hutch where they kept small treasures. "You could close the drawer, but my brothers had a lock on it so that nobody could get into it," she said. But as Marie remembers, our mother was clever. She drew out all the drawers so that she could get in and discover all our secrets. The result was that Dries began to feel as if no one could be trusted. If 10-year-old Dries could not get the attention and respect he craved at home, he found it in actions that were valued by his peers, winning approval and admiration from his fellow students by acting out. Maria Van Koek could have placed her son in a free school for the children of the poor, but her pride and Catholic propriety directed that she pay the equivalent of 50 cents a week for Dries to go to the all-boys St. Antonius School, run by the friars of the Order of the Hooibergen and located on the Karrestraat. From the beginning, Dries chafed against the rigid rules of the Hooibergen brothers, who corrected wayward students with harsh, punitive, and often sadistic methods, including the smart sting of a strap. As the class clown, the boy was often in trouble, making jokes about the teachers or the subjects of their lessons, proving himself someone to be contended with, and trying the friar's mercy. Then came the day when he scored a 3 out of 10 on an exam, and was ordered to take the paper home and get his father's signature. But Dries was either too ashamed or too afraid to show it, and so he forged his father's handwriting. He was found out, and the brothers doled out a distinctly Dutch punishment, making him kneel with his knees shoved into a pair of wooden shoes until he could no longer tolerate the pain. Yet even that did not deter his mischief, and so the Van Koks enrolled him in the public elementary school, the Openbare Langhaar School, on the Bochstraat near their home. Dries didn't settle into the new school any more easily than the first, and was often truant, leaving school any time he took a notion. He spent such afternoons rambling around, looking for adventure down at the Prinsenkade, where he watched the ships, visiting an uncle on his boat at the inland harbor of Oosterhout, hanging out at the abandoned World War I defenses at the Nonnenveld, and hitchhiking to any nearby village when a circus or fair was in town. The child thought he wanted to escape Breda and his family altogether, but at 11 that was impossible. Still, he made a half-hearted attempt at running away from home, sneaking aboard the passenger train to Rotterdam, where he was caught and turned over to his father. His schooling came to an end in the 5th grade, after a typical adolescent prank on the birthday of one of his teachers. The man had been cursed with a generous and unfortunate nose, the object of much ridicule among his students. This day, when the teacher was called out of the classroom, Dries rose from his seat, walked to the front of the class, and wrote, "Long live the nose," on the blackboard. His classmates jeered and giggled, but on returning, the infuriated teacher expelled the boy on the spot. It was just as well. Dries no doubt would have quit the following year, at the end of primary school. For a while he spent his days helping his father. In the last 10 years, Adam's health had steadily declined. Now, in addition to his diabetes, he suffered lung problems, rheumatism, and a swelling in his feet that sometimes made it difficult for him to make his rounds. But after Dries injured his hand, one of the heavy coaches slipped while he was greasing a wheel, and his mother had to rush him to the doctor. The teen began looking for someone else to assist his father. Away from the stables, Dries' first jobs were menial at best. For a while, he went down to the train station each day and carried luggage for busy travelers. Then he got a job as a delivery boy for a grocery store, but was soon let go, and from there went to the same jam factory where his brother Sief had once worked. Both jobs should have pleased him, since food was like gold to him, but he found these tasks boring. He much preferred the kind of pickup work he got when the dog show booked several days at Breda's Concordia Theater. Unlike a thoroughbred kennel show, this was an exhibition of performing dogs who did tricks on command, hounds who hopped like rabbits, poodles who danced the can-can line on 2 legs, much like a canine circus. There he would feed and groom the animals and receive the handsome sum of 5 guilders for his trouble. Better still, he would learn more about the training of dogs. The lad found regular employment again selling and checking tickets on a trolley that ran between Breda and Oosterhout. But the bitter wind whipped through the trolley, and after a while, he decided he'd had enough. Finally, at 15, things began to look up when he went to work for a barber and his wife, who ran a shop on the Eau de Veste. The couple, who had no children, pampered the boy as their own, paying him 10 cents a day. They made excuses for their young assistant if he left customers with soap in their hair when he heard music out in the street, or, for a lark, shaved half a man's face and let him walk out with the other half still covered with stubble. Despite such behavior, the barber and his wife wanted to adopt the teenager and bring him into the business full-time. Maria didn't like the idea of her son living elsewhere, but with Dries' combative attitude toward his father, she advised him to take advantage of his opportunity. In the end, however, Dries wasn't interested. He wanted only to be his own boss, to make his money on his own time, in his own way, and he harbored resentment toward those who had made it. Possessing money was very important for him, remembers Marie. The family knew one thing for certain. Don't touch his wallet. One of the reasons Dries wanted money was to buy fine clothes. Angelina recalled that he was very conscious about how he looked, and Marie remembers that if Mother didn't iron his collar properly, he would throw it away and not wear it. At 16, the boy was growing up, and now requested that he no longer be addressed by the diminutive name of Dries, but by the more proper-sounding André. Still, he didn't seem to be concerned with much of a social life. Other than his friendship with kiesfreiters, he almost insisted on a kind of apartness from the rest of the world. Even the idea of getting together in a crowd and sharing a few brews didn't appeal to him, after he experimented with beer early on and found that it made him a violent drunk. Later, in middle age, he would drink perhaps half a bottled beer in social situations, but no more. He would never drink a complete beer, remembers Joe Esposito, foreman of Elvis's Memphis Mafia. He told me, "I can't drink. I completely change when I drink. My personality does. I get very mean." Above all, in his teen years, he seemed completely disinterested in any attachment to the opposite sex. "I'm sure that by the time he was 17, he still had not been with a girl," says Marie. "He had no sexual interests whatsoever." While that may have been normal for the culture of the times, the boy may have also felt trapped by the dangers of dependency. But whether he was truly asexual, or if there was perhaps some sexual squeamishness among several of the Van Koch children, Marie volunteers that she and her husband lived as brother and sister for 53 years. Marie says she can't imagine why her brother eventually married, unless it was to be cared for. For now, André Van Koch had other, more important things on his mind. In his work with the circus and the dog show, he had met people who whetted his appetite for adventure beyond the walls of Breda. He was also desperate to leave the confines of his immediate family unit and to break free of all the rules and ties that led back to the church. He began to tell his siblings that he would move to the big city of Rotterdam. There he would work on the harbor and hear the stories of the sailors who had traveled the world and seen the things he had only imagined. He could live with the family of his uncle Jan Panzi, his mother's brother. Rotterdam, while only a distance of some 25 or 30 miles, would separate mother and son, and Maria was heartsick. She was the sort of woman easily terrified by thunder, which sent her scurrying to hide under a blanket and make the sign of the cross, by anything that suggested the work of the devil, and by the predictions of fortune-tellers. Only recently, a naturopath, or Paranost from Heberly, had told her that her husband would die within the year. And now, late in the spring of 1925, Adam was white as an angel and confined to St. Ignatius Hospital. With 2 of the younger children away in Catholic boarding school, to lose Dries to Rotterdam just now would be difficult. But once Dries had his mind set on something, Maria might as well have tried to change the flow of the tides. She asked only that he go to the hospital and seek his father's permission. Adam, too, saw the staunch determination in his son's eyes and, too weak to protest, realized that there was nothing he could do. From the hospital, André traveled to the town of Etten-en-Leur to visit his sister Marie, who was by now living in the convent. He told her that their uncle in Rotterdam had a good job in the shipping office in a large boat company, and that he was planning to move in with him and start a new life. "He came to say hello and goodbye," she remembers, "not just to me, but also to a rector in the convent. Dries had been a mass server with his priest when he was little." When Marie had her formal admission ceremony that August, a very proud day for a family in a country where everyone does his best to honor birthdays, anniversaries, weddings, and graduations, Dries was the only one not to attend. By that time, André was a regular on the foggy docks of Rotterdam, watching the great ships pull out to exotic ports and searching for his destiny. Chapter 2. Behavior Most Strange. At nearly 16, André Van Koch did not appear to be a happy lad. In a photograph from the time, his pouty mouth sets firm on a sullen countenance, refusing to smile for the camera. His eyes, eerily cold and blank for one so young, stare out from beneath heavy brows, and his round face tends toward puffiness in the jowls. Given his demeanor, it is unlikely that anyone told the boy he was handsome, even though he is well dressed in a suit, with a perky bow tie adorning a starched collar, his dark hair slicked down and parted just off-center to the left. Big for his age, he is stuck in the gawky years of his teens, neither child nor man. The source of his petulance could well have been his move to Rotterdam. He had come to the world's largest port city full of excitement about his new life, only to find that while his surroundings were different, some of the more irritating aspects of his home life were no better here. Uncle Jan did not berate him in the stentorian tones of his father, but there were rules and regulations in the house that he was expected to follow. As before, he was pinned under the thumb of an elder. Jan Ponzi and his wife lived on Spanjaardstraat, situated on the west side of town, within easy walking distance of the Rotterdam harbor, with its large river berths for ocean-going passenger ships, tankers and freighters, and smaller ports and docks that served the canal barges. Several small shipyards and ship repair shops dotted the area at the mouth of the Nieuwe Maas River. Because the docks were the life of this rough worker city, the residents of the neighborhood were considered middle class, blue-collar. In André's time, Spanjaardstraat comprised 4-story brownstone row houses, each dwelling 2 windows wide and 3 rooms deep. The street stretched from the Hutsenplein to the Schiedamsweg, a shopping district. Several small parks offered respite from the cobblestone hardness and the noise from the streetcar that ran through the middle of the thoroughfare. Where the road ended at the Hutsenplein sat the Café Hudson. All the seamen knew the little bar, says one, since they considered it a point of honor to frequent every waterfront saloon in the city. André still demonstrated little interest in socializing at such places, preferring at first to spend his evenings with the Ponzis. After dinner, the family sat in the living room, and André usually turned to his cousin, Marie, for a game of checkers or other benign amusement. Slightly older than André, Marie thought he viewed her as something of a big sister. She, on the other hand, saw him only as a dreamer. "He never told me what he wanted out of life," she remarked years later, "but I knew he was busy making plans all the time. He wanted adventure." Rotterdam is Holland's second-largest city, and for a time André seemed lost, both geographically and emotionally. He hadn't yet learned his way around the streets, how the sprawling city was linked by tunnels, bridges, and public transportation, and with poverty more rampant in Rotterdam than in Breda, he hadn't found the locales to hustle the pocket change and pickup work that had sustained him at home. For a time, André tried the usual assortment of odd jobs, but discovered that steady work was difficult to find, other than in retail or on the docks. His uncle put in a word for him at Speedo, a maritime freighting company where he worked in the shipping office. Speedo, which was already in operation before the big bridges were built, made package deliveries to ships. It also operated a river taxi or ferry boat for passengers, mostly laborers, who needed to move handily back and forth across the Nieuwe Maas. André apparently worked on both the river taxi and the delivery boat, although presumably at different times of his Rotterdam stay. Given the choice between jobs, he probably would have opted for the delivery boat, since he would have gone on board other ships and engaged the crewmen in conversation, however perfunctory. On the ferry boat, however, the endless repetition would have been deadly dull. The only saving grace? Financial reward. Aside from nice things for himself, he enjoyed such treats as eating in cafes, where he especially liked the Indonesian fare with its hot pepper sauces, and the rijsttafel, the huge rice table meal with up to 40 or more dishes. He wanted to send money home to his mother. Maria van Koek was in dreadful straits. On July 6, 1925, Adam van Koek died at the age of 59. Death, which had quietly hidden in the sheets and blankets of his life for so many years, finally made a hushed leap and filled the room with silence. 6 months later, in January 1926, Jan Ponzi became guardian of the 6 minor Van Koek children, including 16-year-old André. With its liveryman gone, the Van Gendenloos firm had almost immediately evicted Maria, then 48 years old, and the children. She had been forced to move to a smaller house, one without many comforts, on the Bosstraat, around the corner from Vlajak. But without Adam, Maria was neither emotionally nor financially equipped to care for her children. She had lost her husband, her status, her income, and as far as she was concerned, her life. There was nothing left. Eventually, the family would fragment. In a few years, she and Galina and Johanna would live together in another house in town, and later she would move to Eindhoven with Nell. As she had cared for her children would care for her. André, whose father's death made him ineligible for the draft, was now expected to show some responsibility for his mother and the other children, a frightening prospect for a boy who shied away from serious threats to his independence. Nonetheless, he returned to Breda on holidays and the occasional family birthdays, sometimes coming by boat, other times hitchhiking or taking the train. Holidays or not, his visits were cause for celebration. He sometimes got up and sang with a Rotterdam accent, and he never came home without presents for the others. The family was proud that André worked at the same fine company as Uncle Jan, but he soon left Speedo and hired out to a skipper who sailed to Ramstunksveer. He was always thinking, scheming of other ways to make money, either for himself or for Maria. For a time he worked on a ship that moved from port to port on a 24-hour schedule and rotated the lower ranks on day and night shifts. Once he knew everyone on board, he hustled the crew with the idea of affordable laundry service, which he chartered out to his mother. The proposition paid double dividends. Maria made money, and André got his washing done free. His letters home referenced his fine new clothes. Back in port, André had a habit of disappearing overnight, much to the worry of Jan Ponzi. When his uncle questioned him about it, André explained that he was moonlighting on the docks. But when André began to stay away for days, Ponzi grew angry and reminded him that he was still a minor and legally in his care. As long as he lived in the Ponzi house, he had to abide by the curfew. With that, 17-year-old André van Kock announced that he was now a sailor for the Holland-America line. After a year, he no longer had need of the Ponzi hospitality. He was setting off to seek his fortune, leaving Holland far behind, perhaps even going to America. Jan Ponzi was completely taken aback. André had not talked about leaving Holland, not to him and not to his daughter Marie. Nor had André said anything to his siblings, and certainly not to his mother. Whether his sense of adventure or his uncle's code of conduct figured into his decision, he certainly would have realized that his chances of making a living were slim in the poor southern provinces of Holland, especially with the things that stirred his imagination, and now he had the additional burden of contributing to his mother's upkeep. Mieke Donsmaas believes her uncle's motivation was more personal than that. He wanted to be somebody, she says, and he wanted his family to know of his quest. In the spring of 1926, he sent word to his sister Marie in the convent, saying he was going to another country. However, he did not say which one. Perhaps because being 17, with little education, no papers, the family is uncertain if he had a passport, and not the slightest command of the English language, it would have made more sense for him to go to Italy or to France than to America. Or maybe he kept quiet because he knew that the Holland-America line sailed to the United States, with stops in Boulogne, France, Southampton, England, and once across the Atlantic, Halifax, Nova Scotia. He might have signed on board to swab the decks and then jumped ship in any one of those ports. The Holland-America line has no record of André van Kock as either a crew member or a passenger. Could he have been hired on a temporary basis, which prevented his name from showing up on the roster? Or had he embellished his plan to his uncle, claiming to work for the distinguished passenger line when he knew he would cross the ocean on a far less glamorous tramper or freighter? Years later, after André had become Tom Parker, he told his friend Connie B. Gay, the country show promoter, that he had sneaked into America through Canada, and indeed Halifax, Nova Scotia was Holland America Line's last port of call before the great ships arrived in the United States and docked at Hoboken, New Jersey. Yet there's another reason Andre Van Koek's name might not have shown up on the Holland America Line crew roster, one the family wholeheartedly believes to be true. Andre may have made his voyage not as a crew member, but as a stowaway. Might a boy as large as Andre, and one who so loved to eat, really have risked life and limb crammed in a tiny hole for a 2-week crossing to America? Certainly he could have easily found his way onto the ship if he were working for the Holland America Line. But even if he weren't an employee, sneaking aboard wouldn't have been difficult. The docks were not particularly secure, and Andre would have welcomed the challenge. Still, there was the problem of going through customs and immigration without papers, since as a minor he was not yet eligible for a Dutch passport without his guardian's signature. But it is possible that he simply greased the right palm, or that he got off the ship in Nova Scotia and made his way into the United States either through the Canadian mainland or directly by smaller boat. Or there's a third possibility, and the most plausible. If Andre had attached himself to a family on board the big passenger ship, perhaps a Dutch family who lived in America, they could have easily vouched for a misplaced passport. Whether that actually happened, Andre somehow managed to ingratiate himself into a Dutch family who lived in Hoboken, where the Holland America Line docked. He moved in with them and seemed to take root in their living room. Hoboken, a working-class town on the Hudson River, was the roughest spot in the United States in the late 20s and early 30s, according to the city's most famous son, Frank Sinatra. That was precisely the time when Andre Van Koek saw it as his introduction to America. But unlike Sinatra, who grew up on the hard side of a rough town, Andre had the good fortune to be bunking with well-to-do folks. His new family took a shine to the big Dutch kid who knew little English and almost never left the house. In many ways, the arrangement was precisely as it had been with his uncle in Rotterdam. The New Jersey family even had a daughter, although, unlike Andre's cousin, she was still a child, only 10. As he had done with the Ponzis, he spent an inordinate amount of time with them because he didn't know the territory, and because he could count on them for regular meals. The teen was perfecting the rudiments of sponging, a skill he would raise to a fine art. But where before he had kept at least some of his ties to his Breda family, he now refused to write to anyone in Holland. An odd turn of events for a boy who had carted presents home and written frequently to his mother in the months just before his departure. It was as if he had been reborn in the womb-like hold of the big passenger ship. The family pressured Andre to let everyone know that he was all right, but he had no interest in that, and finally just gave them the Ponzi's address rather than his mother's, so they could do the job for him. The mothers of his adopted families began a spirited correspondence, and while the letters disappeared in the shuffle of time, Marie Ponzi remembered some of their contents. "Dries must have been talking about me, because the woman wrote, 'I hear you have a nice daughter. Could she come to America too?' I guess the woman was homesick and missed Holland. That must have been why she let Dries in." But before any plans for Marie's visit could be arranged, Andre simply vanished. One day he had been the family's adored surrogate son, and the next day it was as if he had never existed. Whether Andre felt they were becoming too attached and dependent on him, or if it was simply time to go and he didn't know how to end the relationship, he disappeared. The New Jersey family was more concerned about his welfare than angry that they had been forsaken. The woman sent passionate letters across the seas to the Ponzis. "Have you heard from him? Do you know where he might have gone?" She herself suspected the U.S. Army because he had occasionally talked of that. But back in Holland, they thought it more likely that he might have tried to join a circus. Andre had not joined a circus, but he had hooked up with a different kind of traveling show, Chautauqua, at the time a phenomenally popular movement for education, culture, and entertainment. By 1926, when he went to work for the Des Moines, Iowa-based booking agency Travers Chautauqua Shows, the Chautauqua phenomenon was fading. So much so that the previous year, George W. Travers' partner Ray Newton left the company to try to bond with the remaining outfits as United Chautauquas. Traver, meanwhile, continued to call his outfit a Chautauqua, but his 3-railroad car operation was more like a carnival, replete with midway. Since carnivals were banned in many towns and considered a corruptive plague on the morals of the young, he made sure to hang on to enough of the old Chautauqua staples to stay in business. At its height, Chautauqua offered escape in every dramatic style, from Shakespeare to Broadway, and featured a staggering variety of talent. Teachers, preachers, scientists, explorers, politicians, singers, yodelers, whistlers, dancers, pianists, accordionists, humorists, jugglers, magicians, opera stars, and Hawaiian vocal groups. On the Traver show, however, the Hawaiians were thoroughly bogus. The show's general agent, L. Harvey Doc Cann, called it a Hawaiian show because the banners for such an act were the only ones not in use, and achieved his effect by throwing together a Salvation Army bass drum, a couple of dark-skinned Caucasians, and a palm frond. On the legitimate side of the operation, 2 programs in particular reminded Andre of home. The first was Chalk Talks, given by artists who used large blackboards to explain how they created sculpture or other visual art. While this was similar to movies Andre had put on for his brothers and sisters, the animal acts pleased him more, since they featured performing canines like Wonder Dog, a German shepherd who demonstrated feats of mathematical genius. Just exactly what position Andre filled on Traver's Chautauqua is anyone's guess. At the start, he may have simply worked with the tent crew, helping to raise the huge brown canvas as he had back in Breda, perhaps later migrating into food concessions, or distributing advertising cards while gleaning more about the marketing side of the business. Whatever he did, the Chautauqua experience was a wonderful introduction to small-town America, especially for a lad who was just learning English and too often answered yeah, when asked a question. For Andre, the only trouble with Chautauqua was that it was strictly a summer event. In the winter, he hoboed around the country, getting to know the various hobo jungles and the crusty old vagabond characters. He learned their lingo and their habit of carving the face of a smiling cat on the fence post outside a home where they found kindness and nourishment, alerting fellow travelers that a generous and compassionate touch lived within. And he loved their wild freedom, later bragging to his family that he'd hung under trains, risking all for a free ride and a chance to see the whole of America. Andre's hobo experience ultimately left 2 indelible imprints: a romantic fondness for slumgullion, a boiled meat stew that hobos prepared in a large pot on an open fire, and a respect and sentimentality for hobos. In the 1950s, when Elvis Presley was a rising Hollywood star, Parker cajoled the studio commissary to make up dozens of sandwiches, which he took to the hobo hangouts at the Los Angeles train stops. But on this, his first trip to the United States, he was on the receiving end of charity more often than not. When he reached Los Angeles, he had no compunction about taking sustenance at the Midnight Mission. There, after vowing to welcome Christ into his life, he would repeat a religious mantra and be rewarded with a hot meal and a hard bed. Years later, he would tell the story and end it with a funny punchline. "If you're going to stay at the Midnight Mission, be sure you get there by 7 o'clock. It was true. The dinner hour was from 5:30 to 6, and the beds were likely filled by 7. But the statement also served as a metaphor for his deeper beliefs, that to succeed, you had to stay one step ahead of everybody else, know how to manipulate the system, and dig for everything you got. Nonetheless, to everyone's surprise, Andre showed up back in Holland on his mother's birthday, September 2nd, 1927, after being gone nearly a year and a half. Had he saved his second summer's wages from Chautauqua and bought a third-class ticket home, as his sister Nell believes? Or had he simply been caught and deported, even though the U.S. Immigration and Naturalization Service has no record of it? However he made passage back, he timed his arrival in Breda for 9 o'clock in the evening, when the family had gathered for Maria's celebration. Stylishly dressed in an American suit and long striped tie, his arms full of presents for all, he knocked on the door of the little Boschstraat house. At 18, André seemed every inch the successful prodigal son. But no matter how hard the family begged and pleaded, there was one thing he wouldn't talk about: exactly what he had been doing in America. For the next 2 weeks he seemed happy to be home. When his eldest sister Adriana married a mechanic named Antonius H.W. Toon van Goorp on September 15, André was the life of the party. Demonstrating both the spirit and the theatrics of Chautauqua, he jumped up on a table, threw his arms out like an experienced orator, and launched into a poem about a smart but lazy lad who squandered his future and ended up as a bellhop. From there, he danced a funny one-legged jig, and then he finished entertaining the crowd with a short concert of songs, including one that was so risque that members of the family stole a sideways glance at Maria. But within a month his mood had darkened again. Breda was no longer the place of his youth. Many of his favorite haunts had been torn down. He kept to himself, rarely looking up his old friends Kees Freuters and Karel Thrijssen. For a young man who had tasted the excitement of New York, tent Chautauqua, and hanging under trains, Breda was sorely lacking. And as Europe was sliding toward a depression, the odd jobs were more difficult to come by. According to his sister Nell, he served a short stint with the river police during this time. Finally, he took a job with a shipping company called Huysers on the Prinsenkade, loading and unloading barges on the waterfront. Huysers, later the maker of Janssen boats and automobiles, was an old customer of Van Gandenlos, and André probably got his job by reminding the owner of the days when he and his father had delivered the company's packages. Now he would be doing the same thing, only carrying heavier packing cases and parcels on and off the boats in numbing repetition. Andy had to be at work at 6 a.m. André wouldn't have tolerated such a job before his trip to America, but now he saw it as a means to an end. Huysers also owned the Stad Breda, which made a daily run between Breda and Rotterdam, and as soon as the ship needed a deckhand, André would arrange for the transfer. When the day came, he moved back to the port city, but instead of living with his uncle, he opted for a bunk at Huysers' rough-and-tumble employee hostel on the top floor of the office. He stored his good clothes and a few personal belongings in a locked trunk, which he positioned near his cot. André had no trust for the sailors, who knew better than to invite him for a night of drinking, or offer to introduce him to a girl. Now, at nearly 20, he had turned into a good-looking, bright-eyed lad with a slim face and an impish smile. At times he could look almost sensual, like a dreamy young poet. The fact that he'd rather take long walks by himself than spend the evening in the company of a pretty girl was the subject of comment among the others. Then one day in May 1929, André failed to show up for work. His fellow crewmen thought he was just late, or maybe sick, but André would never step foot on the boat again. Somehow, at some time, he had quietly slipped away. No one seemed to know why, or where he had gone. 2 months later, in July, Huysers returned André's trunk to Maria van Kook's house on Boschstraat. The family opened it to find 3 of his treasured suits, a rosary, a Bible, his identification papers, and a small purse containing what appeared to be his savings. He had taken nothing with him but 2 shirts and 2 pairs of undershorts. Why had the boy who so adored dressing up left behind his expensive clothes? Even more perplexing, why had someone who so valued money abandoned his hard-earned gains, especially if he was planning to move halfway around the world? He'd even left behind his unopened birthday presents, which the family had sent for his special day in June. On one of his last trips to Breda, he had dropped by Adriana and Toon's upstairs apartment on the Hagdijk. "I remember it like yesterday," Adriana said nearly 50 years later. "We were standing in the kitchen. He gave my little son, who was just born, a hand, and then left for Rotterdam." It was a long time before the family heard from him again. Finally, a missive arrived, written in English, simply saying their brother had gone away. The family was bewildered, and he had signed it with the most quizzical name, André/Tom Parker. "He just changed identity," says Marie, who believes he chose the name Tom Parker in homage to a stowaway who was thrown overboard. "He wanted to remain unknown." There would be more sporadic letters, and after a while he would sign them solely with his new moniker. Usually he gave no return address, offering just enough information to let the family know he was all right. The letters were carefully worded, teasing almost, more for what they didn't say than for the news they conveyed. Sometimes he sent photographs that suggested he was having a ball, a small black and white snapshot in which he stood next to a large American car in some tropical setting, and another one of himself by a swimming pool. The family thought he must be a chauffeur for a very rich man. Then came a third, provocative photograph that placed him between two other men sitting on a beach in an old-fashioned one-piece bathing suit, his legs drawn up and his knees together, his hands crossed in front of him in an almost feminine pose. Just where was Andre, and what was he doing? And who in the world was this Tom Parker who had such a strong hold over him? 31 years would pass before the family would learn that answer. Chapter 3. All Great Neptune's Ocean. Will all great Neptune's ocean wash this blood clean from my hand? No, this my hand will rather the multitudinous seas incarnadine, making the green one red. Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 2. In 1957, Colonel Tom Parker was riding cross-country, returning to California from his home in Tennessee. Behind the wheel was 23-year-old Byron Raphael, a William Morris agent in training that Parker plucked from the mailroom a year earlier to become the first of his Morris-paid assistants. The Parker School for Trainees would become part of Hollywood legend for both the rigor and the humiliation that the manager foisted on his students. But at the time, Raphael only knew that he loved and feared the man he called Pops. Parker, whose marriage was childless, would tell the young man he thought of him as his adopted son. Whether that was entirely true, certainly on that 2,000-mile road trip, he trusted Raphael enough to share one of his closest secrets. "We were driving through Hobbs, New Mexico," Raphael begins, "and it was snowing. I couldn't keep the car on the road. We were sliding everywhere. And we stopped at this little motel. There were very few rooms available, so I had to share a room with him that night. He started out by telling me about how he was made a colonel by the governor of Louisiana. And then he said, 'Where do you think I was born?' I said, 'Well, I guess Tennessee.' And he just told me the story. He said he made a deal with somebody to come over, and he worked in the kitchen of the ship, as a dishwasher, I think. The way he arranged it, he was supposed to stay 60 days and then go back. And he said they were going to give him a paycheck when he landed, but he didn't want to get the check because he felt they might find out where he was, so he never picked it up, even though he had no money. All he wanted to do was get to this country and disappear into the heartland to start working in carnivals. His route, from what he told various sources, was through the island of Curaçao in the Dutch West Indies via England. From Rotterdam, he sailed for one of the British ports, probably Southampton, with a possible stop in France to pick up cargo. If he took a passenger ship to England, he likely would have jumped to a tramper or a freighter for the run to the Dutch West Indies, since the passenger ships concerned themselves with North Atlantic trade. Eventually, he wrote home that an English friend had given him the papers he needed, presumably a passport and visa, to enter the United States. But whether the friend arranged for him to become Tom Parker during his layover in the British Isles, or, as Nell believes, while Andre was still in Holland, is unknown. And if he already had a Dutch passport, as several members of the family believe, the more curious question is why he needed another in a different name. Whatever the answers, he seemed to be going to a lot of trouble. In Curaçao, he apparently changed boats again and quickly moved on. From here, the picture of Andre Van Koch, just weeks away from his 20th birthday, begins to blur. In all probability, he entered the United States through the Gulf port of Mobile, Alabama, although the names recorded in the ship's manifests for that year fail to bear witness to Andreas Van Koch or Thomas Parker. Dirk Verlenge, the journalist who chronicled Parker's Dutch origins, first for the Breda newspaper De Stem, and later in a biography, Elvis and the Colonel, speculates that Andre came in on a rum runner, a boat transporting illegal liquor to America. According to Lloyd Shearer of Parade magazine, Parker himself said he gained entry through Mobile on a Dutch fishing boat. Either way, that would have been the boat that issued the paycheck he never picked up. For some reason, those events were on Parker's mind in 1957, the morning after his late-night disclosure to Byron Raphael in a roadside motel. That's when he told me the rest of the story, how fearful he was that he might be deported, or if he ever left the country that he might not be able to get back in. He said, "You know, Byron, we're never going to be able to take Elvis abroad to do personal appearances." By that time, Elvis was already the biggest star in Japan and also in Germany, and the offers from Europe were for many millions of dollars even then. Since Parker's personality was so forceful, he gave you the feeling that he was omnipotent, says Raphael. It never occurred to the teenager to ask him why he didn't call on his powerful friends to solve his passport problems, especially given his celebrity and wealth. But now the answer seems obvious. It wasn't that Parker couldn't leave the country. Through the years, he accumulated many influential friends in all ranks of government, including President Lyndon B. Johnson, who could have solved his problem with a single phone call. The truth of the matter was that Parker didn't want to leave the country, and not even the promise of money beyond his wildest dreams could stir him from his spot. For a man who judged the worth of every deal by money alone, such virulent aversion to international travel begs two nagging questions. Why had he never registered with the U.S. government, bypassing as late as 1940 the safety net of the Alien Registration Act, which required all aliens to comply with the law, but did not discriminate between legal and illegal residents? And what was outside the refuge of the United States that frightened a man who otherwise seemed afraid of nothing? The Smith Act, or the Alien Registration Act of 1940, wouldn't have necessarily made him legal, explains Marion Smith, historian at the Immigration and Naturalization Service in Washington, D.C. But as an overstayed seaman, Parker could have registered and applied for certain kinds of relief. And I'm curious as to why he didn't, she muses. Failure to register was subject to punishment, but I'm sure he could have later just paid a fine. It's very odd. The search for his mysterious truth spawned a host of imaginative explanations through the years. The first is the theory that he might have been a low-level government spy or carried papers for the leaders of a radical social movement. But although the U.S. government used Dutch citizens as drops in Nazi-occupied territory in the years before World War II, Andre was long gone from Europe by then. Besides, his family says he demonstrated no political agenda, and the selflessness of such an act, even if paid, doesn't fit his psychological makeup. The second tale, that he fled Holland after knifing a man to death in a fairgrounds brawl, sounds more plausible. The alleged incident was reported in 1997 in the British tabloid The People as an introduction to a memoir by reporter Chris Hutchins. But alas, Hutchins says he has no recollection of such a story, and furthermore hasn't the faintest idea how it landed atop his published piece. The FBI, credited as the source, is equally unaware of such occurrence. However, the third story is harder to shake off. If true, it could answer every question about the enigmatic behavior of Colonel Thomas Andrew Parker. In the days just after Elvis Presley's death in August 1977, Dirk Verlenge was sitting at his desk at De Stem when he received an anonymous phone call. It was a man's voice. "Do you know that Colonel Tom Parker comes from Breda? His name is Van Koek, and his father was a stable-keeper for Van Gendenloos on the Vlajak." While this information had been published before, first by Deneke Dekkers in the fan club magazine It's Elvis Time in 1967, and then in Hans Longbroek's 1970 eccentric booklet The Hillbilly Cat, Verlenge thought it only a rumor. His curiosity now piqued, he began poking around in the ashes of Parker's early years, interviewing his family and schoolmates, and soon began to sift out the fragments of the life of Breda's most famous non-resident. The first of Valenga's splashy articles appeared in the newspaper in September 1977 and started the taciturn reporter on a quest, perhaps an obsession, that drives him still today. Even though he long ago left reporting to become an editor, he has continued to file stories on the subject every few years, even as late as 1997, 20 years after he began. At the end of one of his pieces, Valenga posed a question. Did something serious happen before Parker left that summer in 1929 for America? Or maybe in the 1930s when he broke all contact with his family in Breda? One reader thought he knew the answer, and in 1980 mailed a letter to Valenga at the newspaper. The document had a hushed, dark alley tone, as if its author were afraid that someone might be reading over his shoulder. It carried no signature, but the urgency and gravity of the words made it seem somehow real, as if the author experienced an unburdening in the telling. Gentlemen, at last I want to say what was told to me 19 years ago about this Colonel Parker. My mother-in-law said to me, if anything comes to light about this Parker, tell them that his name is Van Koch, and that he murdered the wife of a greengrocer on the Boschstraat in Breda. This murder has never been solved, but look it up and you will discover that he, on that very night, left for America and adopted a different name, and that is why it is so mysterious. That's why he does not want to be known. But believe me, this is the truth, and nothing but the truth. It has been told to me in confidence. I have been carrying it around with me for years, and am glad now that I can tell you what happened. This is the truth. Thank you. At first, Valenga hardly knew what to think. Could it be true? The reporter was intrigued to find that, indeed, there had been such a murder. Anna van den Enden, a 23-year-old newlywed, the wife of the potato trader Wilhelmus Wilhelm van den Enden, had been bludgeoned to death in the kitchen of her home behind the shop. The crime was what the Dutch call a roofmoord, a murder with intention of robbery, since the bedroom and bathroom had been ransacked in an apparent search for money. More surprising, the date, May 17, 1929, coincided with Andre's sudden disappearance. Today, a careful reading of the original police report, handwritten in Dutch and numbering more than 130 pages, reveals a woefully inadequate investigation of the crime. The murder weapon, possibly a crowbar, was never positively identified. No background check was done on the victim, and once several witnesses reported seeing Anna's brother-in-law, Jan van den Enden, a contractor, near the shop that morning, police focused solely on him, detaining him as a suspect. Eventually, however, he was released, and no one was ever brought to justice for Anna's murder. The crime remains unsolved to this day. There's not a single shred of evidence to tie Andre van Koch to the murder of Anna van den Enden. His name does not appear anywhere in the police report, and until the anonymous letter arrived at the Breda newspaper 51 years after the fact, no one in Holland had spoken of his name in connection with the crime. Yet a set of circumstances makes it impossible not to speculate that Colonel Tom Parker, in fact, may have gotten away with murder. Although Andre had been living in Rotterdam in America for several years, it was almost certain that he knew Anna Cornelia Hageners before she married, either in childhood or during his return to Breda at age 18. Only 3 years apart in age, they apparently attended the same church, St. Josefkerk. Andre also knew her husband's family. Johannes van den Enden ran the cafe where Adam van Koch spent his Sunday afternoons, and the elder van den Enden's home on the Bayard was just around the turn from the Van Gendenloos stables. Furthermore, Anna's 24-year-old husband, Willem, was fond of kermis, or fancy fair. Like Andre, he traveled as far as Oosterhout when the kermis came to town. And there was another connection. The Van den Enden greengrocery was located at Nieuwe Boschstraat 31. Nieuwe Boschstraat is merely the continuation of Boschstraat, where Andre went to public school. What schoolboy, and especially one as fond of fruit as Dries, would not have stopped off at the market for an apple after school? Certainly he would have known the shop, even if it had been in the hands of a previous owner when he was a child, and he would have remembered that of the 2 doors in the front, only the middle door led inside the shop. Then, too, the Van Kuik family is unsure which grocer employed him for deliveries when he first left school. Had this been the one? Boschstraat is also where his mother moved after Van Gendenloos evicted her from the stables. It was that house that André visited whenever he returned home to Breda after the age of 16. And he was likely in town the weekend Anna was murdered. She was killed on the Friday before Whitsunday, or Pentecost, to Catholics an important high church occasion accompanied, like Easter, by a longer school holiday, which made it a good time for travel and spending time with family. Surely André would have come home rather than spend it alone in the dreary hostel above his Rotterdam employer's office. Anyone familiar with the habits and interests of both André Van Kuik and the older Colonel Tom Parker will find several small points of the police report most absorbing. Witnesses described seeing a man in a fancy costume, a dark fantasy jacket costume, come out of the shop at the hour the murder was committed, though one thought he recognized him as Jan van Enden. Another talked about seeing a well-dressed man in a gray-colored overcoat and fancy trousers, and I do believe a black hat. And still another described a man leaving the shop who wore a light yellow raincoat. Any of those outfits might have belonged to André. A fantasy jacket reflects his obsession with kermis. He wore a gray suit to his father's funeral, and in a letter he wrote to his mother when he first moved to Rotterdam, he talked about his plan to buy a raincoat and hat. And in the 1950s, when his closet held a variety of large overshirts worn loose and over the belt, the majority of them were his favorite color, light yellow. In the days after the murder, another witness, a meat delivery boy, came forth to testify seeing the same man in the yellow raincoat exit the fruit shop around the time Anna was killed. Shortly after, he encountered him again, this time elsewhere in the neighborhood, in a conflict of words with a woman approximately 60 years of age. Pretty chubby around the hips and a very slim face, she had gray hair which she wore in a twist on the head. With the addition of 8 years, that description fits Maria Van Kuik to perfection. Had she had an altercation with her son, a young man who had changed so much during the years he was away that he might not be immediately recognizable to others? And perhaps a matter that most puzzled the police, according to the report, can be easily explained. Whoever snuffed out Anna van den Enden's brief life sprinkled white pepper around her body and then left a very thin layer of corresponding gray dust, again pepper, on the floor going into the bathroom, as well as on the marble top of both drawers in the bedrooms, and in the hall from the bedroom to the stairs and descending into the hall, which led from the shop to the kitchen. A young man who had worked with the training of dogs surely knew that police used German shepherds in the tracking of criminals, even in the Holland of 1929. And he also might have thought that a snout full of pepper would have prevented them from picking up a scent. But even more coincidental is the fact that the author of the anonymous letter referenced 1961 as the year he was told this story. That was the year that Ad Van Kuik, André's younger brother, flew to Los Angeles and met with a man who called himself Colonel Tom Parker. It was the first time anyone in the family had seen him since 1929. And yet when Ad returned to Holland, he refused to talk about his trip, arousing suspicion with his siblings that he had either been bought off or threatened. The more important question is whether the letter writer really knew his facts, or if he was simply reporting a rumor that had through the years become truth. In 1982, Parker claimed he came to America in 1928, a year before these events. Was that to cover his involvement in the murder of Van den Enden? Or could the anonymous author just have been wrong? There's no way of knowing whether André Van Kuik visited the fruit shop on the morning of May 17, 1929. But if so, had he merely meant to rob Anna, to knock her cold and steal money to return to America? Was that the money André left behind in the trunk? Had he been too scared to change the guilders to dollars after things had gone so wrong? Once inside the building, the intruder had locked the door between the shop and the living quarters. Had he not expected to find anyone there? Willem was out with his cart making deliveries, and panicked when he saw her. Standing at the sink, she was struck several times from behind and hit with such force that, as the police report vividly put it, Part of the brain came through the right ear. Immediately, the burglar realized his awful mistake and attempted to bind her wounds with a piece of material torn from clothing later found in the hall. But the housewife was dead where she fell, her slippers askew on the coconut mat by the sink, a dark puddle under her head. Yet was Andre truly capable of such a brutal deed, a sudden psychotic act, and one so bold? "I really don't think there was a murder in him," says Todd Slaughter, who, as president of the official Elvis Presley fan club of Great Britain, grew to know Parker well in the last 25 years of his life. "He was a noisy character, but I don't think there was any brute force within his psyche at all." But others disagree. "I don't think there's any doubt that he killed that woman," asserts Lamar Fike, a member of Elvis's Memphis Mafia assigned to the Colonel in the 1970s. "He had a terrible temper. He and I got into some violent fights. We fought all the time. When we started arguing, people would get up and leave the table. Everybody was just a nervous wreck." "I never saw him hit anybody, other than to shove his assistant, Tom Diskin, one time," remembers Byron Raphael. "But he did have a violent temper and a terrible mean streak, and it took very little to set him off. In those fits of rage, he was a very dangerous man, and he certainly appeared capable of killing. He would be nice one second and stare off like he was lost, and then, boom, tremendous force. He'd just snap. You never saw it coming. Then, 5 minutes later, he would be so gentle, telling a nice, soft story." Such fury is often triggered by frustration, and Anna's killing seems too horrific and personal to have been done by a mere burglar. Had Andre just learned of her 5-week-old marriage and gone to the fruit market for a confrontation, perhaps after a night of drinking? Might she have said something that unleashed a torrent of emotion, something that drove the humiliated Andre, in a flash of anger, to pick up a heavy tool and strike all sense out of her, then rob the house to mask his motivation? Only Andre and Anna know that now, speaking the truth with no tongue, no mouth, and no throat, nestled in the cool, dark folds of death. On a purely emotional level, Parker's family in Holland refuses to entertain thoughts of Andre as a murderer. His sister Marie, the former nun, says it could not possibly be true. Besides, she adds, Mother would have known. And yet, this odd tale had a postscript, some 53 years after the fact. In the course of his research, Dirk Verlenge wrote to the American journalist Lloyd Shearer for help in piecing together the facts of Andre's strange odyssey to America. Shearer had at least a working relationship with Parker, who would refuse to reply to Verlenge's letters, and Verlenge hoped that Parker would answer some preliminary questions if they were put to him by someone he knew. To Verlenge's delight, he soon received a telephone call from Lloyd Shearer. At first, the men chatted about the weather and exchanged pleasantries. But as Shearer talked on, Verlenge noticed that Shearer spoke with a familiar accent. Something about the way he pronounced his R's and J's, and that he seemed hoarse, like a man who might be trying to disguise his voice. Verlenge dismissed those thoughts momentarily, as Shearer was most intrigued by the Dutchman's questions about Parker's past, and the two journalists agreed to correspond about the matter. Verlenge kept his end of the bargain, sending letter after letter, but he never again heard from Lloyd Shearer, lost today to the ravages of Alzheimer's disease, or, for that matter, from Colonel Parker. Or did he? Today, Verlenge is convinced it wasn't Shearer who called him after all, and Mrs. Shearer agrees. That phone call was between two Dutchmen, both wildly curious about an investigation into the murky life of one Dries van Kook. Chapter 4. Missing in Action. When Andre returned to America in the late spring of 1929, much had changed in the 2 years since his first trip. Chautauquas were now almost exclusively a thing of the past, soon to be finished off by the October 29th stock market crash, which would plunge the American economy into the Great Depression, with its accompanying unemployment, homelessness, and starvation. Everywhere, the talk was doom and gloom. But for a young man who had already led a marginal existence for years, it hardly mattered. Almost immediately, Andre left Mobile, Alabama, where he had sneaked into the country, and headed out to find work with a carnival on its summer route. Occasionally, when he earned money, he managed to send some to his mother, but always without a return address. He was moving too fast. Throughout his carny life, Andre would hook up with some 8 traveling outfits, from the lesser-known Bruce Grader shows, Dietrich shows, and the L.J. Heth shows, to the prestigious Royal American shows. But for now, with little command of English and scant experience with American carnivals, Andre would settle for employment almost anywhere. "When he got off that boat," says Gabe Tucker, a musician and talent manager who was associated with Parker on and off for some 25 years beginning in 1939, "he got on the first carnival he come to, up in West Virginia." Carnivals were the perfect blind. In an atmosphere that attracted people on the run, nobody cared if you had a passport or not. Better yet, the hustlers and the cons of the carnival protected one of their own if somebody came asking questions. The carnival that likely took Andre on was Reuben and Cherry Exposition Shows, a highly successful company that loftily referred to itself as the aristocrat of the tented world. As for which West Virginia town Reuben and Cherry was playing at the time Andre signed on, no one knows for certain. But a good guess would be Huntington, where the carnival pitched its tents at the end of May through early June 1929. Precisely the time Andre is thought to have arrived in America. By the 1940s, the man who called himself Thomas A. Parker always listed Huntington, West Virginia as his birthplace, as good a town as any to be reborn in. In 1929, the American Carnival was 30 years old, with some 200 outfits plying the circuit. Each moved on as many as 40 railroad cars, eager to set up their midways on the cow pastures and fairgrounds around the United States and Canada. Many of those shows carried an elephant, the world's largest land mammal. Long known as premier symbols of strength and power, elephants, which can weigh as much as 7 tons and stand as tall as 12 feet, did more than simply perform in the carnival. They carried the support poles to set the show tents and often helped the horses pull the wagons. But the elephant is also a grand arbiter of fortune. With his trunk raised, he is said to forecast good luck. With it down, a turn of the fates. Naturally, the elephant captivated Andre's attention. Indeed, his brother Advancoke said in 1961 that Andre started his career in America working in a circus by lying on the ground in front of elephants, a reference to that part of an act in which the great beast demonstrates both his gentleness with humans and his control over his massive bulk. In 1994, Colonel Tom Parker gave a list of his career affiliations to the Showman's League for a tribute page in their annual yearbook. Nowhere did he mention a specific circus, only carnivals, though he would announce at a 1988 Elvis Presley birthday banquet that he had worked for Ringling Brothers for about 2 years when I was 16 years old. But he would allude to elephants and circuses again in a 1994 letter to Pam Lewis, then the co-manager of country superstar Garth Brooks. "Please tell Garth I enjoyed the television show on NBC," Parker wrote. "When I saw him on the high wire flying in the air, it reminded me of my circus days when I floated on top of an elephant." In all probability, Andre joined a small, one-family circus or a carnival, and not a grand independent outfit. But whether he thought it sounded more impressive than a carny, circus performers traditionally look down their noses at carnival workers, whom they consider merely cheap hustlers, he was far more modest in recounting his pachyderm past to Byron Raphael in the late 1950s. "Colonel never invited questions about his past, but he would bring it up on his own," Raphael recalls. "He would go into these periods of melancholy where all of a sudden he'd drop his aggressive business stance and become very soft and sentimental. Several times Colonel said he was the guy who washed the elephants. He used to water them and take care of them, and he used to give kids elephant rides. Then he would bring it back and tie it up by the foot and wash it down. He was pretty much of a loner, and he told me that he would be there with his elephants or moving hay or dung around, and he would eavesdrop and listen in, what the carnies call staying on the eerie. That's the way he learned a lot, just by listening to people." But Andre the elephant groom was also already honing his entrepreneurial skills. "The story I heard," says Mac Wiseman, the bluegrass star whom Parker booked in the mid-50s, "was that the colonel was smart enough to get the carnival owner to give him the elephant manure that they normally hauled away. He processed it and sold it as fertilizer, or took what everybody else considered trash and turned it into money. That sums up the colonel to me." While in many ways Andre's association with the big rubber cows was reminiscent of his work in his father's stables, he nonetheless found a great affinity with the elephant. More than that, as Tom Parker, he seemed to form some sort of primal bond with the creature. He would more quickly cry over the fate of a doomed elephant than he would over the end of a human being. "Colonel was very loyal to his friends, and he didn't forget," offers Sandra Polk Ross, his daughter-in-law in the 1970s. "His memory was as long as an elephant's." Predictably, the colonel's detractors would find less flattering comparisons. The elephant's enormous bulk and compulsion for food, its thick hide which makes it impervious to barbs thrown its way, and especially its dangerous behavior when enraged. "He was like a giant elephant standing on flat ground," says Memphis attorney D. Beecher Smith II, estate and tax counsel to Elvis Presley near the end of the singer's life. A 1993 made-for-television biopic carried the symbolism further, opening with a scene in which Parker demonstrates how to train an elephant by placing a rope around its neck when the animal is young. As the elephant grows larger, it can easily break away, but without the intellect to overcome its early training, it remains a passive captive. The scene was meant to foreshadow Parker's command over Elvis, who could have broken off his relationship with his manager at any time, yet remained under his control. Whether Parker agreed with that characterization, during his days with Presley, he festooned his offices at the various movie studios with elephant memorabilia, from canes with elephant heads worked into their knobby tops, to stools disconcertingly made from an actual elephant leg, a big stubby foot with huge splayed toenails. "The place looked like a carnival midway," remembered Alan Fortas, a Presley entourage member. From his first weeks in America, then, on this, his second and final trip, Andre the elephant handler had found his personal totem. But he had yet to reinvent himself in the full persona of Tom Parker. For that, the young man with no education, no legal papers, and no real job prospects would need to slip away somewhere, to sequester himself where he could sharpen his language skills and have some time to think. At the same time, he would need to draw a modicum of pay, enjoy free lodging, and receive his required 3 squares a day. On the eve of the Depression, the solution seemed obvious. He would go for the security of his father's early calling. On June 20th, 1929, Andre made his way to Fort McPherson, southwest of Atlanta, Georgia. There, the boy who had wanted nothing to do with military life, drill, or taking orders back home, joined the Army. Or so he would later claim. On May 18, 1982, in legal papers filed in an answer to a lawsuit brought against him by RCA Records, Parker contended, "After I left the Netherlands and emigrated to the United States, I enlisted in the United States Army in or about 1929, in which I served until I was discharged in 1933 or 1934. In connection with my enlistment, I was required to and did willingly swear allegiance to the government of the United States of America. I did not seek or obtain the permission of the Dutch government to serve in the United States Army, either prior to or after my service. As I am now informed, my failure to seek and receive such permission effected an automatic forfeiture of my Dutch citizenship. I am not a citizen of the United States, having never become a naturalized citizen of this country, or of any other country." He later told the lawyers for the estate of Elvis Presley that he enlisted in the Army while a minor, and re-enlisted after he attained his majority. Did Parker truly serve in the U.S. Army? There are several reasons to believe that he did. To begin with, he occasionally sent a brief note home with a photograph of himself in what appeared to be an Army fatigue uniform. Certainly he could have lied about his military service and, as the illusionist he was, merely posed in a borrowed uniform to fake the images. But that explanation seems too easy. especially in light of a second set of supporting evidence. From January 1930 through February 1932, Maria Van Kauck received monthly allotment checks sent directly to her bank in Breda from a military finance office in either Washington, D.C. or New York. Because the death of her husband rendered Maria nearly helpless in some situations, Engelina went to the bank to collect the money. The 17 receipts she saved through the years from Franz Laurisson, bankier in Breda, showed that at first Andre, who voluntarily had the money deducted from his pay, sent home $5 each month, later increased to $7, a generous sum at the time. Another reason to believe Andre served in the U.S. Army is that he regularly exchanged letters and photos with his old school friend Kees Freters, who was then stationed on Java in Indonesia with the Dutch Army. Unlike the Van Kauck family, Kees had an army postal address for Andre, whom he still called Dries. "I had 10 or 12 pictures he sent me in those days," Freters said in the 1980s. "Dries was in the U.S. Army. He was in Hawaii." And from the photographs, the story checks out. In one, he wears tall army boots and a Smokey the Bear-style ranger hat, and appears to be in a rocky location, such as the foothills of the Ko'olau Mountains. In another, he poses in front of an American Army tent. In two others, he seems to be in a tropical area and wears a work uniform and tie that match the uniforms in archival photographs of other Army personnel stationed in the territory of Hawaii at that time. Perhaps the most clinching of the photographs is one in which Andre stands next to a large number 6, with the rest of the photo cut off, and another in which he appears smiling, sitting in front of a wooden structure with his hand on a fire bucket. The bucket is the clue, for there, painted on the side, is the code A-64, which would indicate that Dries was part of Battery A of the 64th Coast Artillery Brigade Regiment, an anti-aircraft unit stationed at Fort Shafter near Honolulu. This, then, would seem to settle things, except for one nagging problem. The name Andreas Cornelis Van Kauck does not show up in the mainframe records of the U.S. Army, nor do nearly 20 variations in spellings of that name. While a Captain Thomas Parker appears to have been a staff officer in the Coast Artillery stationed in Hawaii in 1930, the 42-year-old captain was Thomas R. Parker from Nebraska, who died in an accident at Fort Hood, Texas in 1945. Might the captain have been the man who interviewed the young Dutchman when he first arrived in Hawaii? Dirk Valenga thinks he was. If so, Andre simply appropriated his name and changed the R of his middle name to A for Andrew, the American version of Andre. But Thomas A. Parker, and even the more generic Thomas Parker, fails to show up in several checks of computerized Army files and databases. Complicating the mystery is the fact that Andre wrote to Kees saying that he was part of the Mountain Guard and sent along a photo of himself with a hiking stick against a hilly background. But Thomas M. Fairfull, chief of the U.S. Army Museum of Hawaii, which maintains an archive on the Hawaiian Coast Artillery, says that Hawaii had no Mountain Guard at any time in its history. Just as strange is the fact that as the manager of Elvis Presley, Parker never reminisced about his Army days. While he lined the walls of his offices with pictures of himself with movie stars and carnival pals, he displayed no such photographs of himself from that era. Even more perplexing is the fact that the music publisher, Freddie Beanstalk, is certain Parker said he was in the U.S. Navy, not the Army, and that Parker told his brother-in-law, Bitsy Mott, that he was in the Merchant Marine. "He used to tell me some of the stories and the places he would go. You can name almost every country there is, and he hit the port." If Parker had been in the Merchant Marine, why would he have told the lawyers for RCA that he had served in the U.S. Army? And why would he have been so secretive about this period of his life at all? Perhaps Andre did not use his own name for two obvious reasons: his underage status and his illegal entry into the United States. And the reason he failed to ever become an American citizen is as easily explained. A requirement of foreign nationals serving in the U.S. Armed Forces was a legal declaration of their intention to become a citizen. Such citizenship was not automatic, however, and Andre never followed through with the official naturalization process, perhaps for a more unsavory reason. By forfeiting his Dutch citizenship and by never becoming a naturalized American, Andre could argue, if pressed, that he was not subject to the laws of either country. especially any laws that govern the extradition process. In fact, perhaps that is the very reason Andre enlisted in the army, to lose his Dutch citizenship. That position might have worked well for a man suspected of wrongdoing at home, especially if anything as heinous as the bludgeoning death of a greengrocer's wife. And if such a thing did occur, it could certainly explain why Andre suddenly changed his name in America, even in the U.S. Army, where foreign nationals served with regularity. Looking back from 1982, when he declared in legal proceedings that he wasn't a citizen, says Constant Myers, a Dutch journalist who produced a documentary film about Parker, you would almost think that he had figured it out by 1932, because he had already changed his name to Tom Parker. Why would he do that in the first place, unless he understood that one day when he had to deal with the law, it would come in handy if he were not naturalized? In 1973, a fire destroyed many of the U.S. Army files stored in the National Personnel Records Center in St. Louis, Missouri, the primary repository of individual military histories. But ancillary records scattered in archives throughout the country show that during his interview at Fort McPherson, Andre claimed to be one Thomas Parker, no middle initial, and was issued the service number of 6363948. He reported that he was both a sailor and an orphan, and hence got around the question of why the recipient of his allotment had a different name from his own, and he volunteered to serve in the territory of Hawaii, then a little-known locale in a forgotten part of the world. But if America was halfway around the globe and almost inaccessibly remote to a Dutchman of the 1920s, Hawaii must have seemed even more impossibly isolated. A recruit could choose a tour of duty of either 24 or 36 months, and Andre opted for the longer stay, signing up for a 3-year hitch. After 30 days aboard ship, departing from the Brooklyn Naval Yard, traveling through the Panama Canal, stopping in San Francisco to replenish the boat, and then sailing the waters of the Pacific Ocean, he arrived at Honolulu and finally at Fort DeRussy in the heart of Waikiki on October 19, 1929. There, among a boatload of others, he received a week of instruction before being transferred to Fort Shafter, 3 miles northwest of Honolulu, at the base of the Ko'olau Mountains. As part of Battery A of the 64th Coast Artillery AA Regiment, Private Parker and his fellow recruits were expected with numbing repetition to man the 3 giant 60-inch searchlights in defense against attack by sea. "We didn't have much to do," remembers 92-year-old Earl Kilgis, a Pennsylvanian who served along with Thomas Parker as one of the unit's 45 privates. "It was mostly drilling, training, listening to speeches, what to do in emergencies or whatever. We wore our fatigues instead of our uniforms almost every day. But you're not talking about anybody working too hard." The initial months of Parker's military service appeared to have a profound effect on his development. According to photographs, he was in the best physical shape of his life. While most of his letters home perished during the German occupation of Holland during World War II, in one that survived, his handwriting and grammar had obviously improved, although he continued to write without regard to a flow of information. The family remembers he was still signing his letters Andre, but often just Tom Parker. As he ended his 2 years in Hawaii with a transfer back to the mainland in the fall of 1931, Andre seemed to be thinking more of home and informed the family of his change of post. He was now part of Headquarters Battery of the 13th Coast Artillery, stationed at Fort Barrancas just outside Pensacola, Florida, only 55 miles from where he had come ashore at Mobile. As proof, he sent along a photo of himself in a Florida setting, dressed in the civilian attire of a baggy suit and bow tie. His sister Marie recalls that their mother sent him clothes occasionally, for which he received a brief thank-you note after a long silence. Sometime in the following months, Andre would say he injured his right foot in an accident while on duty, and supporting records show that he indeed spent $1.50 at the post cobbler. Whether his injury contributed to the painful gout he suffered in his later years, the immediate result, he told his brother Ad in 1961, was an early discharge from the service and a small pension for life. Yet Jerry Goodson of the Reno, Nevada office of the Department of Veterans Affairs says there is no record of Andre Van Kuik or Thomas Parker ever collecting such a pension in any of the 4 states, Florida, Tennessee, California, or Nevada, where he lived. How is it that a man who routinely drove miles out of his way to promote a free meal in years to come failed to take advantage of a lifelong military pension? In 1982, Colonel Tom Parker came as close as he ever would to offering up his secrets when the Nevada federal court, in connection with the RCA records suit, ordered him to submit to a deposition on the issue of his claim as a stateless citizen. On October 25th of that year, lawyers planned to question him concerning all of the events that caused him to leave the Netherlands and take up residence in the United States. And they wrote, "We should also be entitled to question him about his enlisting and re-enlisting in the United States Armed Forces." Yet in the end, the old Dutchman decided the truth was too great a price to pay. As a lifelong carny, Parker took pride in being able to talk his way out of a tight place, and even enjoyed the challenge. But now he realized he was in a spot from which not even the great Harry Houdini could escape, and so he settled the case before he could ever be deposed. "We were never successful in finding his army records," reports Blanchard E. Toole, the former guardian ad litem for Lisa Marie Presley, who set the lawsuit in motion. The answers to the puzzling questions about Parker's military life would sleep silently with him in the grave. But a nearly 2-year search for Parker's army records, aided by the Freedom of Information Act, finally yielded a glimmer of what Parker feared would be known. While the information is incomplete, at best it offers a vital key to understanding not only his army experience, but also the psyche of Tom Parker himself. Parker's principal personnel file no longer exists, having either been destroyed in the 1973 fire or otherwise lost. But in June 1982, when he needed to prove his military service in the RCA court proceedings, his lawyer, Jack McGidds, of the Memphis firm Krivcher and McGidds, contacted W.G. Siebert of the National Personnel Records Center. At McGidds' request, and based on details supplied in the lawyer's written communication and in a supporting letter from Parker himself, Siebert began compiling a reconstructed file of Parker's military service. The discharge document and final pay vouchers contained in that file, combined with ancillary records, such as morning reports and unit rosters found elsewhere, begin to frame a far clearer picture of Tom Parker than anyone has ever seen, and also far darker. Judging from the morning reports and rosters from Fort Shafter, Parker fulfilled his tour of duty in Hawaii without incident, and for nearly a year after he arrived at Fort Barrancas on October 24, 1931, things seemed to go fine. He enjoyed a 60-day furlough beginning in March 1932, and when his 3-year hitch was up on June 19th, he collected $95.51 in wages, travel, and clothing pay, and re-enlisted the next day. Then, on July 18th of that year, he enjoyed a promotion to private first class, an honor that certainly would have pleased his military-minded father. Parker, like most recruits, had every reason to be content. Fort Barrancas, located on Pensacola Bay, was regarded as one of the prettiest bases in the country. "The men who served here in the 30s loved it," says coast artillery expert David Ogden, a park ranger at Gulf Island National Seashore. But Private First Class Parker did not love it. Behind his controlled Army demeanor, Parker was deeply restless. He had stuck with the military, an institution directly at odds with his willful and autonomous personality, longer than he had committed himself to anything else in his 23 years. And perhaps he had followed orders until the thought of one more command, one more deafening, bone-rattling blast of the big guns that guarded the mouth of the harbor, made him want to run screaming into the night. Precisely what drove Private First Class Parker to desperate straits is lost to the blur of time. But Tuesday, September 27, 1932, a day after 7 of his fellow soldiers had departed the base on furlough, the perfect soldier calmly and quietly walked out of Fort Barrancas. Whether he had been denied furlough and refused to accept the ruling isn't known, but that evening the Army marked him AWOL, or absent without leave. A week later, on October 4th, he was reduced in rank to private, and after 30 days, on Halloween, Private Parker was officially classified a deserter. If he did not return within 6 months, the Department of Defense would refer the matter to the FBI. Desertion. It was the one offense that overshadowed all others. In the Army, Andre, crisp in his uniform, had played a grown-up, the child imitating the father, the son becoming the father. The two were interchangeable in his mind. But he could never really be the father any more than he could ever really be a soldier. And when the stresses of that conflict mounted with those that only he knew for certain, the little boy that was still Andre fought to escape. But where did Private Parker go when he left the serenity of Fort Barrancas? Almost certainly back to a fantasy world where he finally felt superior, if only to the marks he outsmarted. For a check of the local newspaper turns up the fascinating fact that the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus, with its 50 big and little elephants, 700 horses, 100 hilarious clowns, and a whole congress of freaks, arrived in Pensacola for 2 performances only on September 27th, the very day Private Parker went AWOL. Was this what Parker had alluded to later in life, bragging about the days when he floated on top of an elephant? There, under the big top, in the lights and the noise, it didn't matter what you'd done on a nearby army base, or halfway around the world, or even if you lied every time you spoke your name. For the next day would bring a new identity and a new town. In this case, Tallahassee. Parker arrived at Fort Barrancas in the fall of 1931 as one of 2 privates transferred from Fort Shafter. Had he brown-nosed his senior officer in Hawaii specifically to be transferred to the Coast Artillery in Florida, just to be close to the headquarters of the biggest traveling shows? Is that why the allotment checks stopped going to Holland? Had Parker been hoarding his money for escape? Whether law enforcement or the military found him there, or whether he turned himself in, when he returned to the base on February 17, 1933, he had been missing for 140 days, nearly 5 months. Desertion was an offense punishable by court-martial, and Parker pleaded for leniency, officially rejoining his unit the next morning. But to a man with wanderlust in his blood, the punishment ultimately meted out was worse than any dishonor or court-martial could have delivered. Records show that his commanding officer marked his 140-day AWOL as lost time without wages. Then he added 60 days more. For 2 months, Private Parker would be placed in solitary confinement in the guardhouse jail on the post. There he would ponder his actions until he could be rehabilitated and restored to duty. By the time Parker was taken from confinement on April 18th, his speech was an incoherent rush of sound, punctuated by terrifying bursts of paranoia and rage. The Army doctor had seen this kind of psychotic breakdown before and, suspecting schizophrenia, had Private Parker moved to the guarded lockup ward at the base hospital for observation and treatment. 2 months later, after the patient showed no improvement, the doctor knew only one thing for certain. He could do nothing to help this soldier. On June 19, 1933, Private Thomas Parker, having taken leave of his senses, was removed from the guarded lockup ward and sent to Walter Reed Army Medical Center in Washington, D.C. The hospital had no locked psychiatric ward or even a mental health facility. Neuropsychiatry became a board-certified specialty only that year. But Walter Reed did reserve a wing for soldiers whose behavior was unpredictable, and Parker may have been kept there if the doctors thought he was no real danger to himself. The likelihood, say Army historians, is that he was transferred to St. Elizabeth's Hospital, a government hospital for the insane, as it billed itself, or transported there daily as one of Walter Reed's pseudo-psych patients. No longer a federal institution, St. Elizabeth is now run by the District of Columbia and houses such patients as John Hinckley Jr., the would-be assassin of President Ronald Reagan. However, no records exist to support treatment for Parker other than at the Army Medical Center, where the staff guessed that it was not confinement that caused this state, but rather a long-standing, pervasive psychotic process. Before his breakdown, Private Parker had likely suffered a persistent personality problem, marked by impulsive acts and disregard for the rights and feelings of others. The Army doctor wrote out a vague but serious diagnosis: psychosis, psychogenic depression, acute, on basis of constitutional psychopathic state, emotional instability. On August 11, 1933, after 2 months of treatment, a medical board consisting of 3 Army surgeons decided that Private Parker was ready to rejoin society. However, he would never again be fit for military duty. They prepared his certificate of disability, repeating the diagnosis, constitutional psychopathic state, that would forever stigmatize him as a mental patient. 8 days later, Private Parker received his separation papers. The Walter Reed personnel concluded that since his desertion had been brought about by illness, his discharge would be honorable. On August 19, 1933, 24-year-old Thomas Parker, a civilian, now pushed open the doors of Walter Reed Army Hospital and walked out into the summer sun of Washington's Georgia Avenue. In his pocket was his final paycheck of $117.57. Across town, a new president named Roosevelt sat in the White House. Just exactly where Parker went when he left the hospital corridors is unknown, but once again, a 67-year-old photograph holds a clue. One of his favorite pictures shows him as a handsome, thin young man, well dressed in a dark, casual jacket and light pants, and adorned with a snappy hat and tie. He is posed with several ponies, one with a spider monkey riding its back. The group, which includes a German shepherd, stands on what appears to be hay in front of a large movie poster for the Christmas 1935 release Home on the Range, starring Jackie Coogan, Randolph Scott, and Evelyn Brent. The horses suggest an explanation for an employment entry in his 1994 salute in the Showman's League yearbook, Silver's Ponies. Today, no one recalls ever hearing of Silver's Ponies. But Slover's Ponies was a popular kiddie ride outfit in the 1933 season of the Johnny J. Jones Exposition, which enjoyed winter dates in Tampa, Florida that year. Tampa, the winter quarters of several carnivals and the hub of off-season carny life, would be Andre's new home, and it would also be the place where the newly reinvented character of Tom Parker would mold itself, starting with his early job of promoting Bert Slover's Ponies. Parker had once again allied himself with the carnival world, integrating himself into a social network that at times was as intricate and as furtive as any underground railroad. But an odd thing happened once Andre left the Army. His letters home, which had never arrived with frequency, slowed to a trickle. He said nothing to his mother about his awful ordeal or what had so occupied his time. Finally, the letters stopped coming at all. In his last missive, Andre wrote in an especially emotional tone that he had very little money, was without a job, and was struggling to eke out a living in a tough but vibrant America. As a boy, he had dreamed of greatness, he said, and he expressed his belief that he could still make his dream come true, that out of nothing and with his own hands and ingenuity, he would build a career as he saw it in his imagination back in Holland. After that, the family heard only silence. It seemed as if Andre had been swept from the world and drowned in the vastness of America. On April 4th, 1935, when a member of the Breda municipal government inquired about Andre's whereabouts for a routine matter, taxes or census or the Dutch welfare pension perhaps, Maria Van Kuyk reported with a leaden heart that Andre was not coming home. Across from his name on the Van Kuyk family register of birth, the government worker wrote Amstarv, meaning it had become apparent to him in his official capacity that this citizen had gone to America. Andre was now removed from the family record and, in effect, written out of their lives. The Van Kuyks never stopped searching for answers. During World War II, Andre's sister Johanna carried his picture, showing it to American soldiers when they reached Holland, pathetically hoping they might know him, or perhaps had seen him somewhere and could report that he was all right. After the war, when they had still heard nothing, Maria Van Kuyk tried to remain optimistic about his return. But when another decade passed in which she waited in vain for a letter, she figured her son was dead. Still, she lit candles for him at church, prayed for his safekeeping, and whispered the secret language that exists between extraordinary mothers and extraordinary sons. When she died in 1958, the same year as the death of the mother of another famous man, a singer whose name would always be linked with that of her son, it was without the knowledge of Andre's remarkable life in America. "She was for me a very kind, easygoing woman," remembers her granddaughter Mika Dansmas. but she had a sadness pain because of Andre, and it never went away. Unless Andre had indeed died, the family couldn't conceive of such cruelty, especially since Andre and his mother had once been so close. But for reasons of shame, or confusion, or the continuing effects of his illness perhaps, Andre Van Kuyk had no grieving mother in Holland. For that matter, Andre Van Kuyk did not exist at all. Tom Parker, an orphan from Huntington, West Virginia, had taken his place. And Tom Parker, lost and alone, grew almost frantic to find his place in America. Chapter 5. Turning the Duke. By 1933, just as Tom Parker joined the Johnny J. Jones ranks, the future of the mighty monarch of the tented world was in grave doubt. At the end of the 1930 season, with the Depression signaling a steady decline of customers, Jones, who had been regarded as a genius, found himself heavily in debt. Then, on Christmas Day, he unexpectedly died of uremia at the age of 56, leaving his 31-year-old wife, Hodie Hurd, to carry on. Now Hurd had suffered a nervous breakdown, and with her finances equally exhausted, she would sell the once great carnival to E. Lawrence Phillips at the end of the disastrous 1933 season. If the majority of the Johnny J. Jones troopers were downhearted, Tom Parker couldn't have been happier to be among them. And while showing Bert Slover's ponies at a Tampa movie theater was a natural assignment for him, he was willing to get up at 5:30 a.m., which became his lifelong habit to be part of the action. From the beginning on Johnny J. Jones, where he was an independent contractor and not a salaried member of the staff, Parker set his sights on making the most money, just as he had as a young dockhand in Rotterdam. That meant working the front end of the lot, or concessions, a broad-based term that covered food, merchandise, and gaming booths, but with one important difference. Merchandise and game operators bought their booth space by the foot. Food worked on a percentage basis. "He started out in a candy stand making candy apples and popcorn," says Larry Davis, owner of California's largest outfit, Carnival Time Shows, who came to know Parker well in the early 70s through the Showman's League of America, the venerable outdoor fraternal organization. From there, Parker told Davis, he floated throughout the carnival doing whatever he could, shaving ice for snow cones, running the merry-go-round, anything, trying to stay alive. "I knew him as a concessionaire," says Joe McKinnon, a carnival historian who worked on the shows. By the time McKinnon met him, Parker had several small concessions, adding a game or two to his food stand, which immediately made him suspect to the other showmen. Concessionaires who ran games were often crooks specializing in flat stores or games of chance that offered no winning numbers. As gentlemanly agents who sold conversation and bragged about turning the Duke, not just hustling the customer out of his money, but shortchanging the count with a skilled slip of the hand, they were a disgrace to the honest men among them. In those first years, the young Tom Parker kept his nose clean and stayed out of trouble. In fact, he just didn't make an impression, according to McKinnon. But one thing McKinnon does remember about Tom Parker: he went by yet another name. "I used to know what it was, but it wasn't Parker," he begins. "At a showman's convention about 15 years ago, he was the speaker, and I had to introduce him. I said, he was just a so-so concessionaire until he found that boy from Memphis and went into the business of creating names. And I used that name he had on the Jones show. Afterwards, Parker came up and said, 'I didn't know you knew that, Joe.'" Parker may have felt compelled to use another alias during the AWOL and desertion period of his military service, and perhaps carried it over to the early part of his Johnny J. Jones days. But to carnies such as Larry Davis, Parker's decision to hide his true identity simply isn't worth noting. "You could know a guy 10 years in that era and not know his real name," offers veteran concessionaire John Campy. Indeed, Jack Kaplan, Parker's best friend throughout his carnival years and an associate for decades to come, never felt the need to ask his true identity. The two slept next to each other in railroad cars for months on end, but Kaplan had no idea what Parker did before the carnival, or even where he came from, although he noted that in 1933 he was still talking like a Dutchman. Brasa, was is los, ja, ja, ja. Parker's refusal to elaborate on his past was considered neither mysterious nor unusual. It was simply part of the carnies' silent understanding. For those who did feel a need to shield either their identity or their predilections, the carnival offered a perfect place to hide. It was also fraught with danger, a situation that tends to bend the mindset of the fraternity. In the Depression years of the 30s especially, those who worked the carnivals trusted no one, and the strain of always having to watch their back often led to frayed nerves and sometimes tragedy. Stabbings on the lot were not uncommon, nor was a callous attitude toward death and the survival of the fittest. It was all part of business as usual. Parker so identified with that lifestyle that he sought out the company of concessionaires, midway operators, and sideshow performers long after his carnival days were over. When we were traveling across country, says Byron Raphael, who frequently drove Parker in the late 50s, he often took me to these little carnivals that were so small they didn't even have a big tent. He knew where they were, all through the states, and the first thing he would do was to search out the midgets and the freaks. In California, between Barstow and Bakersfield, there were billboards every 100 yards. See the thing, half man, half animal. He took that really seriously. We'd stop and go in there, and it would be very dark, very eerie, and the thing would be this poor, pathetic black person on his hands and knees in a low cage. He had a tail on him and long hair, and when he would growl, it was really frightening. The Colonel loved that, and at these little carnivals he loved the fat lady and the bearded lady, and he would sit and talk with them for hours. He was a very superstitious person. I remember him being very respectful of the tarot reader. Every place we stopped, there was always one woman who would sit in a little hut and read your fortune. He would say, "This woman is very good. She can read the crystal ball." Then he'd go spend time with the cooks who were making the hot roast beef sandwiches. They all knew him. These were people that he had worked with. Until his death, Parker remained active with the Showmen's League of America, contributing generously to their causes. He did a lot of good work for the Showmen's League, remembers Campy, who first met Parker in the 40s. He was a beautiful guy, good man, and a friend. Of course, he was an enemy if you were his. But the code of the carnies directed that even his enemies had to concede one point. "I think that everyone in our show business world considered Colonel Parker a great man," assesses Larry Davis. "He was just about the best there was at thinking and figuring things out. I've never met anyone who thought as deeply as the Colonel." In the winter of 1933 to 34, only a few months past his awful ordeal at Walter Reed Army Medical Center, Parker probably still had enough of his Army discharge pay, sizable for the times, to see him through the winter. But his compulsion to take to the streets to finagle money or promote a free meal had not dimmed since his childhood. The elderly locals of the area remember him from those days as someone who did what the carnies call rough hustling, hawking candy apples, popcorn, or whatever he could on the streets of Tampa. Joan Buchanan West grew up in the area hearing her mother tell stories of how Parker sold potatoes and onions off the back of a pickup truck between carnivals, traveling to little agricultural communities of Ruskin and Plant City and dickering with the farmers, saving enough beans and tomatoes to keep himself from starving along the way. It was during this period that Parker met Louis Peasy Hoffman, a special agent for Reuben and Cherry Exposition shows. Hoffman, a short, portly man with an ever-present cigar setting off a face framed by rimless eyeglasses and a seasoned hat, was a legend in the carnies. Before moving over to Reuben and Cherry, he had carved out a solid reputation as an expert public relations, advertising, and advance man for Johnny J. Jones, Lackman Exposition shows, and Ketlin and Wilson. Tom Parker may have shared much of the flair and philosophy of P.T. Barnum, but if he ever had a hands-on mentor and guide, it was Hoffman, who had started out as a well-finessed and friendly but persistent game operator. By the time Parker met him, Hoffman was a front-office man in his late 40s who dressed impeccably in a three-piece suit and carefully knotted tie. What's more, noted the young Parker, who who had developed a prominent stutter in his transition from Dutchman to homegrown American, Hoffman could speak smoothly and glibly about nearly anything. One of the most crucial lessons he passed on to Parker was the importance of getting to know every influential man and woman in even the smallest of burgs in the South and Southeast, long the provincial heart of the carnival circuit. That was the way the world really worked, he told him. Yet if the show needed to get a carny out of jail, or if a bribe was required to set up on the grounds, or to run unlawful games, another man, the fixer, also known as the legal adjuster, or patch, would step in. As the promoter Oscar Davis remembered, Parker paid close attention to such ways of dealing with authority, knowing that like almost everything else he learned on the carnival, they would become useful in other negotiations in life. Parker understood that the real clout in the carnival lay in the front office positions like Hoffman's. He aspired to such a job himself, where he could be a big shot and dress in a fine tailored suit. He admired how Hoffman could handle almost any situation with grace and aplomb, certainly a prerequisite for any front-end employee. But it was Hoffman's skill at selling advertising that Parker coveted most, and so he offered to chauffeur Hoffman on his local rounds in exchange for tutelage. At first, the lessons were slow in coming. Hoffman was still on Reuben and Cherry, and Parker on Johnny J. Jones, and so they met up in Tampa in the winter. Before long, they were teaming to work with smaller Turk or non-railroad shows in the off-season. Soon, Parker was emulating Hoffman in almost every fashion, and from all appearances stood out as the very model of the well-dressed front office agent. A photograph of him from the time shows an eager would-be promoter in a dark suit, white dress shirt, and dotted tie, a fedora on his head. The cigar, which not only gave him an air of grit and confidence, but took a stranger's eye away from his weakening chin line, would come soon afterward. "You could say he patterned himself after my father a bit," says Hoffman's son Joey, also a carnival man. "But later on he attributed all of his dirty tricks to my dad. Parker was a big, likable Dutchman and a nice fellow, but he was really nothing but a half-assed promoter who eventually lucked into a hot property." In his second winter with Hoffman, Parker bragged about several stunts he'd originated on the Jones show, such as a public wedding ceremony. In this stunt, staged on Saturday night for optimum effect, Parker and a girl off the show, allegedly two carny kids in love, married on top of a Ferris wheel. Soon the public wedding ceremony was a staple on carnivals across the country, and its success filled Parker with the hope that he would be rewarded with a front office job. Instead, tough carnival owners and managers regarded him as a renegade who happened to hit with a good thing. "He always had quick ideas," remembered Jack Kaplan, Parker's chief crony of the time, "and he was quick on talking. He wanted to be a big man in this country. He always said, 'Them dummies can do it, why can't I?'" If Parker had not yet earned the respect of management, he found in Kaplan the first of a long line of flunkies who would eventually make up a sort of entourage. Men who would work cheap for the privilege of being around him and his milieu, be on call 24 hours a day, suffer silently any form of verbal or emotional abuse, and never question his authority. Usually, like Kaplan, they were younger men and of small stature, intimidated by Parker's size, girth, and aggressive personality. They were yes-men to the extreme, perfectly suited to his deep-seated need to control, subjugate, and bully. Parker hoped having a subservient gopher like Kaplan would boost his profile with the carnival brass and dignitaries, men who had the title of colonel in front of their names to designate them as important figures. By 1934, Parker was on and off the Jones show, hopscotching from one carnival to another to make a season's work. The smaller the show, the more corrupt, and most of the little outfits were so undercapitalized that sometimes they couldn't afford enough tires to simultaneously move all the trucks to the next town. Understandably, with such limited prospects, Parker was hoping to worm his way into a job like Peasy's. Hoffman got him a break at Reuben and Cherry, but a front office job remained beyond his grasp. Back on the Jones outfit, he talked his way into selling a few ads, yet the front ranks seemed closed to him there as well. And so he scrambled to do what he could, including cherry pie, or jobs wheedled out of his fellow showfolk, even something as menial as guarding the railroad cars. All the while, he indoctrinated himself further into the closed, secret society of the carnival, he and Kaplan resorting, when they needed to talk business in front of the townies and not be understood, to the gibberish of carny lingo. For a time during this early period, the young Parker moonlighted as a pitchman on a sideshow, in part to lose his stutter and Dutch accent and learn to talk American. He also ran a mitt camp, or fortune-telling booth, tracing his customers' occupations by the calluses on their hands. He could look into the eyes of the gullible, read the life history on their face, and communicate with them silently, almost controlling the very words they said. Chapter 6. Dancing Chickens, Toothless Lions, and Rodeo Cowboys. Carl J. Sedlmayr was indisputably the man to see. In just 12 years, the success of his Royal American shows, headquartered in Tampa, had made him the modern king of the carnivals. The Nebraskan, a former fountain pen salesman, had ventured into the carnies in 1907 as a talker on a sideshow. In 1921, he purchased the Segrist and Silban shows, and after 2 years changed the name to Royal American. Royal, to appeal to Canada, where he hoped to take his outfit for part of the season, and American, to rouse the patriotism of those back home. Sedlmayr, whose fierce eyes and formidable turned-down mouth hid a kind heart and a genuine liking for his employees, was a man of honor. He had built the Royal American show's reputation by carrying nothing less than clean, high-class entertainment and by creating the extraordinarily diverse world's largest midway that treated its customers as patrons and not as marks. The skilled showman also knew the supreme selling point of meeting personally with the fair committees who might book his outfit exclusively on their grounds. By this method, he managed to replace Johnny J. Jones as the resident show at the Florida State Fair and established decades-long relationships with other fairs and venues throughout the country. The Memphis Cotton Carnival, where a teenage Elvis Presley would win a stuffed teddy bear at a baseball concession in the early 1950s, was among them. In 1925, Sedlmayr upped his ante by partnering with the equally respected Curtis and Elmer Valere, a brother team who started as acrobats with the C.W. Parker shows and who would go on to help found the Showman's League. When the Valeres joined forces with Carl Sedlmayr, who early on saw the potential of outlining the carnival rides with neon tubing, their fellow troopers correctly forecast that they would mold the Royal American into the greatest collective amusement organization in the world. In 1933, the show pushed all larger competitors aside to reign as the leader in the industry. A mile of magnificent, stupendous midway, with more than 1,000 workers boarding the Royal American's 70 private red and white train cars each spring. Tom Parker, whose frustration over his stalled career mounted daily, knew that a position on the Royal American would do wonders for his reputation. And so he approached Sedlmayr, asking to represent the carnival in an office echelon job. He knew all about publicity, press agents, and advertising, he said. P.Z. Hoffman had trained him. Sedlmayr recognized an overly zealous hustler when he saw one, and so he turned Parker over to the harder-hearted business manager, Elmer Valere, who noted Parker's fractured English, wondered how solid a character he was, and delivered the word that the front office didn't need a new man just then. "The colonel told me that Valere didn't think he could handle it," remembers Larry Davis. "The shame of it is that the colonel had a lot to teach the carnival rather than learn from it." But for now, either no one at Royal American realized Parker's worth, or the Valeres considered his brash enthusiasm a vulgarity better suited to running a mitt camp. Yet Sedlmayr admired the young man's moxie and told Curtis Valere, the concession manager, to put him in an ice cream booth. Parker soon worked his way into other concessions, running wooden sticks through candy apples for Ruby Valere in her cotton candy stand, and cutting a deal with her during the off-season to provide the treats he sold on the streets of Tampa. Over the next few years, Parker tried nearly everything to break through at the carnival, even volunteering his services with an old toothless lion whose sore gums had set him on a hunger strike. According to a story Parker later recounted with great fanfare, he fashioned a set of false teeth for the beast, smearing the choppers with mustard when it came time for the big cat to go on show. The spicy condiment irritated the lion's tender palate, but guaranteed an authentically fierce roar. Such a story has the decided ring of fiction, if for no other reason than its inherent cruelty. As someone who often treated animals with more dignity than he showed to humans, he would not have tolerated such behavior, much less initiated it. That rationale is precisely why one of the most famous stories attributed to him, that of the dancing chickens, also proves apocryphal. According to legend, Parker carried a hot plate, a gramophone, and a cage of assorted fowl, hens, roosters, or turkeys, with him on the carnivals, a practice that supposedly lasted well into his early days of touring rodeos with country singer Eddie Arnold in the 1940s. Whenever the concession business turned slow, or, in Arnold's case, if a fair slapped an amusement tax on an act without a livestock exhibit, Parker simply covered the hot plate with straw and set it in the cage. Then he plugged it in, dropped the gramophone needle on a fast little number, and gathered the crowds as the poor chickens high-stepped around the cage to keep from burning their feet. The great cowboy star Gene Autry swore that the story was true, and that it led to a friendship that endured until Parker's death. But Gabe Tucker says it never happened with Parker, who merely appropriated the tale and passed it off as his own. According to Tucker, the real perpetrator was Dub Albritton, who told Tucker about it in 1945, and it was a dancing duck, not a chicken. By the time Parker started telling the story to others in the Elvis era, usually flourishing a chicken leg at lunch to bring the tale full course, he'd worked out a kicker. "I'd start each week with 7 dancing chickens and finish with just 1, he'd say, pausing for dramatic effect. "A fella's gotta eat." Despite his obvious aptitude for myth-making, in the 1930s, the Royal American Brass still found Parker beneath consideration as a press agent, or, for that matter, any job of authority. And so his years there would never amount to anything beyond the camaraderie and pride he enjoyed in being associated with the most celebrated carnival of its day. The sting of that early rejection, so reminiscent of Adam Van Kuyk's reinforcement of failure, left a permanent welt on Parker's consciousness. Long after he attained a measure of wealth and fame that would have staggered Carl Sedlmayr and the Valere brothers, Parker returned to the carnival time and again to brag and gloat and seek approbation. Ernie Wenzik, who operated a pitch-till-you-win game on the Royal American Midway in the 1950s, remembers that Parker kept up with the carnival's schedule. "He used to come and visit Mr. Sedlmayr every time he was in the neighborhood," says Wenzik. But it was more important that he confront the Valères, who continued to be active in the business well into their elderly years, introducing the 90-foot-high double sky wheel when most men their age had long since retired. In 1972, Parker finally got his chance when he spied Elmer Valere at the Showman's League convention in Las Vegas. "Mr. Valere," he began, "I'm Tom Parker. I used to work for you on the Royal American. I manage Elvis Presley. I'm a big promoter now." "Yes, indeed," said 88-year-old Elmer Valere, graciously trying to soften the moment. "Why didn't you do that when you were with us? If I'd known you had this ability, I would have put you to work a long time ago." "Oh, but Mr. Valere," countered Parker, twisting the knife, "I asked you tens of times to let me be a promoter back in the 30s, and you people wouldn't let me. You remember that, don't you, Mr. Valere? I told you I could do it." Parker had managed a miraculous journey from his days with the carnival, but he never got past his need to boast of his accomplishments, or of his relationships with famous people. From nearly his first major interview in the Elvis years, Parker crowed of his friendships with cowboy stars Tom Mix and Ken Maynard, although none of the Mix biographers or Maynard experts can document an association. Maynard and Parker might have made a passing acquaintance when Maynard played the smaller circuses in the 1930s and 40s, but there is one other possible explanation, hidden in the details of an embarrassing promotion. "One time Colonel produced a show at some ballpark where he advertised somebody's famous white horse," Alan Fortas remembered. "I'm not sure whose horse this was, but it might have been Ken Maynard's horse Tarzan, or this big cream-colored horse that Tom Mix had, Comanche. Anyway, something happened, and they couldn't get him. So Colonel said, 'Hell, just take that black one over there and whitewash him,' which was an old circus trick.
but just as they were bringing him across the field, damn if it didn't start raining. By the time they got to where they were going, that horse was coal black. He was always intrigued by cowboys and cowboy stars, Parker's friend Oscar Davis observed. His fascination with all things Western never wavered, and resulted in his hiring Nudie Cohen of Nudie's Rodeo Tailors to create Elvis Presley's famed gold lame tuxedo. More important, the infatuation was behind his insistence that Presley make such Western-themed pictures as Love Me Tender, Stay Away Joe, and Charo. If the Western image appears to be a curious choice for a man of his background, somewhere in his psyche, Parker seemed to believe he was a product of that pioneering spirit of the West, seen in his fondness for cowboy hats and the logo of an old-fashioned covered wagon, We Cover the Nation, that adorned his business stationery. During the 1964 U.S. presidential campaign, he loaned the logo to Lyndon Johnson, gifting him with a 13-inch hand-carved wagon that doubled as a lamp and carried the words, "All the Way with LBJ" on its cloth tenting. Parker hoped it would inspire a promotional giveaway to symbolize Johnson's Texas fortitude. Yet if Parker did not genuinely embrace the romance of the Old West, it was a perfect ruse for an illegal alien. What could be more American, and by extension patriotic, than a cowboy, a figure who stood for all things good and virtuous? Certainly not his antithesis, the outlaw. It was always a white hat Parker wore, never a black one. Chapter 7. One Born Every Minute. In February 1935, when the Royal American Shows played the Florida State Fair at Tampa's Plant Field, Tom Parker sauntered up to the Have a Tampa cigar stand with his mind on free samples. Marie Frances Mott, a dark-haired beauty queen with something of a racy reputation, took one look at the well-dressed man with the strange blue eyes and was only too happy to comply. She parted her Cupid-doll mouth and flashed a smile of even white teeth, and then sweetened her cracker's drawl with the honey of seduction. "You work on the carnival?" she asked, stringing the words out to lay a hint of promise in between. Suddenly, Parker was interested in more than just stogies. Tom Parker had perhaps shown no interest in girls to his friends back in Holland, but on the Johnny J. Jones show, said Jack Kaplan, he demonstrated that the old circus maxim, "A pussy pulls stronger than an elephant," was true. Like any good con man, Tom Parker was a charmer, and what he didn't see at first was that Marie Mott, in laughing at his jokes and complimenting his clothes, was conning him right back. 3 months away from her 27th birthday, and a full 13 months older than Parker, she, like him, had a secret in her soul. Born in Pembroke, Florida, on May 18, 1908, she was one of 6 children of Susie Ardelia Woodard and Elisha Mott, a rough-hewn Spanish-American war veteran who plied his trade as a blacksmith and iron worker and subsidized his meager income as a dirt farmer. The family picked up and moved whenever the land played out. Unlike her more sedate sisters, Lula May and Gertrude, Marie was a high-strung, hyperactive child, and already something of a wildcat by her teens, much to the consternation of her uneducated but moral-minded mother. Although she retained some of the tenets of her hard-shell Baptist upbringing, shunning alcohol, for instance, the high-spirited Marie could turn the air blue with her language. "She was a piss-cutter, and Granny Mott couldn't do a thing with her," says her daughter-in-law Sandra Polk Ross. Still, her natural beauty was enough to see her run for queen of the Gasparilla Parade, part of an annual celebration to salute Buccaneer Jose Gaspar and recreate the invasion of Tampa, and ride triumphantly on the lead float. Colonel fell in love with Marie because he liked her spirit, and she had that flash in her eye, too, according to Ross. He thought she was the prettiest thing he ever saw. Marie Mott was not only pretty, she carried the exciting stigma of a divorcee. Where Tom Parker was still relatively inexperienced in matters of sex. "I knew he had a girl for a short while in North Carolina," said Jack Kaplan. Marie had deserted her husband, Willett Man Eagler Sayre, in Jacksonville only a month earlier. Furthermore, she had another husband, Robert Burrell Ross, in her past, and on the day she first met Tom Parker, a nearly 10-year-old son, Robert B. Ross, Jr., to raise. And the comely Marie had yet another surprise. Asked in 1983 about his sister's family, Marie's younger brother, Elisha Mott Jr., known as Bitsy, said, "She had 2 children by Ross. The other one died at birth. We have no record of it." The last statement may have been true, but the second certainly wasn't. Bitsy Mott had full knowledge of the survival of William Ross, who was born July 4, 1928, in Tampa. Billy had arrived with the deformity of a club foot, but was otherwise a startlingly beautiful child. The Rosses had already split by the time of Billy's birth, and whether Marie believed that having a handicapped child hurt her chances of landing another man, in 1929 she packed Billy, then a year old, off to the Florida Children's Home, where he was adopted 2 years later by a Plant City farming family, used and abused as a field hand and as a kind of play toy for their older son. With Marie off living the wild life, Granny Mott reared Bob Jr. with the help of her husband Bitsy, who was only 7 years older, and viewed Bobby as a younger brother to mentor and protect. The boy was still living with his grandparents when Marie married for the second time and moved to Jacksonville with Sayre. But soon she was back in Tampa, and in a matter of months, shortly after meeting Parker, she phoned Sayre to tell him it was over and found only his mother at home. "She said she was in love with another man," Mrs. W.S. Sayre reported to the court, but Marie never brought action for divorce, leaving it up to Sayre to file. The court found her guilty of willful, continuous, and obstinate desertion of the complainant, and granted Sayre the final decree on March 18, 1936. Marie Mott Ross Sayre was then free to marry Tom Parker. But what was it that really drew them together, apart from Parker's realization that having an American wife and stepson could come in handy if he were ever in trouble with the immigration officials? "I believe they were in love, plain and simple," says Sandra Polk Ross. "He was a fine cut of a man in those early pictures, and she was such a handsome woman and so trim. Marie was a hot number when she was young, and he had her on a pedestal." Whether or not Tom and Marie enjoyed a vigorous sex life, after years of struggling on his own, Parker needed a woman to take care of him. At his lowest point, when the Valairs and Settlemeyer continually turned him down, he craved the reassuring words that might have come from Maria Van Koch, who always comforted him after confrontations with his father. Marie, whose name so resembled his mother's, and who was older than he and more seasoned in various ways of the world, was a perfect choice for a surrogate mother and lover. And she had one more irresistible quality. Marie Mott was an exceptional cook, specializing in the heavy southern fare that Parker had become accustomed to in his travels. Surprisingly, he let Marie all but rule him. "I think he loved her as much as he could love any woman," says Byron Raphael. "But later on, when I knew him, I got the distinct impression that he might not have liked women sexually. In fact, I was certain that the Colonel was asexual. He couldn't relate to a soft, romantic woman, but he could somehow relate to this bossy kind of lady. She had a coarse, dominant quality about her, and that apparently attracted him." To Marie, an uneducated woman with a child to support in the heart of the Depression, any man who took a genuine interest in her must have seemed like a lifeline on the open sea. And with Marie's appetite for adventure, Parker would have seemed an appealing companion for a life that broke with conventional tastes, regular work hours, and confinement to a single location. In short, they made a good team. And so they married, as Parker would tell the Associated Press, in 1932 while wintering with the Carnival in Tampa. Or did they? As usual with the saga of Tom Parker, the most mundane of facts often prove to be illusions. Parker was still in the service in 1932, stationed at Fort Barrancas. Certainly he might have married Marie during a furlough, or in his months of desertion from the Army, but the Florida Office of Vital Statistics, checking the years of 1927 to 1946, finds no record of marriage between the two. Bitsy Mott says his sister and Parker married in Alabama in 1935, a date Parker has also cited. But Mott doesn't remember the ceremony. "I guess they went to a justice of the peace or a judge, and a party was too much money." and documents prove that Marie was not divorced from Willett Sayre until 1936. There is no marriage license on file for them in any state in which they lived or visited for any length of time. Parker was inordinately skittish of legal documents throughout his life, fearing perhaps that they might lead to a discovery of his alien status. For that reason, the couple may not have officially tied the knot. But both Byron Raphael and Gabe Tucker feel certain that Marie and Tom were legally married, since Parker was adamantly opposed to couples living together out of wedlock, a view that may have hearkened to his parents' forced marriage. The best guess, then, is that the Parkers simply laid their hands on the Showman's League Bible, said a few somber words, and entered into a carny wedding. Whatever their situation, the two soon grew inseparable, and Marie proved an asset on the carnival, putting her natural good looks to advantage as a bally girl on the various revues or gal shows. There she would wear a skimpy costume, little more than Egyptian veils and a few strategic beads and feathers, and sway provocatively to the music. Often Parker would be the talker on these shows, and Marie, as one of the line girls out front, would catch the eye of the yokels who gathered round the platform and excite them to lay down their money to go inside. But once beyond the bally platform, the pretty girls disappeared, leaving the less attractive girls to strip for the customers. In between shows, Marie helped Parker deliver the apples to Mrs. Valere and worked as a short-order cook in several food concessions he operated on the Midway. Perhaps the most famous tale from the Parker Carnival lore is the foot-long hot dog scam, which dates from this time. In this story, Parker found his niche in the shadow world of the carnival, advertising foot-long hot dogs, which had just made a hit at the Chicago World's Fair. What the customer got, however, was an appropriate-sized bun with a smidgen of frankfurter tucked in each end and a middle generously filled with slaw and onions. Whenever a sucker wised up to the jip and returned demanding his money, Parker, who presumably ate the middles himself, feigned surprise and pointed to a hunk of meat carefully arranged on the ground in front of the booth. "You just dropped your meat, son," he said calmly. "Now move along." Such a stunt, worthy of the best W.C. Fields routine, is merely myth, say Parker's cronies. But Bobby Ross always swore it was true, adding that the Parkers also manned a hamburger booth where the meat was so stretched with sandwich loaf and food coloring that by morning you could have sold those burgers for pancakes, there was so much bread in them. They were basically bread on a bun. By the time Bobby was 12, he spent his summers working on the carnivals with Tom and Marie, mostly as a shill. The Parkers advertised a daily free drawing for a ham with purchase of one concession item, but the pork only served as a prop before landing on the Parkers' own table. Each afternoon, Tom slapped a big ham on Bobby's shoulder and had him walk the fairgrounds like an excited schoolboy. "Look what I won," the child would cry. "If I can win a ham, anybody can." Soon Bobby would leave Granny Mott and travel with Tom and Marie full-time. Parker, only 16 years older than the boy, treated him as a combination of son and friend, especially as Bobby grew older. He looked after him on the carnival and tried to steer him away from the heavy grift and gambling, warning that a gambler's dollar was greased. For that reason, Parker kept Bobby out of the pie car when he and Marie took it over as a privileged concession. The dining car on the show train, the pie car was also a kind of rolling casino, with slot machines and games of chance for show people only. It was here and in the after-hours gambling tents, or G-tops, that the carnivals carried for their private use, that Tom Parker indulged his new fascination with gambling, which would grow into an obsession throughout his life. For a while, with Jack Kaplan's help, Parker found a solid bit of luck promoting Coca-Cola throughout Florida. But when that job played out, he was back to taxing his imagination, booking magic shows and even staging a pie-eating contest by advertising the chance to go up against the fattest man on earth, a sideshow performer hired out from Johnny J. Jones' Congress of Fat People. The carnival had taught Parker the importance of now money, getting it square in your hand at the time of the deal, even up front, if possible. Occasionally, he still hooked up with Peasy Hoffman to sell ads, but the notion of making an honest dollar through the regular channels of advertising and sales didn't deliver the zing that Parker got from artfully adding a bit of humbug to his whirl of fast promises. He was particularly proud of the time he talked the owner of a funeral home into letting him bury a human being alive, drilling peepholes in the earth so the curious and macabre could talk to the man, the unfailingly cheerful Kaplan, who said he'd never been more comfortable than he was at that moment in a breathable straw casket. Just to what extent Parker had become a perpetually scheming promotion machine shows up in the way he turned Franklin Street, the main drag and shopping hub of downtown Tampa, into a virtual carnival lot, selling the staid Jewish proprietors of a furniture store, for example, on a public sleep endurance contest, promising they would keep a throng of people at their display window. At Ma's Brothers' downtown department store, which was the biggest and most elegant store in town, recognized as an emporium of good taste, Parker cultivated the friendship of Isaac and Abe Ma's. There he hired on as Santa Claus for the Christmas shows, standing out on Franklin Street in the fluffy red and white suit, enticing the children of Tampa's well-heeled citizens upstairs into Toyland. He also convinced the Ma's brothers that running pony rides in front of their Franklin Street store would add immeasurably to their business. Working a deal with Bert Slover to borrow 4 carnival ponies and a small track, Parker then ambled into Rinaldi Printing Company on Tampa's Howard Street and asked about having tickets made on credit. For the loan of $5 during the Depression, Parker would reward Clyde Rinaldi in the 1960s by insisting that RCA use the small Tampa firm for much of the massive Elvis printing. "He made Mr. Rinaldi rich," says Gabe Tucker. But Parker also forged an intimacy with him that he extended to few. Clyde Rinaldi was among the handful of people Parker told about his Dutch origins. The men remained close until Rinaldi's death in 1988. Meeting Clyde Rinaldi was one of the rare breaks Parker got in the off-season months of the 1930s, which marked the bleakest period of an already desolate existence. Marie struggled to feed the 3 of them on 50 cents a day and woke up many mornings wondering how she would do it. On March 6, 1937, both she and Tom registered for Social Security and were assigned numbers just 1 digit apart. Parker's original application, which he filled out in ornate European handwriting, marks the first official appearance of the middle name Andrew. He wrote that his present employer was Park Theater, a popular movie house located at 448 West Lafayette Street. His birthplace, he claimed, was Huntington, West Virginia. And enlisting his parents, he gave life to 2 people who never existed, Edward Frank Parker and Mary Ida Ponzi, with a Y. He signed the form at the bottom with great self-assured flourish. In the fall of 1937, Parker suggested to Marie that they send Bobby back to Granny Mott for a time and travel the country. They would hobo when they had to and stay with carny friends when they could. Somewhere along the way they would find a warm hearth, a bountiful table, and the smile of good fortune. Instead, Parker told his brother Ad 3 decades later, he found a country more paralyzed by economic hardship than he had imagined. For months on end, he and Marie lived on $1 a week and often slept in horse stables. In the great Southwest, they took shelter on Indian reservations where Parker, the big wise white man, told fortunes to the natives and sold sparrows he painted yellow and passed off as canaries. During such difficult times, Parker told his brother, he often thought of the family back in Holland. Yet he still stayed silent. "I didn't want you all to know what I was doing," he admitted. "In fact, usually I couldn't afford the writing paper or stamps." When the couple returned to Florida, they moved in with the Motts, but Parker never treated his in-laws to a story about his mysterious past, not even when he sometimes spoke in a foreign language that Bitsy mistook for Yiddish. By now, Parker's desperation led him to draw a thinner line between outright corruption and the petty larceny of the carnival. In a scam that was vaguely reminiscent of his grandfather Ponzi, and that would later serve as the basis for Joe David Brown's novel Addie Pray, adapted for the 1973 motion picture Paper Moon, Parker traveled the neighboring states posing as a Bible salesman. He would go into a town and read the obituaries, and then have the names embossed on a box of Bibles that he got in other cities by doing work for churches, Byron Raphael remembers him saying. He always chose men's names because he figured the widows were soft touches. He'd walk up and ring their doorbells, ask for the husband by name, and then pretend he didn't know he had died. And then he'd say, "That's such a shame because he'd ordered this Bible and paid $5 on it." More often than not, the grieving widow, struck by her late husband's devotion to the Lord and his eerie premonition of death, gladly forked over the balance owed as a last fulfillment of his wishes. But if she didn't, Parker would sometimes be visited by the voice of the dearly departed. "Is that my Helen there?" A guy had to be careful, though, and save that gimmick as a last resort. "He had no conscience," says Raphael. "He thought it was funny." Both Tom and Marie continued to dupe the unsuspecting in bolder and more blatant ways as hard times wore on. As with the Bible scam, Parker would brag about his survival methods in years to come. In the 1960s, he showed Gabe Tucker how he would walk through a marketplace and eat enough produce on the spot to make a meal. Likewise, Marie would pilfer, or clote in carny language, a bag of flour from the concession stand to carry them through. But Marie would not be able to stop with a mere bag of flour. "The truth is, Marie was a kleptomaniac all of her life," says her daughter-in-law, Sandra Polk Ross. "I'm not sure when it started, but she was good at it. Whatever she could palm or pocket. When I first met Bob, and Marie would say she wanted to go shopping, Bob would tell me to take her and keep an eye on her, and pay for whatever she took, and Colonel would reimburse me." In the carnival years, the showman who had spent his life treading the line between deals and ideals found it increasingly difficult to tell the difference in the kind of cleverness and deceit born of need and the shameful violation of others. During the late 1950s, in his early Hollywood days with Presley, Parker stunned the old guard studio heads when he suggested how they could really make money on their pictures, charge the audience $1.50 to get in and another $3 to get out. It was exactly what he had done in the carnival when he staged a tent show in a cow pasture, far away from the midway, and designated one flap as the only exit. Once outside the tent, the furious patrons had a choice of walking a quarter of a mile through a field covered in cow manure, or renting one of Parker's ponies to carry them through. Parker, like most of the carnies of the era, saw nothing reprehensible about it. In the spring of 1954, when RCA Records sent the Colonel out to tour some of its hillbilly stars as the RCA Country Caravan, Brad McEwen, one of the company's Southern field men, was assigned to accompany the prickly Parker on the road. As part of their conversations during the long drives, Parker regaled McEwen, a child of the Depression, with the hijinks of his carnival life in the 1930s. He shared the details of how he and two grifting Confederates, known in the trade as the Broad Mob, would set up the unsuspecting mark for crooked game operations, staging the three-card Monte, in which a shill makes a bettor think he can win by cheating the dealer, or the shell game, in which the pea under the shell was actually under the table. As he told McEwen, you had to know how to choose your sucker, see when he was just about to buckle, and seize the psychological moment, to know when it arrived. Ah, that was the art of grifting. According to Byron Raphael, Parker thought there was no finer practitioner than Jew Murphy, an old-fashioned peddler turned flim-flam man. "The Colonel took me to this one little carnival in Louisiana just so I could see him," remembers Raphael. "Murphy would stand by this wagon full of shiny objects, and he'd start by saying, 'Who'll give me $1 for one of these beautiful lighters?' And people would crowd around and give him $1. The Colonel would turn to me and say, 'Now watch how he hypnotizes people.' And it was the most amazing thing. Murphy would give somebody a clock, and 30 or 40 people would start waving $5 bills over their heads. His assistant would rush through the crowd and pull that money right out of their hands. Everyone received a piece of merchandise, but it was always a lumpy, some substandard item, never one of the beautiful clocks from the first row of the wagon." Raphael believes that Parker gleaned much of his skewed business philosophy from Murphy and the older confidence men of his ilk. In the real workaday world, you either conned somebody or you got conned. It was as simple as that. "He told me that was what life was all about, and he meant it," says Raphael. "He treated everything like a carnival." Chapter 8. Deeper into America. In 1938, Parker was running a penny arcade on the Royal American, selling picture cards of movie stars, cowboys, and sports heroes, dispensed in sliding slot machines for 1 cent apiece, when he met Gene Austin, the first of several men who took his bravado seriously. The popular singer was working the theater circuit to support his first and only Western film, Songs and Saddles. Parker, smitten with the notion of meeting a living legend, the high-voiced crooner was known far and wide as the voice of the Southland, approached him and told him of his background in carnivals, starting as a boy with his family, as Austin would remember. The carny laid it on thick, promising that as a crackerjack press agent and manager, he knew every important contact in the region. Austin had no need for Parker's services just then, but the singer took his address and noted that Parker was a great salesman who had the ability to back up his conversation. Several months later, Austin got in touch. In his prime, Gene Austin had been a sensation beyond all imagining. The best-known singer of the late 1920s, Austin became not just the first crooner, making way for Rudy Vallee and Bing Crosby, but the first true pop star, with the attendant fame and adulation that would later grace the careers of Frank Sinatra, Elvis Presley, and the Beatles. From 1924 to 1934, he sold an astonishing 86 million records, 5 million alone of My Blue Heaven, an upbeat ballad that celebrated the domestic bliss of Just Molly and Me and Baby Makes Three. Grown men blubbered. Austin's first royalty check from RCA Victor Records totaled $96,000, an almost unfathomable sum in the pre-income tax years of the 20s. But soon, that and the $17 million that followed disappeared like a wispy dream, squandered on nights of carousing with famous friends like Louisiana politician Huey Long and jazz great Louis Armstrong, and on the buying of cars, mansions, and speakeasies. By the time Austin hooked up with Tom Parker in the late 30s, it was all but over. The '29 crash had nearly buried the entertainment industry, and when it recovered, Bing Crosby had eclipsed him in popularity. Austin, a two-fisted drinker who had begun to experience throat problems 10 years earlier, doubted that his voice would hold up much longer. On the night he chanced to meet Parker, Austin, then 38 years old, was just about to headline a tour of the Starorama Canvas Theater, a traveling tent show that traversed the rural South in 9 large trucks. That's when he sent a wire to Parker, who agreed to meet him in Atlanta and showed up with Marie in tow. On the surface, Gene Austin and Tom Parker, or Tommy as he called him, made an odd couple. The tuxedoed toast of the town and the coarse young carny with his righteous disregard for Middle America's social norms and etiquette. But Austin took an immediate liking to Parker, who loved to hear about the grander escapades of Austin's career, when as a young heartthrob, Austin would return to his hotel room to find women hiding under the bed. Parker was enthralled. What he wouldn't give for an act like that. For now, Parker busied himself with the job at hand, which was to help Austin's new manager, Jack Garnes, secure bookings for the tent show and to promote them with the carnival techniques he'd learned from P.Z. Hoffman. Driving an old panel truck with its best days behind it, Parker traveled the backwoods towns of the South to stake out a prime lot for Hoxie Tucker, the boss canvas man responsible for hauling and maintaining the 3-ring tents. Then he set about securing permits, lining up sponsors, scheduling advertising, handing out flyers, and finally, billing posters, plastering the paper sheets on anything that didn't move, using a glue made out of flour and water. In essence, his job was to do almost anything he could to drum up business, ballyhoo the star, and diddle the townsfolk into a close approximation of frenzy. That included the restaurateurs, from whom he not only solicited tie-in advertising, but also promoted free meals, hinting that the troupe might want to eat there every night, never mentioning that the Starorama carried its own cookhouse. It was obvious Tom knew his business by the way he went about things, the singer wrote in his autobiography, Gene Austin's Old Buddy. In a short while, he had the show going full blast. It looked like we would never know anything but success and money. Such sweet victory convinced Parker, with his almost maniacal need for control, that he, and not Jack Garnes, should guide Gene's career. In becoming an important manager, Parker saw he might attain a level of power, fame, and wealth on his own. As he told Gabe Tucker years later, "The stars come and go, but a manager can work until he dies." Little by little, Parker began to find reasons to circle back to the show, to get closer to Austin, and to ease out the hapless Garnes, much the way he would outmaneuver others in the early days of Elvis Presley's career. Whether Parker actually became Austin's manager during those years, as he later claimed, is open to dispute. But the two became fast friends, and whenever the opportunity allowed, they headed for Hot Springs, Arkansas, to sample the glamour of the fast life, of racetracks and nightlife and illegal gambling, a smooth sleight of hand practiced in elegant casinos that doubled as meeting places for big-name entertainers and notorious racketeers. The giddy atmosphere of Hot Springs clearly agreed with him. In a picture taken there in 1939, a grinning Parker strolls down the sidewalk arm in arm with Hoxie Tucker, and in his Hepcat sunglasses, two-tone shoes, and combed-back hair, thinning dramatically with each passing year, Parker was the very definition of the confident con on the make. Walking the streets of Hot Springs, Arkansas that summer day, Andreas Van Kauck unmasked Tom Parker for what he was, the hustler extraordinaire. Never again would he allow himself to appear so slick and unguarded. At the season's end, Austin crowed about his proud, bulging bank account. But it was then that Austin learned that the government was attaching most of the show's profits for back taxes. Now Parker was forced to be creative in keeping the show up and running. When the troupe played Tupelo, Mississippi, he found prophetic good luck in the hometown of then 5-year-old Elvis Presley. "We sold out and made enough money to get out of town," Parker remembered years later, speaking in that same small town, and adding how he'd left the tires off the truck as collateral for the grocer, "which we did in a lot of small cities in those depressed times." However, when the outcome was different and they still owed a local hotel, Parker would string up a big banner, "Held over by popular demand," and the show would stay on until the bill was paid. The Starorama Canvas Theater continued to limp along for several months, but only through Parker's reliance on human nature. Before he took to the road each time, he'd have Austin sign a fistful of checks, which he presented at gas stations with his usual pomp and flourish, telling everybody how grand it was to work for the great Gene Austin. "That's a real autograph there. You might want to hang that on the wall," he'd suggest to the owners, since each check framed meant one fewer cashed, a stunt he would repeat with Elvis in the mid-50s. Finally, though, there was no stopping the inevitable, which arrived during a tour of Virginia in 1940, when a marshal attached the gate receipts and equipment. In the bleak days of 1940, with a family to care for and no money coming in, Parker found it more difficult to believe that things would soon get better, especially for a Dutchman whose accent sounded vaguely German as the country inched closer to conflict overseas. On September 1st, 1939, the citizens of Tampa unfolded the Morning Tribune to find the banner headline of "War" and the chilling news that German planes had just bombed Warsaw. Within a year of that terrible day, two events transpired that might have dramatically altered the fate of both Andreas Van Kauck and Thomas Parker. The first was the congressional passage of the Smith Act, or the Alien Registration Act of 1940, which required all non-U.S. citizens to register with the federal government. Fathered by Congressman Howard Smith of Virginia, the act was aimed at curbing subversive activities. But in forcing all aliens to register, at its heart, the act worked to offer legalization to millions who had not followed proper channels to remain in the country. Instead of being deported, as dictated by previous laws, an illegal alien would now be allowed to stay if he could prove 5 years of residence with good moral character, or if he showed that deportation would result in serious economic detriment to a spouse, parent, or minor child who was a U.S. citizen or lawfully permanent resident. The Alien Registration Act of 1940 should have thrilled Andreas Van Kauck. Not only did it offer amnesty for his 11 years of illegal residency, but as with his U.S. Army experience, it could set him on a path to become a U.S. citizen. Yet as Tom Parker, he had a decidedly strange reaction to this extraordinary opportunity. He ignored it, and in doing so, he passed up a chance to easily resolve his illegal status. The irony, says Marion Smith of the Immigration and Naturalization Service, is that, as an overstayed crewman from 1929, after 3 to 5 years he might have been non-deportable, in that the statutes of limitation would have run out on that offense. But to not register at all in 1940 was a big violation, and yet we have no record of him. Why would Parker be so reckless? His reaction to the second important event of 1940, that of the first peacetime draft law in U.S. history, was just as strange. For on October 16th, when Thomas Andrew Parker went to Local Board 1 in the First National Bank building to fill out his registration card and establish a classification record, he made no mention of prior service in any branch of the armed services. By using his new middle name, he silently insisted that it was Thomas Parker who had served in the U.S. Army, not Thomas Andrew Parker. Tom Parker dared not chance resurrecting old ghosts from his past, especially one from 1933 who had undergone a particularly horrific stay at Walter Reed Army Hospital. Perhaps because the Parkers never stayed long in one place, in filling out the registration card, Parker gave the Mott's address, 1210 West Platt Street, as his own. And in big-shot style, he named Gene Austin, 181 South Poinsettia Place, Hollywood, California, as his employer. Parker's real source of income during this time was far less glamorous than any alliance with Hollywood. After the heady experience of guiding Austin's career, Parker was now reduced to tending animals at the fairgrounds, where he also ran pony rides, employing a string of 6 ponies he'd bought in Kentucky while scouting locations for Austin. Aside from the ownership of the horses, which he got neighbor children to groom by pretending to name one after each of them, he was no further along than when he first came out of the Army. Now that the off-season had arrived, Parker struggled to make ends meet, and as usual in such dire situations, turned to a scam. He dug a hole in the front yard, erected a 3-foot-high tarpaulin wall around it, installed one of the ponies in the hole, filled dirt in around the animal's feet, and covered its legs with straw to make it appear shorter than normal. Then he hammered a sign into the ground. "See the world's smallest pony, only 10 cents. The neighbors reported him to the authorities, who threatened to haul him in. Yet just as Parker's days of working his beloved ponies appeared at an end, he received perhaps the keenest stroke of good fortune of his 31 years. In the late fall of 1940, he heard about an opening for a field agent at the Hillsborough County Humane Society, the shelter for homeless animals. The Humane Society position seemed custom-made for Parker's unusual background, a job that allowed him to indulge his love and understanding of animals while calling on his skills as a promoter. In between rescuing mewing kittens hung in trees and caring for the occasional stray cow, Parker was to spearhead fundraising drives that would bring the shelter into the black. The job paid a salary, of course, the first steady paycheck Parker received since the early months of the Gene Austin tent show. But it was the perks of the job that turned Parker's head, especially the furnished rent-free apartment which ran the full length of the second floor of the Humane Society, located in a pretty, ornate building festooned with Spanish accents at 3607 North Armenia Avenue, then a remote area of West Tampa. The apartment was large enough for Tom, Marie, and 15-year-old Bobby, certainly bigger than any living quarters the family had occupied before, and if it bothered Parker that the arrangement was eerily reminiscent of the Van Koch family's rooms over the Van Gendenloos stables, he quickly dismissed such thoughts upon learning what else the job had to offer. Should he convert his automobile into an emergency ambulance for the transportation of animals, for example, the shelter would furnish his gasoline and tires, even if the country entered the war and such commodities became rationed. In this fashion, Parker could feed his insatiable lust for free goods and services, as well as gloat that he had been able to manipulate the system as never before. The job gave him the appearance of a county official, with a status and authority that elevated him, if only slightly above the average citizen. He would wear a furnished uniform of light shirt, dark pants, and official cap and visor, which delighted him beyond reason. From the outset, Parker tackled the job with gusto, setting up a meticulous log of every ambulance run and rescue mission. In November 1940, he recorded in precise handwriting, "Beating pony, Columbus Drive, complaint settled," and "Goat, no water, okay, McBerry Street." Later, he turned more loquacious. "Horse with no shoe pulling ice wagon, 6th Avenue. Man warned to get shoes on horse." And "Boys shooting birds, Belmont Heights. Field agent gave boys lecture." The Hillsborough County Humane Society was in desperate need of an image boost and makeover, and the new field agent started out with a myriad of plans for raising money. He first asked local businessmen to donate money for pet supplies, but that stopped when the word got out that Parker had traded cases of animal food for tuna fish and prime cuts of meat that the Parkers would eat themselves. Then he staged a dog's fall into a deep but narrow hole so he could take up a collection to hire a midget to crawl down for the rescue. Few who came to the Humane Society for any reason left without a pet, and within a year of Parker's appointment, the Humane Society was solvent. What nobody understood, Parker thought, was that he didn't really give away fluffy kittens and snowball pups. He sold magic. In seeking frequent newspaper coverage for the shelter's activities, Parker also made himself a familiar figure in the community. He delighted in dressing up as Santa and giving puppies away to children at Christmas, and by donning the Santa Claus suit, which he reprised at the Moz Brothers department store to earn money for the pound. Parker, in essence, wore yet another uniform, casting himself as the compassionate philanthropist, a figure to be loved and trusted. He would return to the role each December throughout his life, both because he enjoyed giving presents to children and because the persona made him out to be a star. In his hungrier moments, he sometimes asked the children if they wouldn't like to take Santa out for a hamburger afterward. Parker's assistant during the Humane Society days was a 23-year-old flunky with the unlikely name of Bevo Beavis. Mildly mentally retarded from birth, Jason Boyd Beavis Jr. had lost his father, a Phoenix City, Alabama undertaker, at age 12, and moved to Tampa with his mother and brother shortly thereafter. In regarding Parker as a surrogate father, even calling him Pops, Bevo, with his simpleton stare, was all too happy to carry out any request. The field agent treated Bevo almost like a child, using him to do a lot of the grunt work that Bobby or Marie wouldn't tackle without a fuss. Bevo's family resented how Parker took advantage of the boy's disability to assign him the most undesirable tasks, but in the presence of others, Parker referred to him as Mr. Beavis. Bevo came in particularly handy when Parker set up one of his most inspired and creative money-making schemes, that of the pet cemetery. First, Parker called for a high-level conference with Bevo in the large yard that ran behind the building and the wire pens out back, telling him they were about to embark on a great adventure. Then he instructed him to cut down the overgrowth, pick up the broken bottles and debris, and manicure the grass. "As you know, Mr. Beavis," he explained, "we have many important people coming out here. We're going to start a new project, and you will be meeting some of the leading citizens in the course of it. I want them to address you by your new title, General Manager of Perpetual Care for Deceased Pets." As Bevo readied the lot, Parker visited a monument company and talked the owner into making a free doggy tombstone. "Here lies Spot, a beloved and faithful companion," promising that many of Tampa's bereaved pet owners would soon set their precious dogs and cats to eternal rest behind the shelter. Bevo dug a small hole in the backyard, pushed up a mound of dirt, and placed Spot's marker at the head. Parker was pleased with himself. No pet lover could resist it. He'd pay the monument company $15 and charge the owners $50. But why stop there? "Bevo," he called across the yard, "can you make little coffins?" Bevo was hardly a carpenter, but he told Pops he would try, and soon Parker figured he could hike the cost of a Fido funeral up to $100 with the casket and a promise to decorate the grave with fresh daisies, cast-offs he got free from the neighborhood florists. If a pet owner happened to stop by and express surprise at the condition of the flowers, Parker would frown and shake his head. "I wish you could have been here yesterday when we placed them. They're a bit wilted now, but they looked sensational then. Isn't that right, Mr. Beavis?" Bevo Beavis would thread his way in and out of Parker's life until his death at age 62 in 1980. Their relationship was always marred by mutual frustration, and during that 40-year span, Parker fired him almost as many times as Bevo quit and went home to Tampa. As time went on, Parker treated him with increasing cruelty, making him the butt of jokes and placing him in countless humiliating situations. "Colonel took care of Bevo, but he was rough on Bevo too," remembers Parker's friend Al Devoren. "He made Bevo the fall guy." Despite all of his shortcomings and annoying faults, the pathetic Bevo was, in essence, the first in a long line of younger associates on whom Parker conferred the title of son. Through the years, there would be at least a dozen such young men, from Byron Raphael to the actor George Hamilton, to the concert promoters Mike Crowley and Greg McDonald, to country music's Lagarde twins, Ted and Tom. Just why Parker needed so many surrogates, especially since he already had a stepson in Bobby Ross, begs the question. And since Parker, from all reports, adored children, the fact that he and Marie had no offspring of their own sets up another debate. Certainly the Parkers were devoted to each other. At the Humane Society, Marie helped him care for the animals and marshaled the bookkeeping records. She would work right by Parker's side through the Eddie Arnold era. And though the world of country music and rock and roll was a hotbed of sexuality, no story ever circulated of Parker having affairs, at least not in the years when Marie was vital and healthy. "He was always so crazy about Marie in the days that I was around him," says music executive Buddy Killen, who first met the Parkers in the early 50s. And then came that weird exchange during the Country and Western Disc Jockey Convention, when Killen walked out of Nashville's Andrew Jackson Hotel just as the Parkers walked in. "Marie yelled, 'Hey, Buddy!' and she held her arms out, and I ran over and hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. And Tom said, 'Hey, boy, stop that. Don't do that anymore.' And he was very serious. I was just a kid, so I wasn't interested in his wife, but he didn't like anybody kissing on her, even a little peck." In Killen's estimation, the Parkers had a fabulous marriage, but the union may have been based more on the practicalities of partnership, Parker's display of jealousy notwithstanding. "I know he and Marie weren't happy at home, or at least not as the years went on," says Gabe Tucker. The main problem, both Tucker and Bitsy Mott assert, was Parker's domination. "As for kids," says Tucker, "he liked kids, but he didn't want them around too long." Parker's perceived fear of emotional intimacy, except with select friends through the years, seemed to spill over into a fear of another kind. Whether rooted in anger or in his need to control, Parker often had a violent reaction to being touched, especially by a woman. Someone as non-threatening as a coffee shop waitress taking his elbow as she poured a cup of coffee could raise an outburst in him that ruined the day. Agreeing with Byron Raphael, psychologist Peter Whitmer believes Parker was simply asexual. One family member believes he was sterile, the after-effects of mumps he suffered from at age 9. Instead of having his own children then, Parker found it more desirable to choose them, as with his surrogate sons, who tended to revere him as a heroic figure, and most of all, wouldn't think of drawing too much attention to themselves in Parker's presence. Bobby Ross's refusal to adhere to Parker's notion of the father-son alliance was at the core of a relationship that became difficult over time. Bobby looked at Parker more as an older friend than as a father, and Parker, who never legally adopted him, seems to have held him at emotional bay. By his high school years, Bobby had begun to exert his independence, finding employment first as a delivery boy for a local drugstore, and then at Tampa Shipbuilding, saving enough money to buy a used car. The youngster either earned or was provided with whatever accoutrement he needed in those crucial years of peer pressure, dating, and social growth, and Bobby proved to be a popular boy at school, his senior class voting him the most athletic, with the ideal senior smile. But Parker apparently resented the handsome teen's popularity, as well as his ease with women, but the quick-witted Bobby had inherited his biological father's striking good looks and appetite for the opposite sex. In his job as the drugstore delivery boy, he'd sometimes get a call for a quart of ice cream, be invited inside by the lady of the house, and be there long enough for the ice cream to melt, says Sandra Polk Ross. Colonel suppressed Bobby because he didn't want him to have the attention. All of the girls thought he was wonderful. One girl had found Bobby irresistible since the age of 12. Marion Dedine, a petite, dark-haired beauty, was Bobby's constant companion during high school, and on August 18, 1944, 2 months after Bobby graduated, they married. In a photo taken at a family picnic in 1943, Bobby beams to have her beside him, as a pudgy but youthful Parker, dressed in Bermuda shorts, dives into an enormous bowl of ice cream. Such indulgences were not lost on the shelter's occasional volunteers, who harbored resentment over Parker's exacting standards for cleanliness and order, and for his strange and endless requests to be addressed as Doctor. Whether anyone had the nerve to say it to his face, secretly they referred to the ever-ballooning Parker with a more sardonic nickname, Tiny. Chapter 9. Nashville's Nasal Wine. Jam Up and Honey, Eddie Arnold, and Hank Snow. During his years of caring for Tampa's displaced pets, Parker spun off the career that would eventually lead him out of Florida and up to Tennessee, that of a country music concert promoter, booking Grand Ole Opry stars out of Nashville. He started in 1941 as the nation went to war, mostly to earn money for the Humane Society. Parker knew nothing about country and Western music, with its predominant themes of mother, death, and the lamentable wages of sin, preferring the sentimental crooning of Gene Austen to the nasal whine of Nashville. But he'd had it on good authority that hillbilly was the music of the common man, in this case, the Florida farmers and working class, who revered the Opry stars as something close to demigods. And so, with a sliver of the proceeds going to the war effort, Parker and 2 partners rented the great sprawling Fort Homer W. Hesterly National Guard Armory, a recently completed WPA project on Howard Avenue. Parker's first venture into concert promotion starred the future King of the Hillbillies, later changed to the King of Country Music, Roy Acuff, and a new comic named Minnie Pearl, who had just joined the Grand Ole Opry in November 1940. That December, she started on the road with Acuff at $50 a week, but only under the directive that she abbreviate her opening patter. "Howdy! I'm just so proud to be here. I'm so proud I could come." Acuff, the son of a Baptist preacher, got drunk on occasion, but once he became the Opry's first network radio host in 1939, he kept his professional image clean as a cat's paw, and so he took his extra added attraction aside and spoke in low tones. "Minnie, you'll have to leave off that last part. It's just too suggestive." A 29-year-old college-educated actress, Pearl, née Sarah Ophelia Colley, was the daughter of a prosperous Tennessee lumberman who'd lost his fortune in the crash of '29. Although the cultured Colley had traveled the Deep South organizing amateur productions of drama and musical comedy, that was where she'd gleaned the inspiration for the character of Minnie Pearl, the country girl in the Mary Janes with an eye toward kitchen fillers. The country music world seemed like a sideshow in comparison. Pearl could hardly believe the lackadaisical way the community lived and conducted its business. "When I came along," she remembered, "nobody owned their home. They lived in trailers or rooming houses. Nobody had any insurance, and very few of them had bank accounts. They carried all the money they had with them. When one of them got ready to buy a house, the real estate man would say, 'How do you intend to take care of this?' And they'd say, 'Will cash do?' They had no idea how big this thing was going to be." In contrast, Pearl discovered Parker was oddly shrewd about how the music could bring in the dollars. For his first country show, he lined up a promotion with a grocery store chain to sell discount tickets with a newspaper coupon. As Pearl remembered, the audience was large enough to fill the house for several performances. "It was the first time we had any connection with anything like that," she said. "The store paid for the advertising. and many more tickets were sold because every grocery cashier in a 3-county area was working what amounted to a box office. The man was thinking even then. The success of the Roy Acuff concert spurred Parker to expand his involvement in the country music milieu, and now he approached Acuff about becoming his manager. But Acuff, whose sister Sue lived in Tampa and knew his reputation, "You don't want the dog catcher," found Parker's techniques far too radical for the Opry's staid image. Acuff, the biggest star on the Opry other than Bill Monroe, saw that Parker was right when he told him he needed to gauge his fee to a percentage of whatever the promoter took in, plus a guarantee. But no one else in country music was doing it, and it just didn't seem the Christian way. Besides, Parker wanted complete control of Acuff's career, which the stony-faced bandleader found intolerable. Yet for a brief period, the two men discussed Acuff's invitation for Parker to move to Nashville. But when Parker told the star he wanted him to leave the Opry, which paid only scale, for more lucrative personal appearances, the management deal died on the vine. Still, Parker hung tight as an Alabama tick, and to try to ease him out gently, Acuff let him book the dates he still had open, and arranged for him to market his new Roy Acuff flower throughout Florida. Before they parted, Acuff gave the budding entrepreneur one piece of gold-plated advice: Eddie Arnold. Now that was a young man to keep an eye on. The smooth-voiced singer was the featured vocalist for Pee Wee King's Golden West Cowboys, and he could charm the warts off a hog's back. It was only a matter of time before a talent like that went solo. Any record company would fall over itself to snag him. In 1942, Parker and his partners branched out their country concert promotions, not so much to benefit the Humane Society, but to benefit themselves. More and more, Parker began distancing himself from his duties at the shelter to learn more about the Nashville way of doing business. As Acuff had advised him, he kept the name Eddie Arnold fresh in his mind. Away from his job, Parker now began to wear a string tie to accentuate his new persona as a Southern eccentric. He also worked to make his speech more folksy and smoothed some of the rough edges off his accent, although he would always retain a hint of a lisp. When he got nervous, which was rare, he lapsed into a strange linguistic valley between Dutch and English, and involuntarily substituted the word me for I, as in, me got to go now. Whether he intended it, the slip only served to make him seem more of an insular, small-town character. Soon, Parker was booking shows in tandem with two of country music's best promoters, the congenial J.L. Frank and Oscar Davis. Parker shared an immediate affinity with the latter. The gravel-voiced Rhode Islander had come to concert promotions from a career in the carnival, where he toured a girl frozen alive in ice, going on to present her at the 1939 New York World's Fair. Like Parker, Davis never really left the carnival, and his signature slogan, "Don't you dare miss it," was straight out of carny parlance. Parker saw that Joe Frank was a valuable ally for a variety of reasons, but he also had a hidden motive for wanting to cultivate him. Frank was Pee Wee King's father-in-law and managed King's Golden West Cowboys band. That put Parker one step closer to the young Eddie Arnold. By 1942, Parker must have marveled at the twists of fate that had delivered such events in his life. In the last 2 years, the 33-year-old had moved from near destitution to a position of relative prosperity. Now his sideline of concert promotions not only offered a new challenge and an avenue back into show business with its all-important contacts, but also dramatically altered the course of Parker's life. The concerts proved more lucrative than he imagined, even as the profits were split among his partners. He saw how independent promoters and managers such as Joe Frank and Oscar Davis had been sharp to recognize the nearly limitless potential of the burgeoning country music business, and he intended to claim a large piece of it for himself. However, Parker's rash of good fortune also triggered a potential problem in the form of an Internal Revenue Service audit. For an illegal alien who had refused to comply with the Smith Act, the demand to appear before an agent of the federal government must have been terrifying. And so Parker approached the IRS situation as he would every other tight spot of his life, with a snow job. He began by putting a false bottom about 4 inches deep in the kind of small trunk that show people carried, and then gathered every bill that he could find. Outside the auditor's office, he carefully arranged a wad of papers so that several poked out of the lips of the trunk. Once inside, dumped the lot on the agent's desk with a ceremonious whoosh. Then, like a magician, he continued to make them appear, from his pockets, his hat, his pants legs, in a dazzling display. To Parker's extraordinary luck, the auditor happened to have a thundering headache. The staid IRS agent had uncharacteristically tied one on the night before. Tom said the guy started pacing back and forth, just holding his head, remembers Gabe Tucker. And Tom told him, "Well, let's count 'em up and see if I owe you something. If I do, me'll pay it, but I can't be up here all week." It didn't take him long to get out of there, and after all that, he didn't know a damn thing. But trouble with the IRS would remain one of Parker's biggest fears, and in the future he would do almost anything to avoid the taxman's scrutiny and suspicion. He had gotten an even bigger scare in January 1942 when he received the draft board's questionnaire to determine his classification for military service. As before, the record shows that he made no mention of his previous Army experience, but with Bobby then still at home, he argued that he should be classified 3A, or deferred for dependency reasons. The board accepted his claim. In March 1944, the draft board came calling again, reclassifying Parker as 1A, or available for military service. With that, Parker, whose weight already exceeded that of most healthy males of his height and age group, began piling on food in an effort to have himself reclassified 4F. Soon, with a stack of 3 chins bobbing on a thick stalk of a neck, and his great protuberance of a belly expanding from his imposing waist, he swelled to such proportions as to resemble his personal totem, the elephant. But it did the trick. To those around him, Parker undoubtedly appeared to go through the war years without showing the slightest hint of concern about the European front or the effects of a bombing campaign on neutral Holland. But at the same time that his sister Johanna, hoping to learn some word of him, was passing his photograph among American soldiers liberating the Netherlands, Andreas van Kuijk, dressed in his dog catcher's uniform, sat at his desk in the Hillsborough County Humane Society, writing secret missives to a soldier wearing the uniform of the Dutch army in the city of Tilburg, some 15 miles east of Breda. The soldier, who was serving in the Princess Irene Brigade, a Dutch unit attached to the U.S. Army, was sorry to report before the war's end that the woman about whom his correspondent inquired, Maria Ponzi van Kuijk, had died. To the recipient, half a world away, the news was stunning. It would take a gathering around God's table before Andre would see his mother again. "When I heard that Mother was dead," he told his brother Ad in 1961, "for me, Holland was also dead. She was my only real tie to Holland." But it wasn't until that late date of 1961 that Andre learned that the sad news from the Dutch soldier had been a tragic misunderstanding. Maria van Kuijk had, indeed, lived through the war, but she had also hurled herself into her grief. Surely her son himself had not survived, or he would have sent some sort of sign. Now she lay under the good earth with an inconsolable heart, never knowing that her Andre was still alive in America, evolving into the someone he promised he would be. In August 1942, Parker became fixated on the name of a man he thought might help him attain that dream. A Warner Brothers film crew came to Tampa to shoot a war movie called Air Force, and the production staff asked if the Humane Society could bring a couple of appealing dogs to Drew Field. Parker was only too happy to be around big-name show people again, and held a laughing canine to pose with actor Gig Young for a Tampa Tribune photographer. "Who's the head man here?" Parker had demanded on arriving. "The director is Howard Hawks," he was told. "Yes, but who's the very top man?" "Well, that would be Hal Wallace." The producer was in California and unable to go to Florida, but Wallace would be the name Parker remembered. Other film crews would come to Tampa, drawn by the city's balmy weather and the long hours of daylight. The following winter, MGM brought Spencer Tracy and Irene Dunn to town to make A Guy Named Joe. The Humane Society was again called on to provide animal co-stars, and Parker, desperate to make the acquaintance of anyone in the film community, invited the camera crew on a family outing. Still, he obsessed about Wallace. In the old days, the pickpockets, grifters, and gamblers who traveled by rail often had their victim marked before they ever boarded the train. And so was it with Parker and Wallace. The producer could be his ticket in Hollywood. The same summer that Wallace's crew came to town, Parker was so heady with success that he made a wild decision. The man whose mission seemed to be to bilk anyone and everyone out of as many goods and services as possible moved his family out of the free apartment over the Humane Society and into a ranch home at 4218 San Pedro in the newly developed Palmacia area of South Tampa. For the time being, Parker tried to restrict his promotions to 3 key Florida cities, Orlando, Daytona Beach, and Jacksonville, where he would hire a woman named May Boren Axton, who did promotion and publicity to offset her occasional songwriting, and listed himself as a traveling agent in the Tampa directory. Working out of the San Pedro house, he called his new venture Tom Parker's Hillbilly Jamboree, and had a box of business cards printed for Audie P. Johnson, advertising manager for press and radio. In early 1943, through an arrangement with J.L. Frank, Parker booked Pee Wee King and his Golden West Cowboys into a Tampa hotel for a Humane Society show and dance. From there, the band played 3 weeks of theater dates for him throughout Florida, most of them by the bicycle method, an exhausting practice that required them to play 2 theaters in the same night, running back and forth between the venues while a movie showed. Joe Frank had praised Parker's style to his son-in-law, and King understood why. Parker was one of the most energetic men he'd ever seen. Regardless of how big the advance sale was, he always tried harder to get bigger crowds, and he was always very good to the entertainers, King said. Parker, who had a tin ear and cared nothing about music or individual performers other than how many tickets they sold, brought King's band to Florida for 2 reasons. First, to flatter Joe Frank by booking his son-in-law, and more important, to get a good look at Eddie Arnold. He assessed Arnold's square-jawed profile and liked what he saw. Then he wondered if the tall 24-year-old with a full-throated baritone could be the heir to the kind of fortune and record sales that the faded Gene Austin had known in his heyday, and better still, if Arnold had the screen presence to carry a Hollywood film. But he made no move to offer a management contract once Arnold left King's band that May. Marie was adamantly opposed to pulling up stakes and moving to Nashville, and Parker feared that Joe Frank would want to keep Eddie in his personal stable. The next time Parker and Arnold met was the fall of 1943. By now, Eddie had assembled his own band, the Tennessee Plowboys, and the foursome, dressed in country gentleman attire, picked and sang live each morning for the farmers and early risers over Nashville's WSM radio. Arnold also occasionally appeared on an early evening show that was produced out of the WSM studios before the Opry. One such Saturday night, Arnold was tuning up before that show when Parker, who happened to be in Nashville on one of his talent scouting trips, heard Arnold's name on a station promo and rushed over to catch the singer before he went on the air. He introduced himself to me, Arnold remembered, and started with the homespun patter that he'd refined to seductive art. Said he'd heard a lot of good things about Eddie since he'd gone out on his own, had just seen the profile of him in Radio Mirror magazine, and hoped they'd work together soon. Then he lit into his management pitch. Arnold smiled a toothy grin and thanked him, but explained that he was already in negotiation with Dean Upson, the WSM Artist Service Bureau chief, about that very thing. Well, Parker added, I managed Gene Austin, you know. Arnold's face lit up, and the Tampa dog catcher knew he'd rolled a lucky 7. Gene Austin had long been one of Eddie's inspirations, and so it was with 2 agendas that Parker took Austin backstage at Nashville's Ryman Auditorium for a Grand Ole Opry performance not long after that meeting with Arnold at WSM. Austin had filed for bankruptcy the previous year, and if Parker could get him on the Opry to do a song or 2, maybe book some club dates out of it, he'd be only too happy to help an old friend. If, in the process, Parker should just happen to give Eddie Arnold the thrill of his life by introducing him to his hero, well, certainly there'd be no harm in that. Arnold recalls that when they talked in earnest, Parker didn't mince words. "Tom was obviously interested in finding a new young artist," Arnold says. "Seemed like he knew what he was talking about, and I was a hungry boy." After that, Parker began to pop up more and more around Nashville, getting in Eddie's face whenever possible. Sooner or later, he would find a way to woo the plowboy. Parker's frequent trips to Nashville reminded him just how much he missed the traveling and the exhilarating cadence of the wheels rolling beneath him. For that reason, and to study the mindset of the typical country musician, whose generally honest and unfettered psyche he had yet to fully grasp, Parker signed on as Pee Wee King's road manager for the bulk of the 1943 season. Then, as King remembers, Parker was always eager to play cards and shoot dice with the band to kill the long hours on the drives between dates, keeping a $100 bill in his wallet for gambling emergencies. When the tour ended, he returned to Florida and booked personal appearances for newcomer Ernest Tubb. Parker was one of the best promoters there was, in Tubb's estimation, but he told his son Justin that he'd never use him on a long-term basis because he'd constantly try to put one over on you. That was the life he'd led as a carny. Parker saw the extreme advantage to staying on good terms with a rising star like Tubb. Soon Parker surprised Justin, then almost 9, and his younger sister Elaine, with the magnanimous gift of 2 ponies, a black and white paint named Honey for Justin, and a smaller Shetland and buckboard for his sister. The Tubb children, not knowing that Parker needed to unload the last vestiges of his kiddie ride concessions, were thrilled at such benevolence, even if Elaine's pony Trigger was, in fact, both old and blind. But their father suspected that Parker seldom did a favor without expecting one in return, and that while he gave the children the ponies because he hoped they would enjoy years of pleasure with them, he also planned to use the gifts as leverage. Indeed, Parker had plans for expanding his relationship with the lanky Opry star. Since 1941, the WSM Artist Service Bureau had been commissioning a series of summer tent shows that took the Opry from its base in Middle Tennessee and out into the rural South. Parker had tossed his hat in the ring as the booker and advance man, or general agent, for the Jam Up and Honey tent show of 1944, which would go out that April, taking country music to audiences that couldn't travel due to wartime restrictions on tires and gasoline. The Jam Up and Honey show, he told Harry Stone, WSM's general manager, held special interest for him. Aside from the blackface comedy duo, who'd heard about Parker's prowess as a promoter from Roy Acuff, the show starred old-time banjo player Uncle Dave Macon, Minnie Pearl, and Eddie Arnold, the rising performer who, in his first year on the Opry, was already being considered to host his own segment. With Stone's and Acuff's recommendations, Parker got the job. On the day that the Jam Up and Honey tent show opened a 5-day run in Mobile, Alabama, the rain came down with such velocity that great tongues of water lapped the slopes of the taut canvas tent, finally seeping through and dripping down below. By the time for the first of 2 shows that evening, the ground under the tent brimmed like a river. So much so, as Gabe Tucker, then Eddie Arnold's bass player, remembers, "We performed barefooted, it was so bad. And God, it rained every day." Still, the April showers could not deter the throngs of people who came not just from Mobile, the azalea city, but from the outlying rural areas, eager to plunk down their hard-won wartime cash of 20, 30, and 50 cents a head, even the top ticket price of $1, to hear and see the Grand Ole Opry under canvas. For hours they stood in a great snake of a line, the men in suits and ties, the women in Sunday dresses and long coats to keep off the spring chill, hoping to be among the lucky 1,500 to crowd into the 80 by 220-foot tent. For Tom Parker, who had traveled the back roads of the Central South and Midwest as part of the booking agent, bill poster, and advance man crew, the choice of Mobile was not by happenstance. In selecting the spots where he would recast his life once again, following the WSM radio clear channel signal, he returned to the city where he most likely came ashore in 1929 and reshaped himself into an entirely new entity. Now, as the tent show got underway for the second week, Parker doubled back to Mobile to see if he had delivered what he'd promised both WSM's general manager Harry Stone and Lee Davis Honey Wilds, the owner of the show, whose daily operating expenses reached nearly $600. "Everybody said we were crazy," admitted Wildes, and who paid the radio station a weekly commission for using its call letters and the name Grand Ole Opry. Almost always along the route of one-night locales like Caruthersville, Missouri, Harrison, Arkansas, and Meridian, Mississippi. The idea was to pick little towns that didn't have auditoriums. Parker would discover with great satisfaction that the shows sold out, often with monstrous crowds still waiting at the door. Sometimes nearly the whole town showed up. In one Oklahoma burg of 1,500, 1,100 people turned out to sit shoulder to shoulder, 10 to a row in sections marked by lines of slender poles. Word quickly filtered back to Nashville. "Even with the tent shows," says Pee Wee King, "Tom seemed to know how to put them in the right place at the right time. Some of us would go out on the road in Georgia, Mississippi, and Alabama and have rain, and Tom would be in Illinois and Indiana and Iowa, maybe also having rain, but still drawing crowds." As the poster of the 21 by 28-inch signs, "Heard them on the air, stars in person, mammoth tent theater," that brought folks flocking to a tent illuminated by dangling light bulbs and thrown up in the middle of a farmer's pasture, Parker traversed the country in a well-worn international panel truck, painted a somewhat sickening shade of yellow and festooned with bright red letters boasting WSM, Grand Ole Opry Advertising. "They furnished him that old truck and gave him green stamps for gasoline," says Gabe Tucker, who first met Parker on the show, having admired his promotional skills since the Gene Austen days in the late 30s. "He slapped them big posters, the 3 30 by 60 pictorial sheets, up on the sides of barns with flour and water, and oh God, that truck smelled awful, just sour as hell. And he slept in it every once in a while out there on the road. I felt sorry for him, dressed like a tramp in them awkward-looking shoes with his britches halfway down 'em. Marie was in Tampa, and he was so damn lonesome. It was pretty rough living." But being attached to the show brought Parker in close proximity to Eddie Arnold. The singer's management contract with Dean Upson wasn't due to expire until October 1945, yet Parker wanted to lay the groundwork now. Both Tucker and Little Roy Wiggins, the 18-year-old who played steel guitar in Eddie's band, remember seeing him standing in the shadows, watching, only the red glow of his cigar giving him away. The tent show was a perfect vantage point from which Parker could talk to Arnold, persuade him, and learn more about him. To achieve that, he needed to be around the singer often enough that Arnold would feel comfortable with him and seek his advice. Even though Parker felt superior to most of the troupe, particularly with his shrewdness about money, he also wanted to make a favorable impression on the people around him, both by his actions and results as an advance man, and by the sheer force of his personality. Since he was not just establishing himself, but still recreating himself as a country promoter, he hoped to bolster his own reputation and to further his education in the hillbilly ways. He knew the way to win their confidence was to gain popularity. And so, at least once a month, or every 10 days if he could manage it, Parker made a point of circling back to the show on the pretense of working out a problem or to pick up his pay. "He was trying to make friends with everybody that was there, because he didn't know who was heavy, with power, and who wasn't," says Gabe Tucker. Since Parker envied Tucker's proximity to the star, "We got along just fine, but back then, he could get along with anybody. He was the nicest guy in the world when he needed you." Before long, Parker was traveling in the car with the eccentric, whiskey-nipping Uncle Dave Macon, who in 1926 became a cornerstone of the Opry as the first individual featured performer, and his handsome son, Doris, who accompanied his father on guitar. A plus for Parker when he accompanied the troupe was that although they traveled at night, while it was cool, and arrived in the wee hours of the morning, he got to sample the downy comfort of a real bed rather than sleep in the truck, even if the accommodations were, as Honey Wildes remembered, little wasp nest hotels. Although Jam Up and Honey wrote and performed comedic songs, their primary act was a lively amalgamation of Southern humor, drawn from the 19th century minstrel tradition and mugged in blackface as tribute to the Negro culture. With his sulphurous sense of humor and appetite for the practical joke, Parker was more naturally drawn to comedy than he was to the homemade music of the rural Southeast, with its reliance on story songs chock full of drunks, disappointed love, and deferred dreams. and perhaps because a joke about a bumpkin farmer from small-town Tennessee was not so different from a joke about a farmer from a small village in Holland, Parker reveled in the stories about rube hillbillies, ethnic immigrants, and the hayseed who got the best of the city slicker that made up the country's comic stock in trade. Whether he realized it, Parker's 6-month excursion in the company of country comedians had a profound effect on his thinking and entrepreneurial style. In years to come, he would often book a comic on his shows, whether the headliner was Hank Snow or Elvis Presley, and even when such opening acts were no longer fashionable or appropriate. Out on the road, Parker spent long hours with the troupe, sharing meals, leisurely telling stories, strolling around the town with them before packing up the cars and heading out to the tent grounds for the performance. Yet when Minnie Pearl, who had known him from his earlier days in Tampa, tried to engage him in intimate conversation about his youth and growing-up years, the usually gregarious promoter turned silent. As she said years later, "I was with him for months at a stretch, and he never even slipped and mentioned anything about his background." Pearl was mystified, since Southern people talk about their grandmother, their great-grandmother, what their daddy did, what their grandfather did. They're involved in background and family. The rumor, which she believed, was that the enigma, as she called him, was born down around Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. But no matter how hard she tried to confirm it, Parker refused to divulge a single detail. However, he seemed to enjoy a more relaxed rapport with Honey Wilds. While Parker naturally would have tried to cultivate the show's owner, the man who hired him right out of that dog pound, as Honey remembered, the towering Wilds was not the easiest man to know. Like many comedians, the off-stage Wilds was frequently difficult and unpleasant, with a streak that ran close to morose. He also gave off an air of danger. Wilds routinely carried a pocket knife, which he always prided as the sharpest in the room, and, on the lot, a 10-inch crescent wrench, which he brandished like a weapon. For the countless miles of travel, he armed himself with a pistol, sometimes shooting it within 10 feet of someone just to get their attention. The basis of his bond with Parker, concludes David Wilds, Honey's son, was that what each did appealed to the other. "My father was a total creative rebel. He was a lot like Tom in that he was a very intelligent guy who worked really hard to either dominate a situation through any means necessary or pretend that he wasn't as shrewd as he was. Tom's thought process was just constantly evolving, and Daddy had a tremendous appreciation for his ability to get things done." As the nights turned nippy and the tent show ended its season that fall of '44, Parker threw a big dinner for the troupe in Tampa. In retrospect, say members of Arnold's band, such uncharacteristic generosity came more from Parker's hope to impress Eddie than anything else, since Eddie still hadn't made up his mind about this uneducated hustler with the faulty English. Parker was already full of plans on how to make Eddie a major name, even outside the confines of the Opry. But until he was able to snag the singer's management contract, Parker hired on with J.L. Frank as a stuntman, a combination of promoter, road manager, and advance agent, keeping Frank's acts working in the South and Midwest. At a time when most country acts booked dates and tours from their home telephone, and the switchboard operator at the Grand Ole Opry acted as an answering service for the few personal managers working out of Nashville, Parker ran his business out of the lobby of Nashville's Andrew Jackson Hotel, making use of its free wall phones and letter desks. "He used to tell people in New York, 'Call me in my office at 2 o'clock,' remembered Parker's carnival friend Jack Kaplan. He'd sit there and wait on it, just so everybody would think he had a big office in Nashville." Primarily, Parker handled a tour of several hundred dates for Ernest Tubb. With a huge hit like Soldier's Last Letter and a pair of quickie movies, Tubb was now a big enough star to headline a package of Opry newcomers, including comic Rod Brasfield and, as an extra added attraction, the Poe sisters, real-life siblings just barely into their 20s who used the stage names Ruth and Nell. As usual, Parker traveled 2 weeks ahead of the dates, booking auditoriums and theaters, billing posters, arranging for newspaper ads and hotel accommodations, and, in keeping with Joe Frank's brand of broadcast promotion, setting up 15-minute early morning radio programs for the troupe to come in to advertise the show. Somewhere along the route, Tubb would get a telegram from Joe Frank telling him where Parker would catch up with him, usually in one of Tom's favorite diners. There, Parker would fill him in on what he'd lined up, writing it all down in his meticulous, methodical handwriting, and passing the schedule sheet across a table laden with double orders of chicken fried steak, served on green, sectioned plates, with plenty of sweet tea to wash it down. Afterward, Tubb would silently lay a deck of cards or a pair of dice on the table, and he and Parker would adjourn to get up a friendly game. "He'd take a chance on anything," says Gabe Tucker. In contrast to his shabby, vagabond appearance with the Jam Up and Honey tent show, Parker is an agent for the distinguished Joe Frank, dressed in the kinds of clothes that had once delighted the young Andreas Van Koch. "He would always wear a white shirt with a nice sport jacket and slacks," recalls Nell Poe. "He was already heavy-set and balding, but he really looked like a gentleman. He traveled so hard and fast promoting us that he would have a whole suitcase of white shirts, but he wouldn't have time to get them laundered. He'd say, 'I'm sending them home for my wife to do them. I'll pick them up on the next trip.'" Parker was in unusually good spirits on the tour, and soon he grew so bold as to insinuate himself into Tubbs' stage act, impersonating the comedian Smiley Burnett and his character Frog Milhouse, Gene Autry's faithful sidekick. With his penchant for costumes, Parker had acquired an outfit similar to Burnett's signature look of checked shirt, loose black kerchief draped at the neck, and a floppy black hat turned sideways. Nell Poe remembers that Parker, who had studied Burnett's moves and could mug his poses, was able to play the comic with unnerving accuracy. "As soon as Ernest walked out on that stage," says Poe, "Tom would start down the aisle, brushing people's shoulders off with a little broom. He would do that on both sides of the audience, and Ernest would just stop and stand there with his guitar and look through the crowd like he didn't know what was going on. Of course, Ernest couldn't sing because people were just howling at this big commotion of Tom's. He was really hilarious." The heady reception fueled Parker's honeyed dreams of fame. "He always said to me, 'I'm going to Hollywood someday,'" Poe adds. "He had big ambitions, and he was sure he was destined for great things." Yet Parker surely knew that his best chances of succeeding in Hollywood were not as a performer, but through his management of an alter ego. To that end, he continued to keep a vigilant watch on Eddie Arnold, who had just been tapped to host Ralston Purina's Checkerboard Square segment of the Grand Ole Opry, a plum spot. As Eddie began to rouse the attention of national advertisers, Parker repositioned himself to strengthen his relationship with the budding star. Working with freelance promoter Jim Bullitt, who had headed the Opry Artist Service Bureau before the war, he booked Eddie for 2 weeks of theater dates in Florida during the winter of 1944-45. The idea was to show Arnold that he could bring him up a level, to get him away from the little pissant country fairs Eddie had played with Pee Wee King, where the people came up to grab a piece of the star or get an autograph. Once he was able to manage a top-notch act like Arnold, Parker vowed, he'd take him only to the bigger rodeos and fairs and restrict that kind of fan access. To get the crowds lathered up and then declare his star untouchable was to rend him a god. In the fall of 1945, Parker made a handshake deal with Arnold for exclusive representation. It was not the clear, round tones of Eddie's baritone that called to him, nor the western bent of the tenor end of Eddie's register, reaching to surreal high yodel. With the understanding that Parker would take 25% of Arnold's income and Eddie would pay the expenses, Parker was not even overly concerned with the money he hoped to realize in bringing Eddie to prominence, although his funds were so tight that Marie had to temporarily hawk her wedding ring to finance his trip to Tennessee. For him, the chance to couple his fate to Eddie's was a matter of personal power, of showing folks how to play the game. As before, in the name of promotion, he was shameless. Joey Hoffman, Peasy's son, remembers seeing him hand out pictures in front of the grandstand at the Tampa Fairgrounds to advertise Eddie's show, telling passers-by, "It's free today, but the next time you see this face, you'll be paying for it." Yet Parker saved his boldest move for the day of the show, when he ambled down to the opening of Jack Shepherd's grocery store on Howard Avenue and approached a hillbilly band playing live on the air. Brashly, he went up to the microphone and asked the lead singer if he knew Eddie Arnold's favorite song, "Mommy, Please Stay Home With Me." The singer sheepishly said he didn't. So Parker invited the band and the listening audience to come out to the fair to hear Eddie sing it himself, thus wangling a free radio advertisement out of the station. "He was a ball of fire. He worked hard. He got up early, and he was a non-drinker," Arnold says, reflecting on Parker's tireless efforts on his behalf. "He had a lot of energy. Actually, he was good at everything. He understood business. He was good with the record company, and he was good with the personal appearances. He was absolutely dedicated to the personality that he represented." Although other managers stayed in their office and used the phone to complete their advance work, Parker crisscrossed the country, setting up tours, often staying away for 2 months at a time, and bringing along for company either Bitsy Mott, Marie's diminutive brother, or Bevo Beavis, the 26-year-old boy man. Behind them, Parker towed a humpbacked trailer emblazoned with cartoonish renderings of Eddie's face, and filled it with posters, fly sheets, signs, pictures, and banners, anything to spread the word that Eddie Arnold, the Tennessee plowboy, and his guitar, as the trailer boasted in foot-high letters, was coming to town. "When he was setting up a tour," says Gabe Tucker, "he'd try to get enough money from whoever was promoting it, and hell, he would go back to the same places, sometimes 2 or 3 times if it was necessary, making sure folks knowed Eddie was a-comin'. And he'd tell the promoter, 'Put it on the radio. My boy can't draw you no people if they don't know he's going to be here, see?' He would work on it and stay on it. That's one reason Eddie got in the bracket that he did, 'cause Tommy worked his ass off. If he was awake," adds Tucker, "he was preaching Eddie Arnold to anybody that'd listen." And like a member of any secret society, Parker knew just where to go when he needed help, back to the place and the people who still churned in his blood. To promote Eddie's early records especially, Parker went home to the carnival, where the bearded ladies and the sprightly midgets and the fixers in their pinstripe suits and diamond rings took him in, blaring Arnold's songs over their loudspeakers as a favor to one of their own. Yet Tommy's boy, as the carnies affectionately called the singer, was embarrassed by such display, and, on tour, quickly tired of the out-of-the-way drives to thank a hard-bitten carny manager for playing and selling his records. "We got somebody up at this turnoff we need to go see," Parker would begin, driving out in the middle of the pitch-black nowhere, on a night pierced only by the light of the stars. Eddie, knowing what was coming, and chagrined about having to meet some leopard-skinned strongman with a neck like a pillar, finally began to voice his discontent. "Tom, do I have to? Do I have to?" Eddie was not the only one who chafed at some of the new manager's methods of doing business. Almost immediately, Parker began to expand Arnold's tours beyond the bankable South and Southwest, taking the band and the opening act, the straw-hatted comedy duo of Lonzo and Oscar, as far north as Pennsylvania. He also stepped up the schedule, booking more dates than they'd ever played before, which meant they performed 5 nights during the week, drove all night Friday to get home by Saturday to play the Grand Ole Opry, and then left again on Sunday. "It was really too much," remembers steel guitarist Little Roy Wiggins, who had played behind Paul Howard at 14 and Pee Wee King at 15 before joining the Tennessee Plowboys. "I told Parker he was queer for that white line in the middle of the highway because he just had to run up and down that road like crazy." Once, after Eddie got rolling a little bit, Parker booked him into the City Auditorium in Chattanooga, where the promoter had a reputation for not paying the artist. Parker had already gotten half of his money in advance and intended to collect the remaining half in cash before the show started. "Tom came backstage while the musicians were standing there, strumming their guitars, waiting," Eddie recalls. "And he said to me, 'Don't you hit a lick until I go,' waves his hand. That would mean he had gotten the money. Well, he went to this gentleman, the promoter, and he said, 'You know, those singers, they're funny. They won't sing a note unless I wave my hand.' A couple of minutes later, I peeped through the curtain, and he waved at me, and we did the show." Despite Arnold's cachet as an RCA Victor recording artist and a member of the Grand Ole Opry, in the early days the idea of playing any city auditorium would have been a mere pipe dream for Arnold, whose tenure with Parker got off to a modest start. Bitsy Mott remembers the dates included towns in Texas that were so small and remote that the show was literally staged in a barn. We used to play all those places, he says, and sometimes you had to kick the debris out of your way before you could let people come in. Cows had been in there, you know. We set up wooden benches, and it was $1 a ticket, sit where you like. I used to hear him say that all the time. The early tours were heady experiences for the young troopers, who were constantly learning something new about the business and about each other. Parker vowed to always carry a fresh cigar, so that when the negotiations started and the questions came, he could light the stogie, puff some fire through it until he coaxed an orange hue at its end, and set it up for business in the corner of his mouth. By then he'd had time to consider his answer. Parker's habit of seeing how much he could get for as little as he could give reached new heights of audacity as Eddie's career heated up. The manager found it increasingly necessary to remain in Nashville when the group came in off the road. As he had done from the beginning, Parker took it for granted that he was welcome to stay with Eddie and his wife, Sally, a Kentucky girl whom Arnold married in late 1941 while performing with Pee Wee King. One guest in the house had been enough for the Arnolds, who tried to keep their business and home life separate. But now Parker brought the helpless Bevo, whom Parker called Arnold's tour manager in the press, and Marie, who exuded a certain chilliness to both Sally and Roy Wiggins' wife, Joyce. And before long, Bobby Ross, who hoped to become a manager or promoter after apprenticing with Parker. He would eventually handle Slim Whitman and assist the Colonel in winning Whitman's first record contract, came up from Tampa and moved in right along with them. The foursome stayed anywhere from 3 or 4 days to nearly a month. This parasitic arrangement fit the pattern of Parker's freeloading days of old, and seemed not to bother the thrifty Dutchman in the slightest, no matter who it inconvenienced. Eddie and Sally had recently bought a 5-room red-brick bungalow in Madison, about 7 miles west of downtown Nashville. But since Eddie's mother, Georgia, often lived there too, and the couple welcomed the birth of daughter Joanne in December 1945, the house was full. 50 years later, Sally Arnold still rolled her eyes when the subject came up, too much of a Southern lady to say more. At the time, Eddie managed to keep his composure, until Parker also took over Arnold's newly rented office in the upstairs of a Madison real estate firm. Tom had told him, "Plowboy, you need a place where you can store all of your songbooks," Gabe Tucker remembers. And hell, he just dropped the shuck on him then. Eddie paid for the whole thing, and Tommy had a bigger office than Eddie did and never paid a nickel on it. Eddie started to say something to him about it, and Tommy said, "Well, me taking care of you. Give me a better place to do it." He never paid for office space nowhere, his whole life. It was at this point, after the Parkers had imposed on the Arnolds' hospitality for a particularly long and grating stay, that Eddie prompted one of Parker's most famous lines. As the singer wrote in his autobiography, "I said to him once when he was managing me, 'Tom, why don't you get yourself a hobby? Play golf, go boating, or something?' He looked at me straight in the eye and said, 'You're my hobby.'" The Arnolds found relief only after Parker bought a small but stately fieldstone home nearby on Madison's Gallatin Road. By the time Parker assumed Arnold's management, the Tennessee Plowboy, who would become one of the most prolific hit-making artists of all time, had made his first indelible mark with "Each Minute Seems a Million Years." The song rose to the number 5 spot in Billboard's tabulation of best-selling folk music. To move beyond any initial blush of success, however, Eddie needed an energetic team working in tandem. While Steve Scholes, the heavy-set and avuncular head of RCA Records' country and R&B divisions, was already in place, Tom Parker would head that team and rely on it for his own advancement in the industry. Eventually, he would bring all the players to the group that would later figure so heavily in taking Elvis to the top. Most prominently, Hill and Range music publishers Gene and Julian Aberbach, and Harry Ketchum and Abe Lastfogel of the powerful William Morris Agency. Nearly every major career move he guided for Arnold, a string of chart-topping records, the judicious use of early television, a foray into Hollywood movies, and even engagements in Las Vegas, served as the blueprint for Parker's plan with Elvis. From the instant he took over Arnold's career, Parker began building momentum, not just for Arnold, but for himself. In what would serve as his lifelong pattern of artist and record company relations, he kept his client as isolated from the record label as possible. By appearing to make himself indispensable to both parties, he hoped to increase his importance and clout, while manipulating his client's knowledge of the intricacies of the deals. Above all, it was imperative that the record label executives, and others in the trade, see Parker as a figure of equal or greater stature to his artist. In magazine and newspaper advertisements, he coupled his name with that of Eddie's, under exclusive management of Thomas A. Parker, in letters nearly the same size as those employed for Arnold's. The idea was to convey not only Parker's insistence that they were a team, but that Parker was a deal-maker worthy of celebration and reward. Already he was having large studio portraits taken of himself, in which he smiled broadly from within the proud confines of an expensive pinstripe suit. He signed them The Gov. 3 years later, in October 1948, Parker seized the opportunity to obtain a more prestigious title on a trip to Baton Rouge, Louisiana. With Gabe Tucker in tow, he called on an old Kearny acquaintance, Bob Greer, then an aide to Governor Jimmy Davis, who'd had an earlier taste of fame as a country singer and the co-writer of You Are My Sunshine. Parker and Greer carried on about their old shenanigans, cutting up jackpots in the Kearny vernacular, and Tucker, amused by Parker's outrageous stories of the showman's swindle, declared that anyone who could snow with such velocity should have a title, and put the request to Greer. Thrilled at the prospects of such an inspired con, Parker refused to leave town until the document, which commissioned him as a Louisiana colonel, with all the rights, privileges, and responsibilities thereunto appertaining, was in his hands. Until now, Parker had requested that the members of Arnold's band refer to him as Popsy, a feigned intimacy designed to wheedle favors out of them. You like your room? Buy Popsy a cigar. But things had changed. He turned around, as Tucker remembers, and said, "In the future, Mr. Tucker, you will make sure that everybody addresses me as Colonel." And so the former Army deserter now carried what many construed as a military title. In his early years with Arnold, Parker was dictatorial in the extreme, laying down the law with theater managers over concession rights and stripping Arnold's band members of the songbook sales they shared in arrangement with Eddie. Now the old Kearny kept the songbook money for himself and his family, sending Bitsy and Bevo out in the aisles with their arms loaded up with books, pictures, and programs, and installing Marie at a table in the lobby. The specter of Tom selling pictures and records down the aisles of a venue was one to behold, says Bob McCluskey, former general promotion manager for RCA Victor. That, to my knowledge, no pop manager had ever done. But it also sent a seething shiver through little Roy Wiggins. Parker delighted in stirring up trouble among the band members, who, before his arrival, had enjoyed an easy camaraderie. Since they never seemed to have an argument when he wasn't around, eventually they recognized it as a control mechanism, Tucker seeing how Parker loved it when all of us would run to him so he could be the great fixer, and how the tales of internal bickering gave him a window onto everything that went on with his star. When Eddie told Parker that Wiggins was irate at the loss of $100 a week in songbook commissions and intimated he might quit, Parker sent the message that he didn't care what little Roy did. Coinel, as Wiggins mocked the way Parker pronounced his new title and his inability to say ours, had decided that's the way it was going to be. With pressure building, an altercation was inevitable, and it came one night in El Paso, Texas, when Eddie played a private party there. Afterwards, Wiggins, drinking a beer, headed for the bus to take him to the hotel. "Where do you think you're going with that beer in your hand?" demanded one of Parker's staffers. "You're not getting on this bus with that beer." "Just who the hell says I'm not?" countered the 5-foot Wiggins, empowered by the brew. "The colonel says you're not." "Well, fuck the colonel," Roy cursed in anger, and then went to Eddie and explained what happened. "I'll kill that big fat sloppy mother," he spewed. Eddie calmed him, said Parker was wrong and he would speak to him about it tomorrow. But back at the hotel, goaded on by Vic Willis of the Willis Brothers, a featured act on Arnold's shows, Wiggins could stand it no longer, remembering every slight he'd endured since Parker came on board, how he'd advised Arnold to take the band off a percentage basis and put them on salary, and how he'd cut them out of Arnold's record royalties, something Eddie promised when he formed the band in 1943. Finally, Wiggins picked up the phone and called the Colonel himself. "It's one of the things I'm proudest of in my life," says Wiggins. "I cussed him for 30 minutes, at least 30 minutes, until, well, he got to crying, really." A tearful Parker tried to explain about the beer. "Don't you know about insurance?" he said. "Don't run the snowplow at me," Wiggins retorted. "I ain't driving that damn bus." For 3 days the men saw not one glimpse of each other. Then Wiggins was on the hotel elevator when it stopped on Parker's floor. "Boy," said Parker, standing in the door and waiting to get on, "I want to talk to you. Everything's all right between me and you except one thing. Did you say fuck the Colonel?" "I had embarrassed him in front of his flunkies," remembers Wiggins. "I think that really got through to him." In time, the enigmatic Parker held himself above almost everyone, certainly the powers at RCA, in a nearly Machiavellian thirst to seize and hold power. That obsession, unencumbered by the usual ethical, moral, or social values, even his brother-in-law Bitsy Mott felt compelled to call him Sir, would grow in direct proportion to Parker's success, first with Arnold, whom he elevated to the #1 selling country artist, and later with Elvis. Parker saw it only as maximizing the opportunity, both for his client and for himself. Perhaps Parker's earliest test came in his negotiations with Jean and Julian Eberbach, the Viennese Jews who would become an essential spoke in the wheel that drove Eddie's career. In 1944, only 5 years after Jean immigrated to the United States to work for Chapel Music, the Eberbach brothers founded Hill and Range Songs, Inc., a Los Angeles and New York-based company that specialized in C&W tunes. By the end of 1945, when most New York publishers saw no percentage in country and Western music, the visionary Eberbachs had 3 songs at the top of the charts and $50,000 in the bank. Not surprising, then, the Eberbachs took keen notice of newcomer Arnold, and particularly of the success that publishers Fred Forster and Wally Fowler enjoyed when the young singer recorded their songs. To sew up a rising star like Arnold, to have him predisposed to select songs from their catalog, would be a fine thing. And so before Eddie's recording session in early 1946, Jean and Julian, at Scholl's invitation, met with Arnold, Parker, and the RCA producer to present songs and perhaps work out an agreement. In the immediate years to follow, the Eberbachs, shrewd, sophisticated, fastidiously dressed, and displaying such cultured accents and gracious European manners that some pronounced them oily, offered an array of incentives to induce label executives, artists, and managers to do business. Thus, before Arnold's first session of 1946, his third session with Scholl's, and his fourth overall, the Eberbachs presented Eddie with a check for $20,000, a substantial amount of money for the time, but perhaps not so large considering what they hoped to get in return. "It was really for nothing, you see," explains the erudite Julian Eberbach. "We promised Eddie that every good song that we had we would submit to him first before we went to any other artist. Then we tried to get the best songs that we had that would fit Eddie Arnold." Beginning with the March 1946 recording session, where Arnold recorded 2 Hill and Range songs, the uptempo Can't Win, Can't Place, Can't Show, and Chained to a Memory, which climbed to number 3 on the Billboard chart, most Eddie Arnold sessions included at least one tune published by Hill and Range. For a time, says Bob McCluskey, almost every release of any importance was a Hill and Range song. To McCluskey, it was almost certain that Scholl's, a family man, was secretly on the take, and that Parker, who exploited the greed of others, knew it. If Eddie got the 20 grand, what do you think Scholl's got? They obviously owed their soul to Hill and Range after taking the money. Once it's in your pocket, there's no turning back, because they have you and they can talk. According to Eberbach, Parker, as Arnold's manager, received 25% of Eddie's $20,000, which was more than justified because he had only one artist. He always had a deal, and he was without any doubt an excellent deal-maker and skilled negotiator. But he was honest. Honesty, like beauty, is in the eye of the beholder. As the Eberbach's cousin, music publisher Freddie Beanstalk points out, Parker always had side deals too, and especially with RCA Victor, where, in a very real sense, he was the client, Not Eddie Arnold, and later, not even Elvis Presley. From the beginning of his association with the label, it was obvious to Parker that there was plenty of money to go around, especially for the man who had the gumption to speak up and demand it. A man whose key to survival, as Gabe Tucker asserts, was always to have something better than a contract. Maybe a little something to remind a guy about when the circumstance demanded. Arnold, while grateful for the astonishing level of success he found under Parker, by 1952 he was no longer the hayseed Grand Ole Opry performer, but the star of his own network television show, chafed at certain aspects of the Colonel's flamboyant style. Indeed, Parker seemed to want to control every facet of Arnold's life. "All Eddie takes care of is his toothbrush and his drawers," the Colonel crowed. The two men clashed about the direction of Eddie's music. The singer, who now hated the plowboy moniker, hoped to embrace a more sophisticated sound, and Arnold was continually embarrassed by Parker's shabby dress, his braggadocio. "Which one of our planes did you come down in today?" he'd ask Eddie in a crowded elevator. And his use of carny promotions, such as parading an elephant through Nashville's downtown streets to advertise Arnold's appearances. Yet far more troubling to Arnold was Parker's alleged involvement with the careers of other performers. The familiar rumor that the Colonel sold Hadacol, the patent medicine made up mostly of ethyl alcohol, or secretly booked the entertainers for the Hadacol caravan, appears not to be based in fact. But Parker was working with Hank Snow and Tommy Sands through his new company, Jamboree Attractions, which rankled Arnold down deep. Together they'd sold nearly 30 million records, and the way Arnold saw it, the 25% he paid Parker was for exclusivity. Then, in the summer of 1953, came an embarrassing blow-up in Las Vegas. According to Roy Wiggins, Eddie, then playing the Sahara Hotel, was alone in his room when the phone rang, and the caller, thinking he had Tom Diskin, Parker's new lieutenant, on the line, said, "Tell the Colonel that show we got together with Hank Snow is doing okay." Arnold, angry and shaken, went down to the coffee shop to confront the Colonel and saw him hide something under the table. Parker would later claim it was an ad he had taken out to surprise his client as he approached. An argument ensued outside. "And by the time I walked up," remembers Wiggins, "they were at it pretty good." Eddie drew back his fist. "Don't hit him!" yelled a frightened Marie Parker, and the singer later sent a telegram that informed his manager he was no longer in need of his services. The firing left Parker humiliated and deeply wounded, and for a short while he moved out of music to manage wrestlers, particularly Roy and Bill Fryman, who were invariably billed as the Fryman Brothers with manager Colonel Tom Parker. However, there was no money in small-town gymnasium wrestling, and the stress of it all so unraveled him that shortly after, the Colonel suffered the first of many heart attacks. Although his weight, which had hovered dangerously around 300 pounds, dropped dramatically during his recovery, he told almost no one about his illness, afraid that the clients like Snow and Rod Brassfield and Mother Maybelle and the Carter sisters, who were beginning to come to him and Diskin for bookings, if not always for direction, as he called it, would desert him. Worse, he feared he would lose his power at RCA, as Scholes, shifting his allegiance to Arnold, treated him like a flea-bitten alley dog, and him and Scholes was never the greatest of friends after that, Gabe Tucker recalls. Immediately, he put the squeeze on Scholes and singles division manager Bill Bullock, who was being whispered about as the Colonel's guy, to let him manage the upcoming RCA Victor Country Caravan, a package tour designed to showcase the label's country stars, with Hank Snow headlining. Set for spring of '54, the caravan was the brainchild of Bob McCluskey, who'd gotten $50,000 allocated for it, and was now being pressured to involve Parker. McCluskey said that the Colonel could help with some of the dates, but he didn't want him in control of the money, as he'd already gotten a reputation that was quite unsavory, and I was responsible for all that dough. The next thing McCluskey knew, he was out of a job, and Parker was in charge of the venture. "He got the money up front," says McCluskey, "and I was told that the money he didn't spend was his, as no one would ask for it to be returned." Next, Parker moved to bolster his standing with the William Morris office, with Hollywood, where, despite the two dreadful B-Westerns, Feud and Rhythm and Hoedown, Eddie Arnold made for Columbia Pictures in 1949, Parker had hoped to wield as big a stick as he had in the music business. He'd check into the Hotel Knickerbocker for a month at a time, trying to appear the part. Now all he could think of was something that occurred on his first trip to New York to meet Harry Ketchum, who worked in the personal appearance division of the agency's Gotham office. On the plane, Parker struck up a conversation with a man who bragged he'd just made a big deal with William Morris. By coincidence, Parker noted, they were staying at the same hotel. But when the plane landed, the Morris office had a gleaming black limousine waiting for its important new client, while Parker was left to take the bus. Several days later, Parker was having breakfast at the hotel when he looked out the window to see the big shot sitting on his suitcase. Now it was he who waited on a bus. "Where's your limo?" Parker asked. "The deal fell through," came the reply. Parker never forgot it, and it served as a harsh reminder of a very real truth. The minute you no longer had something the power brokers wanted, you were out. As the last of the carnies to really make it in Hollywood, says Byron Raphael, the colonel was extremely jealous of the very well-bred Jewish guys at William Morris. He resented them, and yet he also needed their respect. So although he made fun of the fact that he was accepted by what he considered to be the cream of New York and Hollywood, secretly he desired it terribly. Eventually, Parker would strike a deal with Arnold to handle at least a portion of his bookings, in part to save face with the Morris agency. But for the time being, he took another kind of solace. "Plowboy," he drawled into the phone, knowing how the name would irritate Eddie. "We've got to talk. You sent me this wire that said we was through, but you never said nothing about settling up." "What do you mean?" Arnold asked. "Well, if you're not happy with me and you don't want to be associated with me anymore," Parker said, "then it's going to cost you $50,000. Arnold, conservative about nearly everything, and especially about money, swallowed hard and reminded Parker that they never had a contract, just a gentleman's agreement. "No, Plowboy, there's more to it than that," the fat man said, and Arnold suggested they meet with his Nashville attorney, Bill Carpenter. On the day of the appointment, Parker arrived at Carpenter's office with an old leather bag stuffed full of papers, which he emptied into a small mountain on the lawyer's desk, the IRS trick redone. As the lawyer began sifting through the pile, Parker took a folded paper from his pocket and started reading aloud from the last contract he'd negotiated for Arnold with RCA, one that gave the singer 5 cents a record, the largest royalty rate possible, equal to that of Perry Como. Furthermore, Parker explained, the Most Favored Nation clause dictated that if anybody negotiated a higher royalty rate in the future, Eddie got that too. The agreement was good for 7 years, Parker reminded them, and it carried his signature, not Eddie's. Now, didn't $50,000 seem reasonable, stacked against 25% of whatever royalties Arnold made for the remainder of those 7 years? The singer sank deep in his chair. "Eddie," Bill Carpenter said flatly, "pay him." For a man who shied away from contracts, Parker had become exceptionally skilled in using them to his advantage. "Colonel Tom got me out of a contract one time that I didn't want to be in," recalled the country star Marty Robbins. "He did it as a favor. I was really hung up bad. Colonel Tom said, 'Do you want out of that contract?' I said, 'Yes, sir.' And sure enough, he got me out. I would have been hung up for 6 years at a big percent." Robbins subsequently turned down Parker's offer to sign him to Jamboree Attractions, but in pledging to work for the Colonel any time he wanted, Robbins forged the kind of contract Parker liked best, an unwritten one. And sometimes 2 contracts were better than 1. Hank Snow, who became a partner in Jamboree Attractions in late 1954, lining up package tours for himself, Bill Haley and the Comets, Andy Griffith, Elvis Presley, and others, found out just how learned and treacherous Parker had become in early 1956, when the Colonel returned to Nashville from a trip to Memphis with dual contracts in his pocket. The purpose of the trip had been to sign 21-year-old Presley to a management deal. Gladys Presley distrusted the Colonel from the beginning, and Parker had called in Snow, one of her favorite singers, to sweet-talk Elvis's mother into giving her approval. Now, if on the advice of his mother, Elvis balked at the first contract, which Parker carried in his left coat pocket, he had another one ready in his right. What Snow didn't learn until later was that the only difference in the contracts was that one bound Presley to Hank Snow Enterprises Jamboree Attractions, and the other strictly to Parker, as the sole and exclusive advisor, personal representative, and manager in any and all fields of public and private entertainment. it was the latter contract that Presley signed, forever cutting Snow out of the most lucrative deal in all of show business. Chapter 10. The Man in the Shadows. Just how and when Colonel Tom Parker first took note of Elvis Presley will always be one of the unanswerable questions in the history of rock and roll. Not surprisingly, a handful of men take credit for informing Parker about the combustible hillbilly cat who, starting in late 1954, performed regularly on the Louisiana Hayride radio program, broadcast out of Shreveport over KWKH, a powerful 50,000-watt station that sent its signal across and beyond the southern United States. The likelihood is that Presley's appearance on the Hayride and in supporting tours throughout Texas made such a stir that Parker, desperately on the lookout for another artist with the potential of an Eddie Arnold, began hearing about him from a number of sources, including Texarkana DJ Uncle Dudley, Ernest Hackworth, and Gabe Tucker, who had left Eddie's band to play local clubs and do radio work in Houston. What really turned his head, though, was a report from his old friend Oscar Davis. In October 1954, Davis, on a trip to Memphis to do advance work for Parker for an Arnold appearance at Ellis Auditorium, dropped by WMPS radio to record his advertising spots for the show. There, disc jockey Bob Neal played him Blue Moon of Kentucky, the first single by the teenaged Elvis Presley, who, Neal told Davis, packed a local dive, the Eagle's Nest, night after night with screaming women. That evening, Davis went out to the club with Neal, who was booking Presley around the region. "I said, 'Bob, this guy is incredible. I'd like to meet him,'" as Davis recalled. Neal brought him over to the table, and the following Sunday, when Elvis came backstage at Ellis Auditorium to talk further with Davis and meet Eddie Arnold and his backup group, the Jordanaires, the fated impresario made a tentative deal to take over Presley's management from his guitarist, Scotty Moore. That Monday, Davis returned to Nashville and drove out to Parker's house. He found the Colonel sitting outside his office on that warm fall day, enjoying an informal lunch with Charlie Lamb, a former carny who now worked in the country music business as a journalist and advertising agent. "It was really Oscar who found Elvis," Lamb says. "He came over and said, 'I saw the darndest act you ever imagined. This kid who does this twisting around and so forth.' And the Colonel's eyes popped open and he said, 'Where was he? Who is he?' And he got up from the table and pulled his car out and left. He still wasn't back when I went out the next day." Was Parker checking out Oscar's discovery? If so, Parker kept it to himself when he returned to Nashville. But suddenly, as Elvis's drummer DJ Fontana remembers, Parker began turning up at Presley's show dates in Texarkana. "We would see him walking around and hanging back in the shadows, but he never would say nothing. A lot of people just didn't want to deal with him." Bob Neal, who assumed Presley's management duties on January 1st, 1955, most certainly wanted to deal with Parker, hoping this razzle-dazzle character, but honest and very sharp, shrewd dealer, as he later called him, would put Elvis on the package tours that Parker took out to other parts of the country. On January 15, 1955, Parker and Tom Diskin traveled to Shreveport to watch Elvis. Decked out in a rust-colored suit, a black dotted purple tie, and pink socks, performed 3 songs for the Hayride audience. Afterward, they met with Neal and worked out an arrangement by which Parker, as an agent of Hank Snow Attractions, would handle Elvis's booking, which Parker promised would likely include one of the big resort hotels in Nevada. By now, Parker was already scheming to take total control of the new sensation. But until Neal's management contract expired the following year, "I always felt that Elvis was going to be a big artist, but I never would have believed how big, so I just preferred to drop out of the scene," Neal said later. The Colonel was careful not to tip his hand, not even to Oscar Davis. Parker respected Davis enough to lend him money on occasion. "Oscar lived high, wide, and handsome," remembers the Nashville attorney Richard H. Frank Sr., and the two were bound beneath the skin by their carny experiences and their fondness for illegal gambling. They also shared a curious mindset that let them find a way to always justify their actions, even if it meant disposing of people without ever once looking back. Years before, like the Colonel's own Marie, who had given away the club-footed baby, Davis had simply walked out on his wife and 5-year-old son, never to see or acknowledge them again. "He was a deserter, plain and simple," says Oscar Davis, Jr. The Colonel had little compunction about how he counseled Davis, who'd lost his last big client, the great Hank Williams, to an overdose of hooch, chloral hydrate, and fame. Now, only 2 years after that fatal incident, Parker himself had booked Hank for one night in Texarkana. Davis made no secret of the fact that he hoped to take over Presley's management. "The guy will get nowhere on Sun Records," Parker began, and rolled out a host of other objections. The two argued. Parker told his friend he'd gotten too excited over this Presley kid, and "I became completely discouraged about the whole thing," Davis said. Parker was a skilled tactician who approached any negotiation with the forethought of a master chess player, knowing all the possible strategies and the likelihood of how the moves would play out. Brushing aside Davis more easily than he could dispense with Hank Snow or even the easygoing Neil, Parker turned his attention to Sam Phillips, who operated the Sun Records label. Without foundation, Parker started the rumor that Presley's contract was for sale. Phillips, stunned to learn of the gossip, struck back with the breathtaking demand of $35,000. "I thought, hey, I'll make 'em an offer that I know they will refuse, and then I'll tell 'em they'd better not spread this poison anymore," Phillips remembers. "I absolutely did not think Tom Parker could raise the $35,000, and that would have been fine. But he raised the money, and damn, I couldn't back out then." Parker sent him a $5,000 deposit, with RCA later paying Phillips his asking price, plus a $5,000 bonus for Elvis. All $40,000 would be recoupable against royalties, but still the label was nervous. "We must have met for a half hour before I put my approval on it," remembers Norman Rackison, RCA's chief financial officer at the time. "It was a lot of money, but Steve Scholes was so aggressive about this, he would have gone over my head if I turned him down anyhow." Later, Scholes watched Carl Perkins come on strong with blue suede shoes and phoned Phillips to ask, "Did I buy the wrong boy?" "No," Phillips assured him, he did not. By that time, the company had refunded the Colonel's deposit, but Parker forever insisted it was his money that bought the contract and his money that was at risk. Yet it wasn't until Presley's appearance in Jacksonville, Florida, in May 1955, before 14,000 fans, that Parker fully realized what he had. "Girls, I'll see you all backstage," Elvis joked at the end of his show, and about half the crowd broke through the police barricade, a throng following him into the dugout locker room, trying to tear off his clothes. "He was on top of the showers, trying to get away from people. Guys and girls trying to grab a shoe or just anything," remembered fellow performer Marty Robbins, who joined the bill as a way to repay Parker's favor of the year before. As a carnival man who only understood things in dollars and cents, Parker knew what brought him into the big tent. In a real sense, Elvis was just a male version of Marie and all the other thinly veiled dancing girls who tantalizingly promised the big striptease but never quite paid off. But now Parker realized that Elvis's popularity could go beyond even that, to the kind of riots that Frank Sinatra had inspired in his heyday. And from then on, when he went to Elvis's shows, it was the crowd Parker watched, not Elvis. That emotion could make him a very rich man, almost overnight. Once Parker created his grand marketing plan, enlisting the full help of RCA Victor and the William Morris Agency, it would take no more than a year to make Elvis the biggest-selling artist in the music business and the highest-paid performer on TV. And when he accepted a nearly $40,000 advance from the Beverly Hills movie merchandiser Hank Saperstein to turn Elvis into a brand name, licensing 78 different articles from Elvis charm bracelets, Elvis lipstick and hound dog orange, and Elvis scarves, dolls, plastic guitars, and glow-in-the-dark busts, Parker's entrepreneurial vision raked in some $22 million, apart from what the fans spent on concerts and records. No artist had ever exploded on the scene with the volcanic impact of Elvis Presley in 1956, and no manager before Tom Parker had ever been so brilliantly or blatantly capitalistic. At a time when most managers did little more for their artists than book concert dates, Parker perpetually figured out new ways to exploit his star. Perhaps it is to lighten our burdens that the Lord sends us from time to time gay and imaginative men like Colonel Parker, who realize that life is a great big hilarious fruitcake loaded with potential profits, Look magazine said in 1956. In truth, Parker's most important place in music history may be as the man who almost single-handedly took the carnival tradition first to rock and roll and then to modern mass entertainment, creating the blueprint for the powerful style of management and merchandising that the music business operates by today. By merely applying the exploitationist tactics of the barker to his own client, he drew a straight line from the bally platform of the old-time carnival to the hullabalooed concert stage. Yet as long as they were associated, Parker, who preferred the bubbly champagne music of Lawrence Welk, never understood the artistic genius of Presley's surreal hiccups and king snake moans, his seamless blending of country, pop, and rhythm and blues. Nor could he truly appreciate the elegant electricity of his aesthetic romp. In fact, Parker, who didn't know a good song from a bad, he really was tone-deaf, says RCA's Joan Deary, often made derisive comments about Elvis's music. The first time he heard I Want You, I Need You, I Love You, Byron Raphael recalls, he laughed and said, "Can you imagine the kids are going to buy this stuff?" Certainly, neither Parker nor anyone else had the vision to see what a seismic force Elvis would become, as perhaps the most influential cultural figure of the 20th century. But a decade earlier, Parker watched Dick Contino wrangle and hump his accordion as the teenagers went crazy. Now he began to fathom that Elvis could combine the threatening sexuality of Marlon Brando and the confused, sensual tension of James Dean, and, in the process, give voice to a powerful, rising youth movement, one ravenous and itchy for change and prominence. Its purchasing power, some $7 billion in 1956 alone, would triple the sales of the American recording industry and make Elvis Presley the first RCA artist to gross more than $1 million from a single album. However, on the day he first met Presley, Parker was preoccupied with two other performers. His choices reveal how inept he was at judging mainstream taste and in guiding unknown talent. Still smitten with the icon of the American cowboy, Parker approached Eddie Dean, the B-movie Western star, who had appeared on the country music charts with One Has My Name, The Other Has My Heart, and I Dreamed of a Hillbilly Heaven. Parker told him he could score big as the Golden Cowboy, and in a foreshadowing of Elvis's famous stage ensemble, suggested Dean invest in a golden suit or two. Since '52, however, he'd been consumed with the idea of managing Tommy Sands, a Louisiana hayride alum who had just entered his teens when Parker first saw him perform at Cook's Hoedown Club in Houston. Soon he had the boy opening dates for Eddie Arnold, who resented his manager's personal and professional interest in the kid. Sands, whose parents were divorced and who rarely saw his own father, found a surrogate daddy in the strange, funny man who seemed to be grooming him more for the movies than a singing career. One day he made the teen throw dirt on himself and walk several miles to a diner where Parker waited and posed as an unassuming customer. Sands would pass his acting test if he stood at the window and looked hungry enough that the management brought him in and gave him a free meal. "My boy," Parker told him about this and other stunts, "this is all just part of your education." "Actually," says Sands, "he wanted me to be Roy Rogers, the next big cowboy movie star. That's what he saw from me." And so Parker outfitted the youngster with string ties, cowboy hats, and all manner of Western wear. But Sands didn't want to be Roy Rogers. "I thought I'd have to be Mr. Clean, married with a family, and I'd never be able to have any girlfriends," even though he loved Parker and worshipped the ground that he walked on. And so Parker switched gears and set about getting Sands a recording contract, instructing the teen to send a sample tape to RCA's Steve Scholz late in 1954 or early '55. Scholes took a perfunctory listen and immediately returned the tape to the young singer. But when Parker ran into a temporary snag prying Elvis loose from his commitment at Sun Records, he had Diskin get in touch with Scholes. "Since Elvis Presley is pretty securely tied up," Diskin suggested in a letter, "it might be possible to come out with something in that vein by Tommy." Scholes wrote back and tactfully stated that Sands would not be a suitable replacement for Elvis, but in a move probably meant to appease the Colonel more than anything else, offered the possibility that we could record Tommy on some of the rhythm and blues type country and western music. Several years earlier, Parker had flown Sands to New York and Nashville to record, as he recalls, 7 songs. But my voice hadn't changed yet, and nothing sold. His producer, Chet Atkins, puts it differently. He was just one of those pretty faces. Parker saw his inability to develop Sands into a major artist as a singular defeat. The fact that he didn't make a winner out of Tommy was a burr under his saddle. God, he couldn't stand to be a loser, says Gabe Tucker. And so he refused to relinquish hope, picking up Sands in the summers and driving him wherever Parker had a show going, priming me for whatever the next move was going to be, Sands says. Finally, in 1957, Parker found his vindication when NBC's Kraft Television Theater produced The Singing Idol, a drama closely based on Elvis's story, with the Colonel portrayed as a twisted psychopath. Kraft had wanted Elvis for the role, but Parker turned them down and recommended Sands, going so far as to call Tommy's manager Cliffy Stone. As Sands remembers it, Parker paid for his plane ticket for the audition. The show was an enormous hit. Even Elvis was impressed, and critics raved over the newcomer's acting and singing. Within the week, Sands, who had signed with Ken Nelson at Capitol Records on the strength of the Kraft contract, saw his single Teenage Crush go to number 3 on the pop charts and sell 800,000 copies. That really made him, recalled Stone. In 6 months, he'd become a fantastic star. The Ed Sullivan Show, This Is Your Life, and all the rest. Only then, reports Gabe Tucker, was Parker able to loosen that burr from his saddle, boasting about how he was being consulted about the actor who was going to play me in the 1958 theatrical version, Sing Boy Sing. Parker's initial failure to launch Sands, coupled with his eagerness to shine again in the eyes of the William Morris Agency, was no small part of his drive to make Elvis America's #1 attraction. But while the Morris office denies it today, in 1955, no one at the agency, in either New York or California, put much faith in Presley's ability to last beyond a quick, if bizarre, blaze of fame. Parker began campaigning to interest Harry Ketchum in Presley months before he finally got the singer signed on the dotted line. And while Ketchum politely responded that Elvis had a very special type of voice, he didn't seem overly impressed, noting in a February 1955 letter to Parker that he had mislaid Elvis's photograph. Parker wrote back in March that he felt certain Presley could succeed if he was exploited properly, and stayed on Ketchum even as the RCA deal had yet to close. It was Hollywood that most occupied Parker's thoughts, and even as he knew he'd have to build Elvis into a national phenomenon before he could move him into motion pictures, his desire was so strong that he couldn't help but plant the idea with his William Morris contact. Ketchum, located in the New York office and more involved with television than motion pictures, eventually responded that perhaps Elvis could make a Hollywood short. On November 14, 1955, the day before RCA gave Sam Phillips the $35,000 to buy out Presley's Sun contract, Parker told Ketchum that he was interested in making a picture with this boy. However, we must be very careful to expose him in a manner befitting his personality, which is something like the James Dean situation. Perhaps, he added in the wake of Dean's tragic death in a car accident 2 months earlier, Warner Brothers had a shelved film property that might work well for Elvis. Believe me, Parker said, if you ever follow one of my hunches, follow up on this one and you won't go wrong. On November 23, 1955, 8 days after RCA secured Elvis's recording contract, Ketchum wrote to Sam Fuller of NBC to inform him that the label had just tied up a youngster, Elvis Presley, a sensational singer very much of the order of Johnny Ray. Ketchum was hoping that Fuller might make room for a Presley appearance on an NBC TV show, and notified Parker he'd gotten the ball rolling. But secretly, Ketchum had little faith that anything of importance would happen for Parker's new charge. In 1955, Byron Raphael, then a new William Morris employee, happened upon a memo from Harry Ketchum addressed to all of the members of the West Coast office. Essentially, remembers Raphael, it said, "We've signed a new act, Elvis Presley, who's managed by Colonel Parker, who had Eddie Arnold." And it went on to say, "We've surveyed all our agents on the East Coast, and our opinion is that Presley's not going to make it. At most, he'll simply be a passing phenomenon. So get him as much work as you can, and as fast as you can." Parker never saw that memo, but he knew that the deals that the Morris office was pursuing were not in Elvis's best interest. It was also clear that Ketchum didn't share his enthusiasm or his timetable for establishing Elvis as a national artist. When Ketchum suggested that Parker book Elvis on a series of dates in New York and New Jersey to increase his exposure, Parker ignored the advice. What's more, in a move that angered Ketchum, Parker, who had no written contract with the Morris agency, entered into a deal with an independent agent, Steve Yates. Beginning in January 1956, Yates booked Elvis for 4 consecutive weeks on CBS TV's Stage Show, the popular Saturday night vaudeville program hosted by jazz greats Tommy and Jimmy Dorsey. There, Elvis would debut his first RCA single, Heartbreak Hotel, with a bump-and-grind musical backing that was not much different from what Presley's drummer, DJ Fontana, played in strip joints. When Ketchum learned of the stage show bookings, which stretched into 6 appearances, he fired off a blustery note. Parker answered with a convoluted letter that tap-danced around his use of Yates and chided Ketchum for simply sending out letters and waiting for a response. "I don't think this artist was pitched full force," he barked, often lapsing into run-on sentences and the peculiar sentence structure of a man who learned English later in life. "You know as well as I do, offering a new artist is one thing, but selling one is another. If I waited for someone to call me with deals all the time, I would have to start selling candy apples again." The upshot was that on January 31st, 1956, the Morris office prepared a memo that gave the agency the exclusive right to represent Elvis with the American Federation of Musicians, the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, the American Guild of Variety Artists, the Screen Actors Guild, and for general services and general materials and packages. That memo, addressed to Colonel Parker, gave the manager final approval of all contracts to be entered into for Elvis Presley during the term of the respective exclusive agency agreements. 2 signatures appeared at the bottom, Nat Lefkowitz of the Morris Agency's contract department, and Elvis Presley, who signed his compact autograph in blue fountain pen ink. In agreeing to such an arrangement, 6 weeks before he signed a final contract with Parker, Elvis effectively granted the Colonel total control over almost every facet of his career. What Parker didn't tell the agency was that even though he knew the power of television could make Elvis an immense star all across the United States, he, too, privately feared that Elvis's fame would be fleeting, admitting as much to his stepson, Bobby Ross. And so Parker rationalized, drawing again on his carnival past, he would give the people just enough to whet their appetite and fire their imagination. Book him on all the top television programs, including The Milton Berle Show, The Steve Allen Show, and the most prestigious of all, The Ed Sullivan Show, and then perhaps never let him appear on television again. Certainly he would limit his exposure to the press. By not allowing Elvis to be seen or heard in interviews, Parker made him into the object of nearly limitless romantic fantasy, from a pious innocent who loved his mama and his lord to a wiggling, greasy god of sex. Controlling his interviews would also make Elvis more exotic and mysterious, and obscure the fact that the young man who proved so effortlessly hypnotic in performance was, in real life, an immature and underdeveloped personality, a sort of charming idiot savant, as the songwriters Jerry Lieber and Mike Stoller would dub him. Early on, Parker had warned him to cut the comedy from his stage act, a familiar staple of hillbilly music shows of the time, but almost painful to hear today in the recording of his 1956 Las Vegas debut. Dutifully, after making an off-color remark about marriage, "Why buy a cow when you can steal milk through the fence?" at a high school concert in Alabama, Elvis complied. Yet it was nothing for him to belch on stage, and in private his sense of humor played out with his cousins and cronies, who traveled with him as a pack of good old boy playmates and protectors, continued to run along the lines of stupefying juvenility, even as Presley eventually cultivated a margin of wit and sophistication. The portrait of Presley as he really was at 21, acne-scarred, sweet-natured, and simple, except in his music and his peculiar relationships with women, already 3 at a time during his Louisiana hayride days, and his parents, whom he affectionately addressed as his babies, was either too dull or too scandalous for Parker to let out. By the following year, the manager was still taking no chances. When Time magazine's Bob Shulman tried to go backstage with other reporters at Elvis's 1957 performance at Seattle's Six Stadium, he encountered the Colonel standing fast like a portly bouncer. "If you want to hear anything about Elvis, you got to talk to me," Parker said, both adamant and inflexible. There was absolutely no access to Elvis himself, Shulman remembers. Although we could see him through the open door in his garish yellow incandescent light, he was leaning back in a camp chair, scratching his scrotum. Because the press was usually denied an audience with Elvis, except in the occasional group interview, reporters painted the young inciter of teen frenzy as a reflection of their own reaction to his behavior. To one, especially after his appearance on The Burl Show, where he slowed down the ending of Hound Dog and punctuated the beat with pelvic thrusts, he was the devil's own sneering son. To another, he was a fighter for freedom on the staid cultural battlefield. When the city of San Diego banned Elvis's orgasmic dancing, the media reported it with all the gravity of a national security breach. Parker, who tied on a vendor's apron to peddle both I Love Elvis and I Hate Elvis buttons to folks who reacted strongly one way or another, didn't care what the newsmen said as long as they said it, and paid their own admission to the shows. Not even an Elvis is queer story got his feathers up. When Gabe Tucker threw just such a magazine piece on his desk, Parker didn't say a word until his friend stopped sputtering. "Well," Parker finally said, "did they spell his name right?" To the press, then, it was almost as if there were no Elvis, except what the Colonel made him out to be. In a way, Colonel Parker was Elvis, and the singer, in Parker's mind, was less a separate entity, a person in his own right, than a vehicle for the Colonel's wishes, desires, and ego. When Parker, who likewise rationed his own access to the press, deemed to talk with reporters at all, "If it's a question, I'll say yes or no. That's all the taping I do," he became the first entertainment manager to wrap a kind of star quality around himself. Like his title, it gave him a sense of superiority, of grandiosity, and allowed him to think of himself in the third person. Often when he was presented with something that displeased him, he remarked, "I don't think the Colonel is going to like this," as if he were some mythical entity. Of course, there was still another reason Parker made sure Elvis wasn't overexposed on television, and it was mostly green. "If they can see Elvis for nothing, they won't pay to see him," he declared, chewing the soggy end of an Anthony and Cleopatra. That was no way to build an empire, which was just exactly what he had in mind. With the seminal TV appearances, Heartbreak Hotel quickly sold more than 1 million singles and continued to sell at a rate of 70,000 copies every week. 82% of all American television sets had been tuned to the Ed Sullivan Show the night of Elvis's first of 3 guest shots, and the Colonel was able to boast that since he'd come on board, the cost of an Elvis Presley appearance had jumped from $300 to $25,000 a night, 2.5 times what the current top attraction in show business, Martin and Lewis, could command. "Colonel," the grateful but bewildered Elvis supposedly said, "you put a lump in my throat." To which Parker allegedly replied, "And you put a lump in my wallet." The day before that first Sullivan Show appearance, RCA's Norman Rackison and a company attorney met with the Colonel in his suite at New York's Warwick Hotel to amend Elvis's contract, wiping out the $40,000 advance against royalties. Elvis and his cousins knocked on the door, coming to tell the Colonel they were going to Radio City Music Hall. Parker, fearing Elvis might get into a ruckus, wasn't pleased, but Presley promised they'd just see the stage show and come back. Finally, Parker acquiesced. Elvis was still standing there, Rackison recalls, and Parker said, "Now what?" Elvis said. "I need some money." Parker reached into his pocket and pulled out a roll of cash and handed Elvis 2 $100 bills. "Now remember," he admonished, "don't do anything to draw attention to yourself." "We won't," Elvis said. Things had moved so fast. Less than a year before, Parker had told a Texas teenager, Kay Wheeler, that she was free to start the first national Elvis Presley fan club. "Elvis is just one of our many attractions, and at the present time, there are no fan club facilities for him, and we have no immediate plans for any," Carolyn Asmus, Parker's secretary, informed her by letter. Soon, Tom Diskin was sending her photos to mail out, and Elvis asked Wheeler, already well known as a bop dancer, to teach him her special rock and bop steps during a performance in San Antonio. But when the club's membership quickly grew into the tens of thousands, Parker announced he was forming the official Elvis Presley fan club, and unlike Wheeler, charging a fee for the distribution of photographs, membership cards, and newsletters. After Elvis's national TV appearances, the money poured into the little Madison, Tennessee post office like a slot machine gone berserk. Bill Denny, the scion of Grand Ole Opry manager Jim Denny, who had famously turned Elvis down for Opry membership in 1954, was a Vanderbilt University student at the time. Through his father, he found a job that summer working for Colonel Tom Parker. Part of his routine was to drive a pickup down to the Madison post office a couple of times a day and load it up with mail, sometimes bringing along Bevo Beavis, who lived with the Parkers, to help with the bulging canvas sacks. By now, Parker had hired Tom Diskin's quiet, loyal, and devoutly Catholic sisters, Mary and Patty. The Colonel booked them as a minor league supporting act under the name of the Dickens Sisters during the Eddie Arnold years, acquiring their brother who managed them in the deal. The sisters now worked in the shed Parker had converted to an office in the back of the house, and with the help of Jimmy Rose, whom the Colonel temporarily installed as the new fan club president, they processed the astounding flow of fan mail, mostly by assembly line, dropping the money into a big metal tub on the floor. No one really counted it because it didn't matter, as Denny recalls. If you were a kid someplace and you wanted a picture of Elvis, you got it. Within months, the task became so overwhelming that Parker paid Charlie Lamb $10,000 to take over the operation and move the whole thing to a rented cafeteria in Nashville's Masonic Lodge building. Lamb installed 21 women to assemble Elvis packages of a picture, a membership card, and a button. But almost immediately, as Lamb remembers, this thing became a beautiful, successful nightmare. The cash came in at such a rate that Lamb couldn't deposit it fast enough, and asked the bank to send an armored car to collect it. Finally, after Presley's first appearance on The Ed Sullivan Show in September 1956, Parker made a deal with Hank Saperstein, the merchandiser, to assume the fulfillment through his company, Special Projects. However, Parker's idea was not to make money off the fans so much as it was to make it off deals, since he was never really concerned with selling Elvis to the public, but to the people who sold the public. First to the executives who controlled the television and radio networks, then the press, and soon the motion picture moguls. Above all, he enjoyed the fine art of negotiation, of winning, and getting the best of the other man, even if it was a friend like Lee Gordon, who along with Oscar Davis promoted many of Elvis's early shows. Since his days with Eddie Arnold, Parker never allowed a promoter to make more money than he did on an act. Where many promoters would hire a performer for $200 and take in $10,000 on the show, Parker, who refused to book Elvis into any venue that wouldn't sell out and leave people clamoring to buy tickets, a real stroke of genius, says Sam Phillips, routinely adjusted the cost. That way, the promoter, who took the risk and did the real work in advancing the show, couldn't cheat him on the ticket count, but he couldn't make much profit either. "You don't have to be nice to people on the way up if you're not coming back down," Parker allegedly joked. From the beginning of their relationship, Parker, whose agreement with Elvis was for a 25% commission on all monies, royalties, or profits, also charged Elvis for any expenses, as he had Eddie Arnold. It was part of the game with the Colonel that he would pay nothing out of his own pocket, no matter how small or trivial. If he had lunch with someone and his companion wouldn't pick up the cost of his meal, Parker later wrote it off against Presley's 75%, figuring Elvis was his only client, and that, in one way or another, the conversation would have benefited his career. Elvis didn't question such things. And as with the William Morris memo that gave Parker complete control over Presley's film and television contracts, the singer wasn't interested in the fine print. "As long as Elvis can write a check for something he wants, he doesn't care how much money is in the bank," Parker bragged to associates, and it was true. Elvis had put his total trust in Parker, and after a while, he never even glanced at the checks that Parker had his associates hand-deliver. Shortly after they closed the RCA deal, Elvis sent his manager a telegram that pledged his absolute loyalty, in words that would later come back to haunt him. "Dear Colonel, words can never tell you how my folks and I appreciate what you did for me. I've always known, and now my folks are assured that you are the best, most wonderful person I could ever hope to work with. Believe me when I say I will stick with you through thick and thin and do everything I can to uphold your faith in me. Again, I say thanks, and I love you like a father. Elvis Presley." What Elvis didn't know at the time was that Parker collected money from side deals and outright hucksterism that likely never made it into his meticulous record-keeping. "Promoters would come in to try to get an Elvis Presley concert," remembers Byron Raphael, "and they'd ask what it would cost. The colonel wouldn't tell them. He'd say, 'Here's what I want you to do. I want you to bring in $50,000 in cash, and I want you to put it on the bed. And if it's enough money, we'll do a personal appearance for you. And if it isn't enough money, you don't get the personal appearance, but I keep 10% just for my time.' And people would do it." Such chutzpah demonstrates Parker's two major rules of business. First, that everything costs. There's no free lunch. And second, always know where the money is before you make the deal. In service to his second rule, and purely for fun, Parker, whose Madison office was in the knotty pine basement of his home, preferred to answer his business phone himself, rather than filter the calls through his secretary. He was in his element, says Bill Denny, surrounded by his banks of phones, even with a series of buttons and lines. When someone would ask for Colonel Parker, Denny remembers, he would say, "Well, he's on the phone right now." He'd find out who it was, and if it was someone he was in a deal with, he'd put them on hold, then he'd come back a little later and say that the colonel was still talking, and he'd really hammer them around. Many times I heard him trying to put a deal together, and he'd say, "Well, if you don't take it now, the next call is going to cost you $10,000 more. As a smart manager booking Elvis's personal appearances in the 50s, Parker insisted on a minimum of 50% to 60% of the money up front. Often the full amount was expected with the return of a signed contract. Those promoters lucky enough to be allowed to pay on the date of the show knew to have cash and not a check ready before the performance, because, as Parker said, laughing, "I don't want to end up with cider in my ear." Still stinging from the days when carnival promoters left him holding the bag, he didn't care what people thought about his tactics, preferring they found him difficult than stupid. 90% of the people that he came up with in the business, he often said, were broke. But it was not a lavish lifestyle Parker hoped to achieve. In fact, the Parkers didn't live beyond their means. They lived far below them. In full carny promotional mode, he might stroll around in fawn-colored pants, suspenders, white shoes, a pink satin shirt with Elvis embroidered on the pocket, worn loose and untucked like a lady's blouse to cover his stomach, and either a bowler or a 5-gallon hat. But aside from ordering the occasional custom-made cowhide sport jacket or white linen suit from Nudi's Rodeo Tailors, Parker kept away from flamboyant clothes. Since the Eddie Arnold years, he had often dressed like a vagrant as part of his act, hoping to appear poorer and more homespun than he really was, to throw people off and give him an edge in negotiations. However, as Parker became more prosperous, he began to lavish luxuries on Marie. In Florida, the old-timers insist that Marie was always a rung above her husband on the social ladder, even with her impoverished origins and wild behavior. While others find it hard to believe, "Let's say she wasn't too much with the social graces. They were two of a kind, and nothing was ever going to change them," ventures RCA publicity director Ann Fulcino. Marie's union with Parker would, in time, allow her to reinvent herself, despite her husband's own rough manners. As Maria Van Kauck had done, Marie would use the carriage of matrimony to separate from her past and rise to a higher social level, replete with the attendant costume jewelry, high-end clothing, and an endless array of shoes. remembering how, during the Depression, she'd worn cardboard liners to cover the holes in the soles. She had a 12-foot closet just for coats, says her daughter-in-law Sandra Polk Ross, including a full-length white mink for which she went to New York to pick out the pelts. The irony was that other than when she traveled, she was the only person I knew who brought her whole big jewelry chest with her, recalls Ann Dodelin, whose husband Ed was RCA's national record sales manager. She mostly kept her finery put away, preferring a more modest way of dress in public. She was happiest, some say, playing poker with her best friend, Mother Maybelle Carter. Parker denied her almost nothing because, as his acolyte and friend, the booking agent Hubert Long, once observed, she was the Colonel's stable base. Yet something about his psychological makeup made him unable to discard worn-out, useless objects. He directed Marie's thinking along the same lines, even to moldy food left too long in the refrigerator. On occasion, people took notice. During his years with Arnold, Parker forged a close friendship with the well-known country disc jockey and promoter Connie B. Gay, who operated out of the Washington, D.C. area. Plain-spoken and earthy, he once described Hank Williams as a goner, just a pile of shit mixed with alcohol and pills. Gay had worked as a huckster and street corner salesman during the Depression, gathering a crowd by holding up a Gila monster and announcing, "I'm going to eat this thing!" When the Colonel first acquired Elvis, it was natural that he continue the association with his old friend. He allowed Gay to book Presley on one of his country music cruises down the Potomac in March 1956. But it was the only time I didn't fill the boat, Gay recalled. There was an engine problem and we couldn't take off. A lot of people wanted their money back, so I paid them and they missed Elvis. Still, Gay's children, daughter Judy and son Jan, remember that their parents and the Parkers were so close that Tom and Marie always stayed at the house when they were anywhere near the area, and the teenagers were told they would go live with the Parkers if anything ever happened to Connie and Hazel. On one such visit, Judy, a huge Elvis fan whom Parker named the honorary president of the National Fan Club, sat wide-eyed as Maria dug to the end of her lipstick tube with a little brush. From the conversation, Judy got the impression Marie wasn't allowed to buy more until she'd used every last bit. Later, Mother said, "Well, if you knew Tom, you'd know why." Each time the Parkers came, the Gay children saw their mother wait on Tom hand and foot, cooking the foods he liked and ate in enormous quantities. Hazel timed her banana pudding so it would be warm for his arrival, and the teenagers watched as their father and Tom, whom they remember as an old, fat, nice guy always scheming with Daddy on how to make a buck with the hillbilly trade, put away bowls of the stuff, reminiscing about the early years. "One reason Tom always stayed with us was so he could save a hotel bill," says Jan. "This one time, we'd put him up for days, and as he started to leave, he said, 'Hazel, I'd like to give you a little something for your hospitality.' And he handed her a bag of all the little hotel soaps he'd collected on his most recent swing. That was her present. Everybody liked Tom," he adds, laughing, "but he was a moocher par excellence." Parker's frugality is a well-known part of the snowman's legend, and it was a favorite part of his con. But what only Marie knew was that Parker, fearing another heart attack, was terrified that he might die and leave Marie without means of support. When the next heart attack did come, in 1956, Bitsy Mott claims it was brought on by an argument with Elvis, who was getting a little belligerent and didn't want to show up on time. It was mild, and Parker was merely confined to his Texas hotel room for several days. In the future, Parker would use his heart condition as a form of manipulation, taking to his bed until Elvis capitulated and fell into line. Nonetheless, the underlying disease was real, and he unsuccessfully tried to sell Elvis's contract to both Oscar Davis and Connie B. Gay. Parker's brushes with immortality brought all the crushing depression that often attends heart attacks and triggered a host of old anxieties, most prominently his abnormal fear of death. To a man like Andreas Van Kuijk, with the dogma of the Catholic Church still underpinning his conception of heaven and hell, the possibility of a third and fatal heart attack, coupled with the events of long ago in Holland, may have weighed heavy on his mind. But whether from honest altruism, tax considerations, or the fear of eternal damnation, beginning in the Eddie Arnold years, when he first became wealthy, Parker began making large contributions to charities, up to 31 separate organizations by the late 60s. He was never free and easy when it came to giving away money to his employees, like a bonus at Christmas, says Byron Raphael. And strangers who rode into the office with a hard luck story and a plea for help received only a terse, "I am so sorry," and a picture of Elvis. But although he preferred to do things to help people that didn't cost him financially, cajoling RCA's corporate office into donating appliances and television sets to philanthropic organizations and hospitals in his name, for example, at times he dug deep into his own pocket, especially where children, unwed mothers, or crusty old carnies were concerned. When the King's Daughters Day Home, which catered to low-income families, needed a washer and dryer, Parker told its head, the Madison Society matron Louise Draper, to go pick out what she wanted. Later, he contributed a new kitchen to the center, a move that also benefited Marie, who had thrown off her carny past and attempted to reinvent herself as a cultured member of both the International King's Daughters and Sons and the Riverside Garden Club. While it's true that Parker often shared the credit, Elvis and the Colonel, or insisted that his actions not be publicized. "I didn't want people coming knocking on the door, you know." He often expected a favor in return, even if the arrangement was only implied. He declared near the end of his life that through the years he donated more than $500,000 to charities, 2/3 of it to organizations in Tennessee, where high-powered lawyers and a succession of governors, including Frank G. Clement, who made Parker an honorary colonel in 1953, and Lieutenant Governor Frank Gorell, picked small, deserving groups such as the Nashville Youth Orchestra and dispersed the monies for him. Such connections, of course, could be invaluable for a man who'd entered the country illegally and feared both discovery and deportation. And there were other, more subtle connections. In the 50s, when Father George Rowling became pastor at St. Joseph's Catholic Church, situated next to Parker's home on Gallatin Road, the Diskin sisters, who were members of the parish, asked the colonel if he would consider contributing to the air conditioning for the church school auditorium. Decades later, Parker bragged that he put in the whole system, $20,000 or $30,000 worth. But the priest, now a Monsignor, recalls that the church owed only $2,000 on the units, and that Parker generously gave him a check for the whole amount and followed it up with a modest check each Christmas and a miniature pony to be raffled off at a fundraiser. The colonel also gave Father Rowling a small truckload of Elvis memorabilia, which the priest admits he burned, thinking anything that had to do with the pelvis-thrusting entertainer might be evil, a decision he now terms a sad mistake. While Parker occasionally walked over for social events, he never attended Mass at St. Joseph's, nor did he ever accompany Marie to the Gallatin Road Baptist Church on Sundays. Andreas van Kuik may have spent most of his childhood in service to the Catholic saints, but the man who became Tom Parker did not want to hear any mention of the hereafter, with judgment and retribution for earthly sins. As Parker prepared to take Elvis to Hollywood in 1956 and began spending more time in California, his personal contact with Father Rowling diminished, especially as the priest moved on to another church in Nashville. Years later, they met again when Marie died in 1986. Parker brought her back to Madison for entombment in the mausoleum at Spring Hill Cemetery, where, not wishing to ponder the future, he bought only one crypt. Madison was where Marie had become a lady, an accepted member of a sometimes snooty community, but now he was worried about her soul, and perhaps his own. Would Monsignor Rowling perform the funeral, along with a Baptist minister? "I thought it was rather unusual," says the Monsignor, since Marie had never been to St. Joseph's, and, as he recalled, he'd never met her. He also thought it odd because in 33 years, he and the colonel had never spoken about religion, and Parker had never told the priest he was Catholic. But Father Rowling had already figured it out. One day, when he was next door visiting the Diskins, he noticed something interesting. The colonel, who never forgot who he was or where he came from, sending money to Holland for the flood relief in 1953, kept what the priest surmised was pictures of family members on his wall. The one that struck the father most was that of a nun, Parker's older sister, Marie. Chapter 11. Elvis Makes Pitches. Joseph Hazen was sitting in his Park Avenue apartment reading one Saturday night in 1956 when the telephone rang. "Joe," said his neighbor Harriet Ames, "look at this fellow on the television, Elvis Presley. He's a terrific dancer. He's quite a character." Hazen dialed his set to the Dorsey Brothers stage show, and as he remembered years later, immediately called Hal Wallace in California and told him to watch the program. Some years before, Hazen, then a lawyer with Warner Brothers in New York, had met Wallace, a Warner production chief with a long list of solid commercial films, while on a routine trip to California. "We chatted," said Hazen, a son-in-law of Walter Annenberg, the billionaire media mogul and philanthropist who would become the U.S. ambassador to Great Britain. In time, the two worked out a 60-40 partnership to produce films independently, Wallace handling the artistic duties and Hazen the financial, with Paramount as their distributor. The day after Presley's appearance on Stage Show, Hazen telephoned the William Morris office in New York and spoke with Martin Juro, an agent in the film department, about a contract for Presley's services. Wallace, clearly smitten with Elvis's soulful stare. There was something about his eyes, a solemn look, an expressive face, a new personality that I knew was definitely star material for the screen. Went to work on Colonel Parker, who told Wallace that Elvis would probably be out on the West Coast soon and would consider the possibility of a meeting. I knew instinctively that the colonel was interested but playing it cool, Wallace wrote in his autobiography. What he didn't know was that Parker had set his cap for Wallace back in his dog-catching days, when the Warner Brothers film crew came to Tampa to shoot Air Force. Through the years, Parker had obsessed about the producer, envying his power and his wealth. He'd followed Wallace's move to Paramount through the trade papers and fantasized about a day when he would come to Hollywood with an act so big that a man like Wallace would be eating out of his hand. And so he planned it from the beginning with Elvis, booking him into all of the Paramount-controlled theaters in Florida and up the East Coast, where the singer packed everyone he played. The word couldn't help but get back to Paramount's top brass. But it was not just his desire to maximize his client's talents, or to make him rich and famous beyond anyone's boldest imagining. Through Hollywood, Parker, now 46 years old, would also make himself powerful, more omnipotent even than the old-line tycoons. His aim was not only to become a figure of respect, but also to build his own legend. He would become, in effect, too big to be touched, able to forget that he was an illegal alien with no papers. In doing so, Parker would be in his total glory, conducting his professional negotiations and personal manipulations with the outrageous, swashbuckling bravado of a pirate. At no other time would he ever be funnier, deadlier, or as obviously pathological in his business dealings. The prime target of his discontent was Hal Wallace. 11 years Parker's senior, Wallace was the Hollywood stand-in for Parker's own father and, in the colonel's mind, the ultimate authority figure. To Parker, Wallace symbolized not just every wildly successful Hollywood mogul, but every Jewish son of immigrant parents who had made it in America. It would not be enough for Parker to be accepted as an equal by such men. He would have to needle them, bully them, and prove his superiority with whatever means necessary, including chicanery, deceit, and cunning. When Wallace followed up to set a date for Elvis's screen test, Parker did what only came naturally. He refused to take his calls. The producer, swearing later that nothing would stop me from signing this boy for films, telephoned and telegraphed the colonel to the point of exasperation. Hazen, who began to envision that part of his job might be to manage the man who managed the star, likewise began a futile telephone campaign. Finally, the colonel entered into preliminary contractual agreements and delivered Elvis to Paramount Studios for 2 days beginning March 26, 1956. There, having been given the material only the night before, Presley performed 2 dramatic scenes from The Rainmaker, which Wallace was about to shoot with Burt Lancaster and Katharine Hepburn. For a musical number, Elvis lip-synced his new single Blue Suede Shoes while strumming a prop guitar. Soon after, RCA's Steve Scholes and Chick Crumpacker viewed the test in New York and were stunned at what they saw. Presley displayed both a surprisingly natural acting ability and, in the serious love scene, a directness that suggested the work of James Dean or Marlon Brando. "My God, we were agog. It was the talk of the place," says Crumpacker. Joe Hazen was likewise startled, writing in a memo to Wallace on June 11, 1956, that Elvis's meteoric rise is unquestionably a freak situation, but that still does not detract from the fact that as a straight actor, the guy has great potentialities. Later, Hazen would reiterate with Parker that Elvis should, of course, sing in his movies, but his dramatic abilities and talents should be carefully and steadily developed so he can do strong dramatic parts as well as sing. Nothing would have pleased Presley more. In fact, the former movie theater usher had just told Wallace, "My ambition has always been to become a motion picture actor. A good one, sir." But Wallace had other ideas. "The idea of tailoring Elvis for dramatic roles is something that we never attempted," Wallace said years later. "We didn't sign Elvis as a second Jimmy Dean. We signed him as a #1 Elvis Presley." Parker went along with it for two reasons. First, he saw Presley's movie career primarily as a vehicle for selling concert tickets and records, and more important, privately he had little faith in Elvis's acting abilities. Even though Presley frequently recited whole scenes of Dean's Rebel Without a Cause, trying to convince his manager that he could carry a dramatic film. When Elvis arrived in Los Angeles for his screen test, waiting for him at the airport were Parker, his assistant Tom Diskin, and Leonard Hershen, the young William Morris agent who'd been assigned as Presley's representative for motion pictures. Lenny, as the guys in the office called him, was amused to see the new singing sensation step off the plane with a camera around his neck, like any other hick tourist. Hershen had been with William Morris just 5 years, but now, with Martin Juro in New York, he was about to negotiate one of the most infamous contracts in the Morris agency's history. Acting on the advice to get Presley as much work as possible before his star burned out, Hershen encouraged Parker to take Wallace and Hazen's best offer, a contract for 1 motion picture and options for 6 more. On the surface, a 7-picture contract might have seemed impressive, but in effect, it was a commitment for only 1 picture and amounted to a basic deal. Not only was it non-exclusive, Parker was allowed to make 1 outside picture each year with another studio, but the financial terms befitted a total unknown. $15,000 for the first film, $20,000 for the second, $25,000 for the third, and up to $100,000 for the 7th. Furthermore, it offered no billing structure, no script approval, and no perks of any kind. Nonetheless, Wallace, Hazen, Presley, and Parker signed the 2-page document on April 2, 1956. The contract, which governed the making of Loving You and King Creole, would be bolstered with bonuses and completely rewritten in October 1958, but it stuck in Parker's craw for his entire Hollywood career. Always skittish about a situation beyond his control and hypervigilant against deception and disgrace, Parker was paranoid that the Hollywood Sharpies would shortchange him if they could. Now he was livid to discover that his own agency had made a deal that necessitated a special waiver from the Screen Actors Guild, as the terms fell below the minimum provisions, $25,000 a year salary, of the Guild contract. He was further infuriated to learn, once Loving You began filming, that both of Elvis's co-stars, Wendell Corey and Elizabeth Scott, were paid far more than Presley, and in a great display of authority that Parker would often repeat, he threatened to pull Elvis off the picture. While Parker was grateful to Abe Lastfogel and the Morris Agency for representing him through the Eddie Arnold era, he realized in his first real lesson about the agency-studio relationship that the Morris office gave him poor advice. When the Colonel demanded to renegotiate, Lastfogel tried everything he could to convince him to take less money, remembers Byron Raphael. He also saw that a major talent agency with hundreds of clients would not risk its relationship with the movie companies over the fate of a single star. Still, under California law, only an agent and not a manager could close a binding deal for a client with a studio. So the Colonel knew he needed Lastfogel for a variety of reasons, and not just to get Elvis prestige engagements like the New Frontier in Vegas, where Parker had embarrassed the agency by insisting on cash and not a check in advance. No check is good. Some are pretty good, but they got an atom bomb testing place out there in the desert. What if some fella pressed the wrong button? But from then on, Parker would always be wary of any Morris agent, and he would carry a special grudge against Lenny Hershen, who would come to bear the full weight of the Colonel's revenge mentality. At first, Parker pretended that all was well. When he dropped by the agency, he regaled the agents with his usual self-serving stories of his carny past, and recalled how, in the Eddie Arnold era, he'd sent a small boy to pick up the souvenir books that folks left under their seats at the shows. "Sold 'em again at the next stop," Parker bragged, sliding into the line with a wink and a round-faced grin. The William Morris agents shook their heads at such shenanigans. But sometimes, sharing the sentiments of the RCA label heads, they didn't know quite what to believe about this man to whom life seemed to be little more than a romp through a carnival funhouse filled with smoke and mirrors. The weirdest talk came from the record company, where the story went around that during his circus days, Parker had married the bearded lady. One RCA department had claimed to have seen the full shadow of a real blue beard on Marie, and as crazy as it sounded, nobody put anything past Parker, especially since the gossip made him seem more of an outlandish character and less an intimidating adversary. At the least, such stories sent mixed signals, but the lighter ones hid Parker's seething animosity, which began to manifest itself in other ways, primarily in humiliating the Morris agents in public. When Elvis played the Pan-Pacific Auditorium in Los Angeles in October 1957, Sam Weisbord, the president of William Morris, requested 25 complimentary tickets for his executives. Parker, who customarily gave no passes and despised being asked for something free if he thought the petitioner could afford it, grudgingly sent over 3 tickets for Weisbord, Lastvogel, and Norman Brokaw, an up-and-comer at the agency who headed the West Coast television department. The powerful agents, none of whom stood taller than 5'3", were shocked to discover that their seats were not in the first rows, as was customary for VIPs, but in a section far in the back. Joe Hazen and Hal Wallace had already gotten embroiled in one of Parker's classic power plays in November 1956. As the script for Loving You began to take form, centering on a naive young performer very much like Presley himself, they asked if Elvis might confer with the co-writer Herbert Baker. Parker, who had demanded early that all communication go through him, carefully keeping Elvis under wraps to the Morris agents and to the producers, insisting that Presley wanted to spare himself any business or professional contacts, sent word by Abe Lastvogel that the answer was no. Always hot-tempered about imagined criticism or slights, Parker complained that the producers appeared to have lost interest in Presley because no representative from Paramount had attended his show at LA's Shrine Auditorium in June 1956, a time when Elvis was subjected to considerable public criticism. Hazen responded that it was not their custom to appear at every opening of a performer they had under contract. Yet, he cited, both he and Wallace had flown to Las Vegas in April for Elvis's debut at the New Frontier, and Wallace had attempted to invite Elvis to his home for dinner several times, and to lunch at the Paramount commissary. But Parker remained adamant. The balance of power had now shifted to him. This glimmer at how churlish and abrasive the Colonel could be prompted Hazen to memo Wallace that Parker has a peeve about neglect. Before long, the producers would have stronger words for Parker in private, Wallace vowing he'd rather try to close a deal with the devil, and Hazen ranting, "I wouldn't be 100 feet away from him. He's an obnoxious, terrible man. Terrible man." Parker doubtless took pride in such reactions, in how his irascibility provoked and exasperated others, while he was able to remain cool and in control of his emotions. But secretly, he was smarting over a remark Hazen had made about Love Me Tender, Presley's first picture, which Elvis had made for 20th Century Fox under the Wallace-Hazen loan-out clause, designed in part to let another studio test the waters. A month before Love Me Tender was released, Hazen screened a rough cut of the film to see what kind of property he'd bought, and when Parker came to New York for Elvis's second appearance on The Ed Sullivan Show in late October, Hazen met with Parker and Harry Ketchum at New York's Warwick Hotel. As Elvis's first film, Hazen said, "Love Me Tender would probably do very big business. But," he added, very confidentially and as man to man, neither Wallace nor Paul Nathan, Wallace's associate producer, was particularly impressed with it. In fact, they'd considered it crap. The Colonel bristled and responded that the studio was making some changes that he had recommended, with those methods that have been very helpful to us on personal appearances. He was certain the picture would be improved. Parker first considered the project when he got a call from Buddy Adler, one of the last of the Hollywood power producers who had just succeeded Darryl Zanuck as Fox's top executive. "I was in his office when the call came," remembers Freddie Beanstalk, who, as the Aberbach's younger cousin, became Elvis's liaison with Hill and Range Music, particularly in the movie years. "Buddy Adler told him he'd just gotten this fantastic property. He said it would make Elvis a movie star, and he'd like to send the Colonel the script. The Colonel said, 'There's no sense in sending me the script because I can't read. The only thing I'm interested in is how much you're going to pay me.' Adler counted with the fact that Elvis had never done a picture before, and the studio would be taking a chance on him. 'We'll give you $25,000. And the Colonel said, as Beanstalk remembers, 'That's exactly what I want. Now, how much are you going to pay Elvis?' The number Parker had in mind was a staggering $1 million. No other movie star commanded anything near that salary for a single picture, but Parker was in love with the sound of the figure, with the power it conveyed, and with the audacity it took to demand it. Adler was stunned. "Not even Jack Lemmon gets that," he told the Colonel. "Well," said Parker, "maybe he needs a new manager." Immediately, the Colonel called Abe Lastfogel and told him Elvis needed $1 million up front to make Adler's picture, a Civil War-era drama with the working title The Reno Brothers. Secretly, he hoped for $100,000. Lastfogel was taken aback at such moxie, but assured the Colonel that while no one would pay his asking price, he could beat the Paramount deal. Several days later, Lastfogel phoned back to say that naturally Fox wouldn't go for the $1 million, but they'd come up to $75,000 and give Elvis top billing with his name above the title. Parker, who had begun to insist on one-page contracts at RCA and resented the studio's attempt to confuse him with talk of grosses and percentages of profits, held firm. "Better take this, Tom," Lastfogel said. "Believe me, this is as high as they're going." "Go back to him," Parker barked, knowing full well that Presley's name was everything to the project, "and tell them to give the Colonel the money he wants, and they won't have to give Elvis any billing." In the end, Elvis received the target price of $100,000 and co-star credit, and, at Parker's insistence, the written promise of a bonus if the picture grossed more than $5 million. Fox also took an option for 2 other films, Flaming Star and Wild in the Country, at $150,000 and $200,000. But Parker lived for the day when the studios would have to pay his $1 million demand. "Elvis makes pitches," he took to saying to himself, as a sort of maniacal mantra. Leonard Hershen was the agent who found Love Me Tender and who helped finalize the deal with Lastfogel and Parker. In retrospect, he says, he ended up learning from his client's country approach to Hollywood negotiation, particularly in getting the most for your client, not to give up early, but to hang in there. "Whenever I said, 'Colonel, if we don't take this, we're going to lose it,' he recalls, the Colonel said, 'You can't lose it, you never had it.'" Hershen respected Parker, and in those days, at least, considered him good for Elvis. But what Hershen never understood, and Lastfogel did, was that Parker saw himself and not Elvis as the client, and that to Parker's way of thinking, Elvis's wishes should never have been Hershen's concern. Now Parker would insist that Hershen, whom he considered snide, sarcastic, and contemptible, never again be allowed at the bargaining table. He got in the way of Parker's plans. In the future, Lastfogel, not Hershen, would negotiate the movie deals based on the terms Parker laid out. Always those deals would include a number of perks for Parker, including, on Love Me Tender, an office on the Fox lot, a secretarial staff, and a car and chauffeur at his disposal. Such accommodations were unprecedented for the manager of a star. From the beginning, the Colonel turned the Elvis Exploitation Office, as he called it, into his own private midway, with balloons hanging from the ceiling, stuffed animals keeping watch from every corner, and Presley paraphernalia covering the walls. Hullabaloo reigned supreme. At times, Parker summoned his staff, his Lieutenant Tom Diskin, Secretary Trudy Forsher, and Byron Raphael on loan from the William Morris office, with the squeeze of a toy puppy dog. 1 bark for Trudy, 2 barks for Byron, and 3 barks for Diskin. Sometimes he did the barking himself. Parker's main directive called for everyone to look busy at all times, even if it meant just fashioning rows of paper dolls for hours on end. Letter writing, no matter how meaningless, was a favorite preoccupation. as was the counting of the big Tennessee sausages that Parker obtained from the country comic Whitey Ford, the Duke of Paducah, and gave as gifts to every motion picture icon from Bing Crosby to Ray Bolger. But the real order of the day was to have fun at other people's expense through a series of practical jokes. If the pompous studio heads considered him a bumpkin, walking around with a smelly cigar and his shirt tail hanging out, Parker would have the last laugh. The country fool, as they initially pegged him, would soon play out a sort of down-home sting operation, in which he'd outcon the Hollywood moguls, to him the biggest sharks of all. One morning, just after Parker had moved on to the 20th Century Fox lot, he gathered his staff and told them that Buddy Adler and Lou Schreiber, who were running the studio, were coming by for their first in-person meeting with the Colonel. Parker wanted it to be an event they'd never forget. First, he ordered a sign to read, "Colonel Parker's West Coast Office," which he placed over the men's room door. Then he stationed everyone in his place. Diskin and Byron were to pick up the phone and make imaginary calls, while Trudy was to look studiously secretarial. Then he installed Elvis's corpulent friend Arthur Hooton in the shower with a steno pad and a stool. "If anybody laughs," the Colonel said to the group, "you'll be sent back to wherever you came from." With that, he unwrapped one of the Duke of Paducah's country sausages, greased the doorknobs, and disappeared into the men's room. When Adler and Schreiber came in, remembers Raphael, Trudy told them that Colonel was waiting for them in his West Coast office. She pointed in the direction of the men's room, and Adler opened the door to find the Colonel sitting on the toilet with his pants down, and this gigantic fat guy in the shower pretending to take dictation. The Colonel said, "Come on in, close the door, don't worry about anything." The handsome and dignified Adler tried to pretend that nothing was out of the ordinary, as he listened to a man on a toilet going on about how he intended to promote their motion picture. Schreiber, too stunned to say anything, remained mute. After about 5 minutes, says Raphael, Adler and Schreiber started to smell something horrendous on their hands, because they'd handled the doorknobs. You can imagine what they thought, but they didn't want to embarrass anybody. They just wanted to get out of there, and the Colonel just kept talking, keeping them there as long as possible. They didn't know what to do. They were in shock. Finally, Parker let them go, and the office erupted into hysterics. Byron and Trudy, realizing their new boss was the kind of man who left people dazed, walking around and talking to themselves. The next day, the manager of Fox's newest star called Ed Dodelin at RCA and had him send both of the executives a large cabinet television, courtesy of Elvis and the Colonel. Parker's antics with the Hollywood power brokers brought a measure of humor to a staid and conservative industry, but the Colonel's need to diminish and degrade, to terrorize grown men all around him, also served to intimidate them into submission. As soon as shooting started on Love Me Tender in August 1956, Parker sent a memo to the producer, David Weisbart. Elvis was understandably nervous about acting in a movie for the first time, the manager said, and suggested it might be prudent for Parker to be on the set, since a familiar face will help keep this fellow settled down. Weisbart okayed it, thus giving the Colonel permission to grow bolder in his requests. A month later, Weisbart memoed Buddy Adler that Parker wanted to know if it would be possible for him to receive some kind of screen credit. "He's been so cooperative with us on everything pertaining to Presley," wrote Weisbart, "that I thought this would not be a bad idea. It can read Technical Advisor, Colonel Tom Parker." Adler, who bent over backward to make the Colonel happy after the bizarre incident in the men's room, recently giving him a pair of gold cufflinks, wrote back that it was perfectly okay, thus setting the precedent for Parker's credit on all of Presley's motion pictures. Now Parker began flexing more muscle, asking that Elvis's visitors, including Fox executives, be limited on the set. Furthermore, Parker wanted it understood that he was the man who called the shots, and any access to Elvis would have to go through him. That went for Weisbart, and over at Paramount, Wallace and Hazen, Harry Brand, the Fox publicist, and even the people who made up the call sheets. Trudy Forsher would be appointed to phone Elvis at the Beverly Wilshire with his call for the morning. One person Parker particularly targeted was Lenny Hershin. While Hershin remained Presley's motion picture agent of record, Parker attempted to shut him out at every turn, working out a code with Elvis's entourage to alert him when Hershin came to the studio. It was Hershin who provided Fox with Elvis's exact arrival times, but Parker didn't want Hershen or his counterpart at the agency, Peter Shaw, anywhere near his star, fearing they would try to undermine the Colonel's authority. Whenever either man suggested a breakfast meeting, Parker answered, "Sure, 6 a.m., knowing that such an hour was far too early for a Hollywood agent who had been out the night before. If Parker was always preoccupied with what he perceived as the hidden agendas of others, says Byron Raphael, at the Morris office, Parker's paranoia was not without foundation. So many of the agents despised the Colonel that, if they could have stolen Elvis away from him, they would have. Early in his association with William Morris, Parker realized that agents were encouraged to nurture strong personal relationships with the clients, both to keep the star with the agency if the client and manager split, and in case the manager became a hindrance. 2, many agents themselves became managers, and with a solid friendship in place, it was easy to wean a star away from a manager who took a hefty percentage of his earnings. Parker, who also feared the college-educated Morris agents might influence Elvis's decisions, made sure that no one at the agency had Elvis's private phone number, even though the agents had always called such stars as Robert Mitchum and Rita Hayworth directly. And on the movie set, where he would soon spend less time on each picture, Parker encouraged Elvis's happy-go-lucky cousins and friends from home, the entourage the press would eventually dub the Memphis Mafia, to keep an eye out for anyone who tried to get Elvis alone, especially Hershen, who insisted he was there only to make sure Elvis got everything he needed. In time, Parker would have Hershen barred from the set, and in the post-Army years, he would be relieved as the contact altogether. "Because I was developing too much of a relationship with Elvis," Hershen admits. "Also, my thinking processes were not his in terms of the kind of pictures that I would have gotten for Elvis, and that Elvis wanted to do." To Elvis, Parker explained it differently. "You can't trust people in this town," he said. "There are Jews here, and Jews are going to take advantage of you." In the future, when the Jewish explanation wasn't applicable, Parker scared Elvis away from would-be advisors by insinuating they were homosexual. Presley, who was both loyal to the Colonel and dependent on him for every professional move, remained isolated from the business dealings, both by choice and by his manager's design. Joe Hazen recognized early that Parker, who became more like a spiteful armed guard than an amiable shepherd, kept things from Elvis that he shouldn't have, and that, in Hazen's view, Parker possessed him. If Elvis had a lawyer on his own, there would have been no Parker. No lawyer would have permitted Parker to take over a client like he did. When Elvis signed his 7-picture deal with Paramount, he told reporters he wouldn't be singing in the movies because, "I want to be the kind of actor that stays around for a long time." The way he understood it, his role in Love Me Tender was strictly dramatic. And so he was dismayed to learn from the Colonel that he would perform 4 songs, in part to allow RCA to capitalize on the movie's success. The title song, a reworking of the folk air Aura Lee, would sell more than 2.5 million singles by Christmas, and to help Steve Scholes get out a second album for the crucial 4th quarter. Disappointed, and then angry to realize he'd been duped, Elvis balked. Everything was happening so fast. The criticism of his stage act had actually made him cry. "I'd sooner cut my throat than be vulgar. You've seen my folks. They're respectable, God-fearing people. They wouldn't let me do anything vulgar." Now, with the pressure of learning how to make movies, he couldn't sleep. And the Colonel was even saying he couldn't use his band on the soundtracks, but rather studio musicians with whom he'd have no rapport. Parker took him aside and laid it on the line. "Look," he said, "it's pretty easy. We do it this way, we make money. We do it your way, we don't make money." Presley, who as a small child promised his mother he would lead the family out of debt, and who continually heard the stern admonishment of his father not to cross the Colonel, gave in. "Okay," Elvis said. "Let's make money." Now Parker, as heady with power as any despotic dictator, was equally forceful with Fox, setting another precedent for Presley's movie years when he insisted that the songs Elvis recorded for the soundtrack be assigned to Presley's own publishing company, and not the studio's. Through an arrangement with the Aberbachs, who organized Elvis Presley music with ownership split equally between the singer and Hill and Range, Elvis would receive co-writing credit along with Vera Mattson. In this case, the point was moot. Most of the melodies were in the public domain, and Mattson was the wife of the film's musical director Ken Darby. But in the future, Parker and the Aberboks adhered to a closed-door policy, using only those writers, primarily Otis Blackwell, Ben Wiseman, and the team of Jerry Lieber and Mike Stoller, who were willing to give up a portion of their royalties in exchange for Elvis recording their songs. "For the first 12 years of his recording life," says Freddie Beanstalk, "Elvis didn't look at a song unless I brought it to him." Neither Parker nor the Aberboks saw anything wrong with cut-ins, as they were called. The practice was fairly common, though viewed as unethical today. The Colonel likewise considered it only good business when he and the Aberboks later structured two of Presley's publishing companies to give 40% ownership to Parker, 15% to Elvis, and 45% to Parker's friends, with Parker then taking 25% of Presley's 15% as commission. After all, Parker rationalized, Elvis was his only client. Constantly jockeying for position and control, the Colonel had much to coordinate as Love Me Tender began shooting. But while Parker stayed on the phone to RCA or orchestrated his office hijinks, one of his favorite tricks was to hypnotize the staff to quack, bark, or dance like a trained bear when guests like Tommy Sands dropped by. His attention was sorely needed elsewhere. Elvis had reported to the lot only a week after the contract was signed, and filming began with one of the most dramatic sequences of the story, the homecoming scene in the farmhouse, which Weisbart termed a very rough way for even the experienced members of our cast to begin shooting, let alone Presley, who has yet to get his feet wet in the medium. Although Elvis had been the producer's third choice for the lead, everyone from Frank McCarthy, Fox's director of censorship, to Presley's co-star, the revered character actress Mildred Dunnick, was surprised at Elvis's assurance as an actor. Dunnick, who had coached him in the delivery of lines, praised him as a beginner who had one of the essentials of acting, which is to believe. But the picture was on an escalated schedule, since Presley had personal appearances to fulfill, and the Morris office still thought his career might be over by the time the movie came out. And with Adler complaining that the film was over budget, Elvis was often photographed in one take, from less than flattering angles. A responsible manager would have spoken up about how his client looked in the dailies. When the film was released, one critic compared Elvis to a sausage, another to a hunk of lamb. Except that Parker didn't care about Elvis's development as an actor, only about how the film sold product and promoted the live shows. At times, he even seemed to resent the attention that Elvis commanded. When Trudy Forscher remarked to her boss that she understood all the excitement about Elvis, "He has magnetism," the Colonel turned on her. "Magnetism?" he said. "With all his magnetism, if I hadn't taken him off that truck, he would still be driving it." And so Parker went along with the decision to rush Elvis through his motion picture debut, and in disregarding nearly all the wishes of his client, forged the first link in Presley's long chain of artistic disappointments. But from a purely commercial standpoint, the Colonel was right. The film would make back its cost in less than 3 weeks. Anticipating what the movie would mean for record sales, Parker negotiated a new contract with RCA. Elvis would receive an immediate advance of $135,000 and a weekly paycheck of $1,000, both against a 5% royalty. The one requirement was 10 personal appearances to promote his recordings, in person or on radio or television. Presley immediately hit the road for 5 cities in Texas, and the Colonel invited a host of RCA executives to Houston for the performance. "He had an apartment down there," remembers Chet Atkins. "We were all sitting around, and he went into the kitchen and brought out a bowl. He had that accent, couldn't say R's, and he said, 'The Colonel's refrigerator is getting low on groceries, so I'm going to pass this bowl around, and I don't want to hear any silver or copper falling in it. I want to hear paper.' So everybody chipped in a few bucks, and he sent Bevo out to get some food. He loved separating people from their money." When Love Me Tender opened at New York's Paramount Theater on November 15, 1956, a 40-foot cutout of Elvis decorating its facade, nearly 2,000 fans of all ages lined up, the queue snaking all the way from Times Square to 8th Avenue. Once the line reached the New York Times building, the paper's management asked the police to redirect it across the street, where it again bottled up traffic on 43rd Street, all the way across to Grand Central Terminal. Theater manager Charles Einfeld sent the Fox publicity department an ecstatic telegram. "Spread the news that we have a most sensational attraction." Parker, who had staged the gathering as a publicity stunt for newsreel photographers, handing out Elvis for President buttons and equipping the fans with professionally lettered signs, "Okay, Elvis, let's really go," had his own advice for theater operators. Make sure to empty the house after every showing. Now the Colonel couldn't wait to throw it all in the face of Joe Hazen, using the film's success to sweeten the bad taste over the Paramount deal. As the studio began developing Loving You, Parker bragged to Hazen about his employment on Love Me Tender. He inquired, Hazen wrote to Wallace, as to how much money he was going to get, indicating that he should be employed in connection with the production of the photoplay, since he knew how to handle Presley. Hazen let the comment pass, but the Colonel soon returned to spew about all the deals he'd recently turned down, including $75,000 to have Elvis sing 2 songs in another Fox picture. His motive, to force Wallace and Hazen to adjust Presley's salary on Loving You. After several calls from Abe Lastfogel, the producers agreed to give Elvis a bonus of $25,000, a figure that was to include a fee for Parker's services as well. As Hazen wrote to Wallace on January 17, 1957, the $25,000 was to be divided among them according to their own desires. Parker, however, was now of the mindset that any deal that benefited Elvis should also benefit him in a manner above and beyond his 25% commission. Lastfogel, acting on the Colonel's instructions, told the producers that Parker would have to turn over the entire $25,000 to Elvis, as he could not or would not keep any of it personally. Additionally, Lastfogel said Parker, who had originally pledged to remain in Hollywood throughout the production of the picture, now refused to come out to the coast unless he was personally compensated. On February 7, 1957, Lastfogel wrote to Hazen and Wallace expressing his gratitude for "your paying Elvis Presley and Colonel Parker the additional $50,000. Parker, too, wrote to Wallace on the same day, but his letter made it clear. Half of that $50,000 was for him. A second contract would be drawn for the cooperation of Colonel Tom Parker, who would be listed as technical advisor on the film. From then on, whenever Parker could justify a deal as a joint venture where he and Elvis functioned as equal partners beyond the contractually agreed amount, the Colonel would divide the proceeds 50-50 from the first dollar. They were a team, Elvis and the Colonel, Presley providing the talent, and Parker, through persistence and ingenuity, converting that talent into one of the most lucrative careers in history. Elvis and the Colonel, as Parker signed every Christmas card and thank you letter, was more than just equal billing and ego. It was the Colonel's own powerful shorthand, a way of telegraphing, "I am as important as Elvis. When I say something, you must listen." If Parker saw his job as getting the best deal for his client, and to market himself right along with Elvis, Oscar Davis questioned some of his tactics, particularly his seizing any opportunity for self-gain. Parker was taken aback. As a former carny, Davis should have known better. The Colonel exercised an honorable boldness in his bludgeoning business practices and, in that sense, never posed as anything other than what he was. Besides, loyalty was within the circle. Outsiders were not necessarily afforded the same consideration. "You want to tell me how I should do business?" the Colonel barked at his friend, repeating an exchange they'd once had over Eddie Arnold. "Listen, I have $350,000 in the bank. When you have $350,001 in your bank account, then you can come and tell me." Indeed, Parker was the largest single depositor at the American National Bank in Madison, Tennessee, where the Colonel still maintained his primary business office, filtering the Elvis money through his new company, All-Star Shows. On one of his first trips to Nashville after acquiring Eddie Arnold in the 40s, Parker had walked into the bank and introduced himself to the owner, whom he remembered as the only Jewish fella in Madison. "It was a family bank, a little bank, and I wanted to borrow $5,000 because I had no money, and we needed some for promotion," Parker said years later. The banker asked what he had for collateral. Parker responded that he had an old car that he paid $125 for, on time, at $4 a month. "There's no value there," challenged the banker. "Well," said Parker, "even if it was a good car and I welched on my pay, what difference does it make what the car is worth?" And so the banker lent him the money just on his face. "I signed the note. I paid him back in about a year and a half, and that still is my bank today." Parker said in 1993. The Colonel, Parker would tell anyone who would listen, was nothing if not loyal. Chapter 12. Directional Snowing. Hal Wallace wanted Loving You to be everything Love Me Tender was not. While the period Western introduced the singing idol to the movie audience and allowed him to learn the rudiments of acting, it did almost nothing to play on Elvis's natural charm, his exotic good looks, his provocative rock and roll dance moves, and the allure of celebrity life. What Wallace had in mind for Loving You, Presley's first starring vehicle, was a film loosely based on Elvis's life, with a story tracing the rapid rise of a backwoods amateur, Deke Rivers, to a national sensation. The producer was mildly concerned about how the public would react to a swiveling Elvis on the big screen, since just before Elvis's first Ed Sullivan appearance, Parker learned that church and PTA groups planned on filing a protest with CBS, leading the Colonel to turn down 10 days of dates at $250,000 to avoid more Screaming Girls publicity. For a while, he toyed with the idea of a Clean Up Elvis campaign, that is, photographing the singer in a series of wholesome settings, but the Colonel feared it might boomerang on him, and so he sat tight. No protests were filed after all. Wallace wanted the script built around the formula used to sell other biopics about entertainers, suggesting that Elvis was just the modern-day Al Jolson, and his music as fun and harmless as the Charleston in the 1920s. In case anyone missed the message, Wallace had it hammered home in a sequence that pokes fun at television censors, and in a scene where Glenda Markle, Deke's manager, Elizabeth Scott, appears before a small-town city council to defend Deke and rock and roll in general. It was blatant, heavy-handed propaganda, as was Elvis's line, "They make it sound like folks ought to be ashamed just listening to me sing." But Wallace saw it as good insurance against criticism from 1950s America. The man he tapped for the job of writing and directing was Hal Cantor, who, along with co-writer Herbert Baker, fashioned the script somewhat after Mary Agnes Thompson's original story. Cantor had seen Elvis on The Sullivan Show and knew that a lot of people hated him, thought he was an instrument of the devil. Like a lot of sophisticates, Cantor didn't much care for Presley's hip gyrations and country attitude, and wrote him off as just a passing fancy. "A nasty little boy," as he later recalled. Then he saw Elvis's screen test, found him orchid pretty, and couldn't take his eyes off him. To get a better feel for Presley's world, Cantor, then 39, flew to Memphis to meet with Elvis at his new fashionable 3-bedroom house on Audubon Drive. From there, he drove with him and his entourage to Shreveport, Louisiana, where Elvis made his farewell appearance on the Louisiana Hayride. An astonished Cantor would use on screen much of what he saw that day, saying privately of the fan reaction, "There were some things that happened there that I couldn't recreate, because people wouldn't believe it." But it was the Colonel, a well-fed King Khan, who really dazzled him, hawking tinted photos of Elvis, souvenir programs, and even the Duke of Paducah's smoked meat sticks at the Shreveport Fairgrounds. "I thought the colorful Colonel more interesting than his star." Not surprising, a very Colonel-like character turned up in the film as Jim Tallman, a portly, cigar-smoking gubernatorial candidate with a silver tongue who sells snake oil on the side. But Cantor also wrote many of Parker's personal traits and star-making machinations into the script, with the Markle character playing up the singer's sex appeal. "I like him. He's got something for the girls," taking half of his revenue, staging small riots, and calling her client "our gimmick." Wallace shared Cantor's assessment of Parker, but he also had a grudging respect for him, and saw in the Colonel somebody like himself, an energetic promoter with uncanny gifts for manipulating situations to his best advantage. It was the other side of Parker's personality that gave the producer fits, particularly once the manager moved into an office on the Paramount lot before filming began, bringing his staff of Tom Diskin, Byron Raphael, and Trudy Forsher. Parker's only female secretary in Hollywood, except for a Miss Wood who was never seen and whose signature often resembled Parker's own. Forsher wasn't sure she wanted to go to work for the Colonel when she met him socially through her cousins, the Aberbachs. A freelance writer, she demonstrated both a hungry intelligence and a spirited personality. She had no intention of becoming anyone's secretary, but Parker swayed her with one comment. "Trudy, if you come with me now, you're going to be somebody important. If you don't, you will have lost your opportunity." Forsher, who was somewhat envious of her powerful relatives, found Parker's bravado exciting, and the Colonel took comfort in the thick Austrian accent she made no effort to tame. Once in a while he'd say, "Speak German for me, Trudy," finding a secret transport to a past none of his European friends detected in his speech. Just as Parker enjoyed Byron's services courtesy of the William Morris office, he demanded, starting at 20th Century Fox, that the studios reimburse him for Trudy's salary. Now at Paramount, Trudy, who ran the office, in addition to typing letters and answering the phone, wanted a raise. Parker talked her into a title change instead, and so the lowly secretary became the more lofty-sounding promotion coordinator. The Colonel rarely rewarded his employees with bonuses or presents, but he never wanted to look stingy, believing such an image diluted his power. One day he overheard Byron and Trudy discussing the split-pea soup they'd enjoyed at the Paramount commissary, and misunderstanding called them both into his office. "It's not good for you two to split your soup," he said, agitated. "People are going to think I'm not paying you enough." Parker wanted to be thought of as successful, but it was more important to flaunt his connections than his wealth. And so in his new office, dominated by a spread of Texas Longhorns, shooting gallery prize teddy bears, winking electric signs, and a tiger skin on the floor, he made space for signed photographs of such celebrities as Sammy Davis Jr. and Cecil B. DeMille, the famed producer-director who was then at Paramount working on his biblical epic The Ten Commandments. In return for such autographs, which he solicited by mail, he often sent a sausage. At Paramount, Elvis generated so much excitement that Director Cantor had to close the set to keep out the studio secretaries and wives and children of the Hollywood elite, all of whom wanted their photo taken with the young star. The Paramount brass, however, was more curious about this bombastic, driving, one-man minstrel show, as producer A.C. Lyles called the Colonel. Even Marlon Brando, whose office was down the hall, often stuck his head in the door. The Colonel arrived at the studio each morning at 8. "Let's open up the tents," he'd say in Carney talk, and stayed until 6, thriving on his attention from the Hollywood royalty and the opportunity to negotiate an outrageous deal. "That was his excitement," says Raphael, whose main job was to assist Parker in pulling off various snow jobs. "When I would see him on the phone making these deals, there would be little beads of perspiration on his face. He would sit there twirling his cigar in his mouth and be completely enraptured in what he was doing. It was very difficult for him to come down after one of those." From the beginning, Parker saw the need to bring the Paramount suits in line, to deflate their pomposity, prove his own preeminence, and bring a relaxed humor to what he viewed as a very stuffy group. His first target, DeMille, a Hollywood god. He saw his chance on the day he received 10,000 Elvis Presley buttons, large metal campaign-style badges with the singer's picture on them, to promote the new movie. Somehow, Raphael remembers, DeMille heard about the buttons and sent an assistant to get one for his granddaughter. The Colonel wanted to know why Mr. DeMille couldn't come over and ask for himself, and the assistant told him Mr. DeMille was very busy. So the Colonel said, "Tell Mr. DeMille that I would like to get him one of these buttons, but I have to check with my lawyers first, because we're getting ready to make our merchandising deal." The next day, Parker directed his staff to pass out the buttons to everyone on the lot, and then set Trudy to DeMille's office with the message that the Colonel had made a special dispensation, and that Mr. DeMille would be the only person in Hollywood with a rare Elvis button. "All we ask," she said, echoing the Colonel, "is that Mr. DeMille wear it himself when he goes to his set." When Mr. DeMille walked out of his office thinking he was the only one at the studio with that button, says Raphael, it must have been one of the most humiliating moments of his life. Everybody from the janitors to the guards at the gates were wearing one. DeMille never spoke to Parker again, but the colonel took the risk of making an enemy to prove his point. Later, during the promotion of G.I. Blues, he talked Hal Wallace into donning a paper concessionaire's hat, perhaps meant to resemble an army cap, and called a photographer to document the moment. He loved seeing these men that he considered sanctimonious phonies wearing Elvis paraphernalia, says Raphael, because he got them all to be little imitation operators, straight out of the carnival world. In June 1957, Parker inducted Wallace and Joe Hazen into his fictional Snowmen's League of America Limited. The best known of his nonsensical hijinks, the Snowmen's League was a takeoff of the Showmen's League, which promoted the idea of consummate professionalism among carnival workers. Parker's little club, which he established during the Eddie Arnold era, rewarded another standard of excellence, the ability to con, or snow. Its motto, "Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow." The colonel named himself High Potentate and placed an enormous stuffed snowman in his studio office, often posing with it for pictures. With faultless attention to detail, Parker designed membership cards, certificates, a ribbon-festooned snow award, and even gag wine labels, the colonel's private stock, vintage year 1942. All were emblazoned with a cartoon drawing of a pudgy top-hat-wearing, cigar-smoking snowman, a benevolent rendering of the colonel himself. Parker boasted that the non-profit club cost nothing to get into, but $1,000 to get out. With great fanfare, he inducted those with whom he had business arrangements, or whose favor he curried, such as politicians or high-profile journalists, who protected as much as publicized. Hollywood executives, says Byron Raphael, begged to belong to that club, where they rubbed shoulders with members of Presley's entourage and RCA reps and corporate brass. "My induction was given to me over dinner, so other people were sure to hear the presentation," remembers Charlie Boyd, a former RCA field man. "He said it was almost a secret society and indicated it would open doors for me." The coup de grace of Parker's little folly was the club's slickly produced rule book, which the colonel called a confidential report dealing with advanced techniques of member snowers, prepared by a team notably skilled in evasiveness and ineptitude. A slim volume filled with clever wordplay, its table of contents promised 7 chapters on such topics as counteracting high-pressure snowing, melt and disappear technique, and directional snowing. This deals with approach and departure simultaneously. Anyone who hoped to read such chapters found only 16 blank pages, followed by text that ended with a special note on how the chief potentate had allegedly talked the printer into delivering the greatest number of books at a reduced loss to himself, for which he was very grateful. As the colonel summed up, it is again a sterling example of a good snowman's willingness to see the other man's problems and show the greatest understanding without financial involvement. Parker had a different snow job in mind for Hal Cantor. The director was surprised to see the colonel frequently come by the Loving You set, since he had no interest in reading the script, and let Elvis speak for himself when he engaged Cantor about the kind of actor he hoped to become. To Cantor, Parker seemed to be interested only in how much, not who, where, when, or why. And once Cantor made his presence known, the colonel would leave. "I would never know if he was watching in the shadows or not," Cantor remembers, "but if he wasn't there, one of his minions would be. There was always somebody around." Cantor found out what was on Parker's mind as the filming wore on. For some time, the colonel had wanted to publish a book. How much does it cost if it's free? A collection of hokum, blarney, and snow jobs extraordinaire that he would claim was his life story. He planned to insert advertising among its pages to make back its production costs. RCA, he boasted, was buying the back cover for $25,000. Now all he needed was a ghostwriter, and Cantor seemed just the man. He could write it on weekends, Parker told him. But Cantor, who saw the colonel as someone who was happier fleecing the world of its money than the actual making of it, had no intention of doing such a thing, and told the colonel to look beyond a book to a film version of his life. The manager brightened, and Cantor was astonished to hear him say that he thought Paul Newman the ideal actor to play him on the screen. Foolishly, perhaps, the director wrote in his autobiography, Cantor replied that he was thinking more of W.C. Fields. Parker's pink face turned magenta, and he never again mentioned that book in my presence. Still, Cantor had enormous respect for what he called Parker's genius, especially after he saw him skillfully maneuver Elvis through a frenzied throng at the Louisiana hayride. Parker had once tried to work a deal with the hayride and sponsoring station KWKH, offering to set up an artist service bureau for the fee of $12,000, which the show's producer, Horace Logan, found preposterous, especially as Parker planned to run it as an extension of Jamboree Productions. Now, instead of booking acts on the show, Parker was stealing one and buying out Elvis's contract. With the help of Bitsy Mott, whom Parker had recently made head of security despite his slight build, the colonel steered his client past a sea of groping arms and hands, all frantic to touch the star, get an autograph, or, in the case of one overexuberant fan, snip a lock of his hair. The director thought Parker's calling for a wall of police to ring the platform shoulder to shoulder had been mere press agentry, until Elvis got on stage, and the 9,000 in attendance sent up a roof-lifting scream that lasted the length of his performance. Afterward, Cantor sidled up to Parker and complimented him on his call. "Now I see why you have the police there." "That's right," Parker snapped. "If it weren't for those cops, those sweet little girls would be all over the stage and they'd tear that boy to pieces. That's why I've got to protect him. You people in Hollywood don't know a damn thing about protection." Cantor, trying to make a joke of it, thought of the diminutive head of the William Morris Agency. "I guess Abe Lastfogel would get trampled to death in a crowd like this." The colonel sneered. "Abe Lastfogel wouldn't know where to go to find a crowd like this." With that, Cantor knew immediately what his relationship with the Morris office was. Lately, Parker had become more disgruntled with the Morris executives, especially as they began to advise him on ways that he and Elvis might better manage their money. The colonel should set up a corporation to shelter some of it from the taxman, they said, and in fact, they could do it for him. But the colonel had no interest in any such thing. The Morris brass was surprised. Didn't he trust them? If that was the case, they could recommend a business manager to help him protect what he and Elvis had. The colonel didn't trust them, of course, and he'd rather have Elvis lose money than set up with someone who might influence him in other decisions, too. Only once did he take Elvis to the Morris offices, and then just to let the agents fraternize with him a little, so he could keep them away from the movie sets. His paranoia raged to such an extent that he refused free workspace within the agency, first accepting the offer and then complaining that his suite was 8 doors removed from the Donaker, or men's room. "It looks like the little house behind the big house." But his concerns were otherwise. What if someone should listen in on his phone conversations, maybe secretly tape him, learn of the ways he managed to take far more, sometimes in excess of 50%, from his deals on Elvis's behalf? It wasn't stealing. Hadn't he chastised Byron when the younger man accidentally walked out of the grocery store with an unchecked magazine in the bottom of his cart? Hadn't he called Byron on it and made him go back and pay for it? The colonel was an honest man, and what he took from Elvis was deserved. No other manager worked as hard. Still, he made it clear to Lastfogel from the beginning. All checks due to Elvis would be sent directly from the studio to Parker's office in Memphis and made out to all-star shows, not to the Morris Agency. So what if the colonel was the only client to demand such an arrangement? Besides, the agency had no contract that strictly bound Elvis or Parker as a client. Therefore, the colonel never signed a check authorization form. The beauty of it, as the colonel saw, was that Presley was completely unconcerned about such matters. When Byron delivered Elvis his weekly check, which the Diskin sisters sent to California, where Parker would sign it and put it in a sealed envelope, the singer never questioned his cut. Even though the figures were seldom broken down, the expenses rarely itemized except on Parker's own ledger. In fact, Presley seldom looked at the amount. He simply pocketed it and sent it home to his father. Lastfogel and Company found Parker's arrangement perplexing, since he then had to turn around and send the agency 10%, which they would have deducted automatically before they sent the money on to him. They argued that it was cleaner for his IRS records to have the money come to them first. The colonel was resolute. He feared no IRS audit, either for himself or for Elvis, he said, because he went directly to the Internal Revenue Service and asked them to calculate what they owed. In fact, Parker said, "I consider it my patriotic duty to keep Elvis in the 90% bracket." Remembering how he'd been stung by the surprise audit in Tampa, the IRS would also question him about the $10,000 buyout of Elvis's Louisiana hayride contract. Neither he nor Elvis would have any tax shelters, or dare to write off anything but the most legitimate expenses, a practice that made Elvis the largest single taxpayer on a straight income in the country. And while Parker occasionally tossed Bitsy Mott the odd $25 or $50, he was careful not to pay him any more than minimum wage, saying that the IRS precluded paying family members more than outsiders for the same work. "I love to pay taxes," he would say. "I know when I'm paying taxes that I'm making money." The Morris accountants were stunned. Why would a man who knew the whereabouts of every penny and went to great lengths to hold on to it not want to take advantage of the tax breaks? Other than his home in Madison, Parker had no investments, and while the Colonel was informed enough to gainfully advise Byron and Trudy on specific stock trades, he didn't play the market himself because he couldn't control it. There was logic in that, the Morris accountants said, and then nodded their heads in agreement when Parker explained he didn't want Elvis to become a hapless figure like the boxer Joe Louis, losing his fortune from some obscure IRS ruling. What they didn't know was that Parker, the illegal alien, lived in fear of any government agency that poked around in his past. The IRS, says Bitsy Mott, just scared him to death. Already there were rumors that the reason Parker wouldn't give interviews was because there were things he didn't want the world to know, and Parker saw the suspicion on Lastfogel's face. That's why he realized early in 1956 that he needed a snitch within the Morris agency itself. He had a certain type in mind for someone he would name his assistant: small, young, male, quiet, and probably homosexual, someone who was easy to dominate and control and had no marital problems. Byron Raphael was 22 years old and earning $45 a week working in the William Morris mailroom, the starting job for all would-be agents, on the day he messengered a script to Colonel Parker's office at 20th Century Fox. He delivered it to Trudy Forsher, who liked his mild-mannered personality, and asked him to call back. What Byron didn't know was that the Colonel had asked her to be on the lookout. The 5'7" Raphael wasn't gay, but he did fit the rest of the profile. "Most of the guys he hired after me were homosexual, little, soft-spoken, creative, and neat in appearance." When Byron returned to the Colonel's office, Parker immediately offered him a job, and the younger man turned it down, saying he'd planned on staying at William Morris his whole career. Parker smiled. "Well, you will work for William Morris," he assured him. "They'll pay your salary, but you'll come and be with me." Raphael was already caught up in the excitement of Elvis Presley, but the Colonel, too, was compelling. "In retrospect, I see that he had the impact of someone like Adolf Hitler because he had an astonishing kind of mental power over the people around him. They would have done anything he asked them to. There was no way to keep a secret from him, and I never saw him get defeated. His personality was so big, so overpowering, that when he walked into a room, he took it over, no matter who was there. They all fell under his spell." To test Byron's loyalty, Parker put him through 2 trials by fire with his William Morris bosses. The first demanded that Raphael, basically an errand boy, walk into the office of the all-powerful Abe Lastfogel, sit down, and light up a stogie. Lastfogel detested the smell of smoke and wouldn't allow it around him, but he had a commendable sense of humor. "What did you do, boy? Lose a bet?" The second prank, guided by Parker's quest for revenge, was directed at Lenny Hershen and had more serious implications. Hershen, aloof but unctuous with stars, and so disliked by some in the agency that an assistant would eventually hide raw hamburger under his flower pot and wait for it to rot, was an easy target. To Byron, he seemed resentful of the younger men coming up, regarding everyone as competition and scheming to keep them scared for their jobs. Lately, he was concerned for his own. Hershen was technically Elvis's contact at William Morris, but whenever he dropped by Parker's office at Paramount, the manager just shooed him away. "Thanks for coming over, Lenny. No, we don't need anything today." Since Byron was the envy of the agents for his access to Elvis, Hershen now began to pump him for information. The colonel had a plan. Colonel Parker came to Trudy and me and explained that Lenny Hershen was snooping around too much, Byron remembers. He said, "Trudy, write a note in some kind of shorthand, scribble, scribble, and then carnival talk. Then say, leave WMA, and do some more shorthand that doesn't mean anything, and then write, Lenny Hershen's fault." Trudy took out her pad and handed the note to Parker, who crumpled it up, stamped on it until it bore the print of his heel, and pitched it into the wastebasket. "Now, Byron," he said, his voice slipping into character as the old colonel, his tone broadening, his pitch rising, and his accent ripening to reveal his difficulty with H's and J's. "I want you to call Lenny Hershen and tell him you walked in and saw the colonel in a meeting with MCA and you're reporting back to William Morris." Byron picked up the phone and sailed into the script. "And Mr. Hershen," Byron added, measuring the agent's anxiety, "I've got this note that the colonel left." Hershen, mindful that Parker had no contract with the agency, and panicked that he might actually leave, told Byron to bring it right over. "You did a good job. Keep spying on the colonel for me." The following day, Byron again dialed Hershen's number and told him he had some terrible news. The colonel had seen him retrieving the note, and he knew Byron had delivered it to Hershen. Furthermore, they were coming right over. "We burst into Lenny's office, and Colonel Parker said, 'Let's get Abe Lastfogel in here, because if you're telling my guy to give you stuff from my waste paper basket, we're through.' Of course, the colonel had no intention of leaving. He was too loyal to Mr. Lastfogel, but he loved seeing Lenny squirm. So Mr. Lastfogel came in and said, 'Lenny, if that's true, say it.' And I said, 'It's true, Mr. Lastfogel.' Lenny looked at me and his eyes were like fire. I had betrayed him and been a traitor to the people who paid me." Byron was about to learn a harsh lesson. If you worked for Colonel Parker, you got hurt, emotionally, professionally, or financially, and the sting never really went away. "I never should have done it," Raphael says, "but since I idolized the colonel, I lost my sense of reality. Everybody who worked for him wanted his approval so desperately, and when he went into that steely look or stormed in and out of offices, slamming doors, we were also afraid of his anger. I really think he hypnotized us so that we would endure almost any kind of treatment." Tom Diskin was foremost among them. Already in his mid-30s, Thomas Francis Diskin revered the colonel with a complexity of emotions that transcended any father-son relationship. Although he had reportedly been Parker's first partner in the Jamboree Productions booking agency and music publishing companies, running the Chicago office before selling his half to Hank Snow, incorporation papers suggest it was Diskin who originally owned Jamboree Attractions and later took Parker in as a partner, only to be pressured to relinquish his half when Snow and Parker joined forces. "What he told me," says Ann Fulcino, National Publicity Director for RCA in the 50s, "was that Parker went to work for him, and somewhere along the line, Diskin ended up being his employee. I said, 'How could you let that happen, Tom?' And he said, 'The colonel's quite a guy.' Since Tom was just a nice, simple person who had the lowest expectations out of life, I could believe his story." Short, stocky, with a crop of blondish red hair capping his everyman's looks, Diskin was mediocre in every way. He arrived for work each day on a waft of Old Spice, a yes-man in a cheap suit and washed-out tie. As Parker's $250 a week right-hand man, he might have been expected to wield a modicum of decision-making power, but he was too sweet and meek to assert himself. He was an angel, says RCA's Sam Esgro, and the colonel too paranoid and obsessed with details to delegate much responsibility. The lieutenant, then, was put to work on menial tasks, writing letters to the fan clubs, taking papers to Elvis for signature, and parroting the colonel's words to RCA. On the rare occasion, he contacted the Aberbox in regard to a particular song, but his most useful purpose was serving as a buffer between Parker and the people the colonel didn't want to see. Around his boss, Diskin tamped down any resentment or thoughts of his own and remained blissfully obedient. Privately, however, he complained about being Parker's shadow, describing how the colonel talked to him like a needful but not particularly caring parent. On the road at the end of the day, Diskin yearned to find a place to knock back a toddy or two and meet some nice girls, go dancing. but the colonel wouldn't permit it, fearing it might lead to dating and marriage, and a possible end to Diskin's steadfast devotion. In the odd Walter Mitty moment, he managed to smuggle a girl into his room, but mostly settled for the life of a eunuch, exchanging playful winks with waitresses. Eventually, he would buy the property adjacent to Parker's Tennessee home, where his boss could keep a vigilant watch. As reward, the colonel cut his lieutenant into a number of Elvis's business deals, including his music publishing, buying Diskin's loyalty and his silence. But while he always addressed him as Mr. Diskin in the company of others, Parker could never resist the opportunity to humiliate him, to remind him that he was not really a business colleague, but a flunky. Despite Diskin's serious-mindedness and the thoroughness with which he attended to his duties, the colonel found constant fault with his performance, yelling at him in front of Byron and Trudy, and one day calling him into a meeting with another talent manager and ordering him to tap dance. Not once did Diskin ever refuse or talk back, even when Parker screamed at him with the force of a hailstorm. Eventually, Diskin's silence, along with years of hard drinking, would lead to ulcers and the surgical removal of half his stomach. In his more benevolent moments, Parker showed strong loyalties to the people he liked. When he needed an opening act for some of Elvis's early concert dates, for example, he plucked an Irish tenor named Frankie Connors from the unemployment line, later arranging a screen test for Connor's daughter, Sharon. He also had a soft spot for Gabe Tucker, assigning him all the royalties to a song they wrote together. There were times when he was so gentle he would go into a reverie and almost rock himself to sleep, says Byron. When his malevolence came upon him, however, Parker spared no one's feelings, cloaking cruelty in offbeat humor. He once steered the promoter Lee Gordon into a bad business deal and later repaid him for his losses, strictly from friendship and honor. But Parker's influence had tragic results. Though handsome in his resemblance to Tyrone Power, Gordon fretted over his ethnicity. "Do you think my nose looks too Jewish?" he repeatedly asked. "Well," Parker replied, "I wouldn't eat too many bagels," and goaded him into having plastic surgery. Something happened, Byron remembers, and he came out looking like a gargoyle, even after repeated surgeries to correct it. It was a horrible thing, but that's how hypnotic the colonel was in his suggestion. A more frequent target was Bevo Beavis, the colonel's runabout. Parker looked after him, giving him a job and sending Bevo's pay home to his mother, who cared for his young daughter from a hopeless marriage. But Bevo paid dearly for the colonel's attention. On one occasion, he was forced to stand at attention in the middle of a rainstorm, as proof of how "my people listen to me," as the colonel snorted to cronies. When he once failed to immediately light his boss's cigar, Bevo was put out of the car on a late-night highway, told to catch up at a diner 7 miles away, and waved off with the admonition not to hitch a ride, "or I'll know about it and won't even consider taking you back." Like Bevo, Trudy was constantly threatened with termination for some imagined slight, but while the colonel terrorized her on occasion, usually putting Byron up to some scheme to scare her into thinking she'd lost her job, the secretary almost always figured out that Parker was bluffing. "I know the inside of the colonel," she explains today. Trudy was loyal to a fault, but she took the colonel's teasing in stride for another reason. Caught in a crumbling marriage, the vivacious Trudy simply transferred her affections to her boss. During the day, she tried to impress him with how quickly she had learned about show business, and at night, she smuggled home photographs of him just to have him near. She knew the relationship would never be romantic and, in fact, considered Marie a good friend, though she rankled if another woman came near the colonel at the office. Parker noticed her possessiveness, as did her husband Bruno, who tired of hearing her sing hound dog around the house and threatened to leave her and their 2 young sons, believing she was having an affair with Elvis. The colonel was intensely uncomfortable around any female who showed any personal interest in him. He had become especially agitated on the road when a young fan repeatedly broke into his room and climbed into his bed, and never ever demonstrated interest in another woman. Now Trudy had become a threat. If Bruno didn't leave her, she would leave him instead. In an uncharacteristically soft approach, Parker gently dissuaded her fantasy and finally appealed to what he assumed would be her European sense of hearth and home. He went to her, Byron remembers, and he said, "Trudy, your marriage is going to end if you stay here. Take whatever chance you can to work it out. Otherwise, you'll lose your family." And I remember her tears. She said, "But, Colonel, you and my children, you are my family." For a while then, the Colonel let her stay. Parker intended to make up for more odious maltreatment when he allowed Byron and Trudy to play Elvis a ballad, Castles in the Sand, that they'd co-written with the help of a professional songwriter. They hoped he'd record it for the soundtrack of Loving You, and their chances looked good. Steve Sholes was short on material for the session, and Elvis loved the song so much he sang it all night at his suite at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel. Furthermore, the Aberbacks had agreed to publish it as part of the Gladys Music catalog. The Colonel seldom attended Elvis's recording sessions, and Presley preferred it that way. At Paramount, he'd had a difficult time getting a satisfactory take on the soundtrack's title song, and now, at Radio Recorders, he welcomed no distractions in the studio, especially not from Parker, who had an irritating habit of making irrelevant suggestions or reminiscing about the Gene Austen days. Elvis called him Admiral as a derisive play on Colonel, although it was a nickname Parker sometimes used for himself, as well as for Marie. Lately, in private, Elvis had been more defiant with his manager, mostly out of nerves. Everything had gotten so big so fast, it made his head spin. He'd even pulled a movie-prop pistol on a Marine in an argument and gotten in a fistfight with a service station attendant, which landed him in court. In early '56, he told reporters that his success just scares me, and that all the hysteria at his concerts makes me want to cry. How does all this happen to me? Almost a year later, Elvis felt isolated and out of control. His mother Gladys had been in the hospital for tests. As always, the Colonel, treating him like property, didn't approve of his new girlfriend, Dottie Harmony, a Las Vegas singer and dancer. And worse, the Army was making noises about drafting him. He'd already had his pre-induction physical. Everything seemed so up in the air. Soon, over Easter of '57, when he should have been enjoying his new house, a mansion with the lofty name of Graceland, Elvis would tell his minister, the Reverend James Hamill, "I'm the most miserable young man you've ever seen." And so on February 23, 1957, when Elvis arrived at Radio Recorders in Hollywood to tape 5 songs, including Castles in the Sand for the Loving You soundtrack, he had much on his mind. Parker forbade Byron to attend the session, but once he was there, Byron went up to Elvis almost immediately at the Colonel's suggestion. "Mr. Presley," he said, "I want to thank you for recording my song." Raphael could tell that Elvis thought the kid was trying to pressure him. Why else would Byron the Siren, as Presley playfully called him, address him so formally? Still, Elvis was polite. "Well, I wouldn't do it if I didn't like it." From the start, the session proved difficult, as Elvis's band, Scotty Moore, Bill Black, and DJ Fontana, struggled with the requirements of soundtrack recording. 29 takes to nail Don't Leave Me Now, and 22 for I Beg of You. And RCA's Bill Bullock entered into a prolonged exchange with anyone he could about whether to include the Dave Bartholomew song One Night, which Elvis had already toned down, changing One Night of Sin to One Night with You. During a lull when Elvis stepped outside to shake off some nervous energy, Gene Aberback, the more eccentric of the publishing brothers, spoke with Freddie Beanstalk, Presley's Hill and Range liaison, about getting Elvis to record a kiddie song, Here Comes Peter Cottontail, that the Aberbacks thought would sell well at Easter. Beanstalk, dumbfounded that Aberback would seriously consider such a thing, laughed him off, so Gene placed the lyrics on Elvis's music stand. "After the break," remembers Beanstalk, "Elvis came into the studio and looked at the song and said, 'Who brought that Brer Rabbit shit in here?'" Now the Colonel, who always moved quickly for such an obese man, came running out of the control room clapping his hands. "All right, let's get Byron's song done next." As the band readied their instruments and the Jordanaires warmed the ooh-wow-wows of their head arrangement, Elvis hesitated. Haltingly, he launched the first 4 bars and then abruptly stopped. "I'm not going to do this goddamn song," he said, turning to Gordon Stoker. "I hate to disappoint Byron and Trudy, but I'm not going to do it for Colonel." And then he inexplicably broke into True Love, the Cole Porter tune that had hit big for Bing Crosby. Steve Sholes got a puzzled look at the Colonel, and Aberbach, who held no publishing rights to Cole Porter, rolled his eyes, bringing a palm to his forehead. "Oh, my God, Cole Porter, as though he needs the money." Never before had Elvis crossed the Colonel in public. Parker, who constantly feared the crush of another heart attack, fought to keep his emotions in check, and decided to deal with it later in private. But from now on, Parker took stricter measures to ensure that all material Elvis received came solely from the Aberbachs, with one exception: Are You Lonesome Tonight?, a favorite of Marie's. For Elvis's third picture, Jailhouse Rock, the Colonel exercised his outside picture clause with Paramount and moved to MGM, claiming his agreement with producer Pandro Berman, $250,000 plus 50% of the net profits, was the biggest deal ever made in Hollywood. One person who was not impressed was Catherine Hereford, Berman's associate producer. Hereford had heard all about the Colonel's rare Elvis buttons, country sausage capers, and other bizarre stunts. The first day he'd arrived at MGM in a mud-splattered car, a transparent move designed to play on his bumpkin persona. Hereford gave him the cold shoulder, advising Berman to put as much distance as possible between him and the wily manager. In turning his attention to the development of Jailhouse Rock, Parker stayed in constant contact with the Aberbachs, who had pinned new hopes on the soundtrack. Jerry Leiber and Mike Stoller, both 24-year-old Hill and Range songwriters who were already major figures in the R&B world, were commissioned to write 4 songs for the picture, including the famous production number in which Elvis distills the genius of his erotically undulating stage moves. The team, which had written the title song for Loving You, had a piano in their room at the Gorham Hotel in New York, and one weekend, Gene Aberbach came up and pushed a chair in front of the door, sat down, and went to sleep, remembers Stoller. He wouldn't move until we were finished. Soon after, Julian Aberbach told Leiber to expect a contract from the Colonel. They intended to groom the writing team for other movies as well. While Elvis frequently signed blank agreements at Parker's instruction, Leiber was flabbergasted to open his mail and find just such a contract and a note instructing him to affix his signature and return it at once. "I called the Colonel and said, 'There's nothing on it,' and he said they'd fill it in later. It struck me as a great practical joke." Breaking with his usual habit, the Colonel visited the set of Jailhouse Rock several times, one day bringing along Jim Denny, the powerful Nashville music publisher and Grand Ole Opry manager. Gordon Stoker, who viewed Parker as a necessary evil, was surprised at the Colonel's audacity, knowing how painful it would be for Elvis to see the man who had once rejected him from the Opry. Now on the set, Denny walked over to Elvis and said, "I just wanted you to know that I've always had faith in you and always believed in you," Stoker recalls. Elvis said, "Thank you, Mr. Denny," and turned around to us and whispered, "That bastard thinks I've forgotten the way he broke my heart." Denny's visit, following weeks of long hours of filming and a myriad of other problems, so upset Elvis that he asked to take the day off. The difficulties with Scotty, Bill, and DJ in the recording studio gave rise to a host of resentments, mostly over money. The musicians worked for $200 a week on the road, $100 off, always with the promise that as Elvis became more famous, their salary would increase. Since Elvis was now the biggest star in the world, Scotty had grown impatient. Soon he and Bill would resign, but later reconsider, asking for a raise of $50 per week and a flat payment of $10,000. Colonel reminded Presley that nothing was ever put in writing. Besides, Steve Scholes doesn't like them, and demanded Elvis cut them loose, a decision that would come to a head in a matter of months. "The Colonel had a grip on everybody but me, Scotty, and Bill," says DJ Fontana. "He couldn't tell us what to do, 'cause we could go to Elvis, see?" Normally afraid to question Parker's judgment, Elvis complained to his cousin Junior Smith that he thought the Colonel had steered him wrong. What the hell did that old lard-ass know about music? Besides, he'd also heard that Parker had blown a lot of money over a paid advertising deal gone bad. Furthermore, he didn't like it that Parker kept a net around him, turning down Robert Mitchum's invitation for Elvis to appear in Thunder Road. "He just wants to use your name," Parker said, but to Elvis, it seemed as if he didn't want him talking to other people, period. especially if they were in the business. One day, the colonel found out that Mike Stoller was up in the suite at the Beverly Wilshire playing pool and ordered Elvis to ask him to leave. Jerry Lieber saw that Elvis was trapped by his dependency on the colonel, that he worshipped him as a maker and savior, but despised him because he was never able to take control of his own life. Elvis's dissatisfaction leaked back to the colonel, who flew into a rage and gathered his staff in his office, telephoning the set for Elvis to come at once and bellowing into the receiver, "I don't care if he is shooting, send him over." Elvis, shaken by Parker's fury, took a seat at the colonel's direction. "Elvis, Trudy's here, Byron's here, Tom's here," Parker began in a voice husky with emotion. "I'm saying in front of all of these witnesses that if you don't think I've done the right thing by you, you walk out this minute and you're free. Go get yourself another manager. But if you stay, you're going to do what I tell you. Do you understand me?" Elvis nodded, resigned in the future to hold his tongue. "He got me this far, made me a big star," he told his pals. "I'm going to stick with him." Whenever anyone had the nerve to ask about such confrontations, the colonel explained, "It's better to be feared than liked." But Parker had been decidedly on edge since learning the storyline for Jailhouse Rock, which, unlike the sophisticated comedy of Loving You, traded on the dark side of Presley's rebel persona and the shadowy business practices of rock and roll. In the role of Vince Everett, an ex-con turned rock star, Elvis began to demonstrate a formidable ability to handle dramatic material, particularly in the movie's grittier scenes. Guided by a volatile temper, Vince accidentally kills a man in a barroom brawl. Sentenced to prison, Vince meets fellow convict Hunk Houghton, Mickey Shaughnessy, a country singer who boasts of being as big as Eddie Arnold or Roy Acuff. Houghton teaches him to sing and play guitar, and when Vince's talent emerges, Hunk, who lines his cell walls with pictures of Hank Snow and Ernest Tubb, offers to become his manager. "Alone you'd be like a lamb in a pack of wolves." But the manipulative Hunk is still a con at heart, demanding 50% of Vince's money and withholding his fan mail to keep the budding star from realizing how popular he's become. Jailhouse Rock secretly mirrors a series of events in the collective Presley-Parker past, including Vernon Presley's 6-month stint in the Mississippi State Penitentiary in the late 30s for altering a check from a dairy farmer named Orville Bean, who held the Presleys' mortgage. While the references to Parker's earlier show business associates were hardly coincidental, the colonel, who never established even the slightest curiosity in Elvis's previous motion picture scripts, seemed to have an unusual investment in this one. Before the title was finalized, he wrote a memo to Pandro Berman suggesting they call the picture "Don't Push Me Too Far" or "Trouble Is My Name." Had Parker identified with the character of Vince Everett, the young man who ended a life in an instant of anger? Certainly he had begun to demonstrate odd obsessions that hinted at unwelcome thoughts and deeper worries, including personal safety. At home in Tennessee, he installed iron bars on all the windows and wired the house with an extensive anti-burglar system. In part, this was because Marie, who stayed behind during the early Hollywood years, was deathly afraid to be alone, in the words of a friend, keeping the house dark with the curtains drawn in all the rooms but the kitchen, and insisting on a female companion whenever her husband was out of town. Ordinarily, the old carney practiced a form of self-hypnotism, boasting that he could train himself to filter out certain feelings or people altogether. "Don't you know that I can put you out of my mind so I don't even know that you exist?" But lately, the stuff within him had proved bigger than his ability to handle it. He seemed eternally frustrated, unable to rest, routinely pacing back and forth in his apartment at the Beverly Wilshire, and his demons gained prominence. He fought back his anxiety with a driving need for rigidity, ritual, and control. Where Parker had always insisted on an almost militaristic atmosphere in the office, "like he was going to call roll," says Gordon Stoker, he now stepped up his efforts to have it run like a little pentagon, offering a self-satisfied smile whenever anyone referred to his staff as the Colonel's Army. Since he tended to fuss if even a single item was out of place, Trudy saw to it that the office was immaculate. At home in Madison, Mary Diskin knew that she might be asked to open the drawers for inspection at any time, and followed orders to make sure that all the pens were grouped together and faced the same direction, and the pencils sharpened to a rapier's point, their erasers perfect. Both secretaries were puzzled by the secrecy with which the colonel insisted on, typing some of his letters himself, hunched over the typewriter like a hawk, shielding the paper from view. On those occasions, the secretaries knew never to peek in the outbox afterward, lest the colonel think they were checking up on him. What baffled Byron was Parker's habit of sitting at his desk, repeatedly stacking and centering piles of papers without apparent purpose, and his insistence on showering 3 or 4 times a day, afterward splashing on a liberal amount of 4711 cologne, the German scent that Napoleon was said to have diluted in his bath. If we would go out for a meal, or even coffee, he would come back to the Beverly Wilshire and take a shower. Unusually preoccupied with body odor and his own feces, according to several, he had, says Byron, an almost Macbethian compulsion to be clean. Soon preoccupied with the notion of germs, he would drink almost nothing but Mountain Valley spring water. Raphael saw even more surprising sides of Parker when he went home with the colonel to Tennessee after filming Wrapped on Jailhouse Rock in June of '57. In the Dutch custom, Parker put a lot of emphasis on the observance of birthdays, especially his own. For his 48th, on June 26th, Marie gave him a large party, and the colonel reveled in the merriment with his Nashville cronies. But late that night, Byron awoke to these horrible sounds, like an animal wailing, the strangest sound that I ever heard in my life. The next day, over breakfast, he told Marie what he'd heard. Maybe it was a cat outside, and asked if everything was all right. "Oh, I don't know, Byron," she said. "Elvis forgot Colonel's birthday." Raphael, mystified that such a small slight made this powerful, strong man cry all night long, went to Presley, who took off one of his rings with the instructions to tell the colonel he just hadn't delivered it in time. Parker knew the truth, but he'd already walled off his vulnerability and repaired the cracks in his emotional fortress. By now, Byron had married an aspiring actress, Carolyn Klein, and the colonel and Marie invited the couple to come live with them in Madison. The colonel had one peculiar rule for the newlyweds as long as they were under his roof: no hand-holding, which Byron interpreted to mean no displays of affection of any kind. The Parkers had separate bedrooms. They were like an old couple, but they really weren't that old, and Raphael was under the impression that theirs was not a physical relationship, and perhaps never had been. There wasn't the faintest sign. He just didn't have a physical love for any woman. The colonel had railed against Raphael's marriage from the start. It distracted him from his work, Parker said, and made him reluctant to take the cross-country journeys that Parker loved so well, visiting the little one-elephant carnivals and back-road diners. Raphael was always amazed to see this mellow side of him, when he told his hillbilly stories and talked about his past, a period he seemed to have enjoyed more than the present. But otherwise, Byron, who was expected to drive, hated the trips, because the colonel inexplicably had a buzzer installed on the car that went off every time the speedometer hit 55. Now, after an argument in which Carolyn objected to Byron's accompanying Parker on a gambling trip to Las Vegas, the colonel began working to undermine the relationship, telling Byron that Carolyn cared nothing for him, that she was just using him for his William Morris connections. Besides, in time, didn't Byron want to leave the agency and work for him? Hadn't Parker told him to call him Pops? Within 2 years, the colonel talked his young aide into divorcing. It was something he demanded, and insisted on brokering the arrangement. So that Byron would be free of alimony payments, Marie, who was fond of Carolyn and cared about her well-being, assumed her support. "The colonel told me not to worry about it," Byron remembers, "and as I think about it, I never saw a lawyer, never went to court. It was all just taken care of." Parker, who had struggled to relegate his gambling to friendly pickup games and betting at the dog tracks in Florida and Arizona, began, during this period of accelerated stress, to feel the old fever and obsess about larger action. On the way back to California from their first Las Vegas trip together, Byron mentioned that he had an uncle who ran a little motel, a dump of a place called the Silver Sands in Palm Springs, just 100 miles south of Hollywood. Though he had yet to make the trip, the Colonel had been hearing about Palm Springs since before World War II. Unlike Los Angeles, illegal gambling, everything from poker to craps to roulette, was readily available there for high rollers. "They paid the sheriff and everybody to keep it running," remembers 91-year-old Frank Bogert, the former Palm Springs mayor. 3 hotspots, the well-appointed Dunes Club, with its glamorous New York atmosphere, the 139 Club, and the Cove, admitted customers who weren't put off by mobsters brandishing submachine guns, and whispered the password to the hole in the door for a chance to mingle with movie stars and socialites. Palm Springs sounded exactly like everything Parker loved about Hot Springs, Arkansas in the 30s. "Byron," the Colonel said, "let's go see your uncle." Parker had frequented Las Vegas since the late 40s, when Sin City was no more than a little dusty town of 10,000, and the Colonel booked Eddie Arnold into the elite cowboy-themed Hotel El Rancho Vegas for El Dorado days, when floats, parades, and rodeo promoted its Wild West heritage. Initially, Arnold didn't want to go. "I kept hearing stories about artists appearing out there and gambling away all their money before they left. I thought maybe the hotel management might expect it." But Parker couldn't resist the lure of the green felt jungle. "The times when I was there," remembers Gabe Tucker, "he'd say, 'Let's go down and play, fellers.' He'd give me a handful of $100 chips and say, 'Play some, Gabe, play some.' He'd take a chance on anything. Covered every number on a roulette wheel. I told him, 'Colonel, you can't win playing like you play.' But he'd just stack 'em up all over and make sure that nobody sat at that table except us. If somebody tried to muscle in, he'd have us all get out those cigars. 'Now light that up, light that up.' They didn't stay too long. We never did play with somebody we didn't know." With the opening of the El Rancho, built in 1941 on vacant land destined to become the Strip, at first only a 2-lane highway beckoning jaded Los Angeles residents to a playground in the desert, Las Vegas began to take its first steps as a gambling mecca, followed soon by the gangster glamour of Benjamin Bugsy Siegel's Flamingo Hotel and Milton Prell's Hotel Sahara, the jewel of the desert. Parker and Arnold were playing the North Africa-themed Sahara, where plaster camels stood as sentinels at the hotel's entrance when the two had the spat that led to their breakup in 1953. Prell, the first hotel executive to offer big-name attractions in strip lounges, was one of the earliest gambling figures in the state. He'd opened Club Bingo in 1947, enlarging it in 1952 to become the Sahara, and went on to build and operate the Lucky Strike Club and the Mint downtown. But Prell had plenty of help. The Sahara was built with West Coast bookie and extortion profits, as well as Oregon race wire money. And while the hotel would be controlled by a number of mobster families through the years, Prell himself was the front man for the Detroit branch of the Cosa Nostra. He'd given 20% interest in the Sahara to its Phoenix-based contractor, Del Webb, who'd also built Siegel's Flamingo, and whose company would become a major force in the gaming industry, leasing casino space. The Colonel took a liking to Prell, a Montana native and former Los Angeles jeweler who extended him a high line of casino credit, met him frequently for breakfast, and sat around the pool with him, deep in conversation. The two formed an intimacy unlike any other in Parker's personal history, and Prell became the one man the Colonel turned to whenever he needed a favor in Vegas. Parker was normally too paranoid to allow himself such a close relationship. When his brother-in-law Bitsy Mott signed on to head Elvis's security, Parker bluntly laid it on the table. "Bitsy, I trust you more than anyone else. But you have one fault. You make too many friends." It was imperative to Parker that he and Prell stay on the best of terms, and the Colonel went out of his way to show the hotel manager the utmost respect. When Byron told the Colonel he'd lost $100 at blackjack and written the casino a cold check, one he planned to warm up as soon as they returned to California, Parker marched his young aide into Prell's office to apologize and ask for forgiveness. The check hadn't even bounced yet, but the Colonel made such a big production out of it that I got the feeling they had some sort of side deal, a definite connection beyond the obvious. The Colonel was adamantly opposed to Byron's fondness for the tables. "Don't you know how stupid gamblers are? They're all Nebos," carny talk for dimwit or an easy mark, and warned him against the evils of the game. In 1954, after several years of taking Marie's son Bobby under his wing and teaching him to become a manager for such acts as country singers George Morgan and Slim Whitman, Parker had sent him home to Tampa after Bobby developed an inordinate interest in blackjack, frequenting both Las Vegas and the after-hours clubs in Nashville. Byron was astonished then to see how the Colonel couldn't leave the dollar slots alone, and how he called on his mental telepathy and perpetual perception motors to reconcile his desire to play with his certainty that the odds were against him. He stared at the slot machine for the longest time, then lit his cigar and said, "I'm hypnotizing it to pay off." That's how confident he was that he could will anyone or anything into doing what he wanted. Parker's increased interest in gambling and other obsessive-compulsive behaviors may have been a way to keep his thoughts from settling on the secrets of his past, including his botched Army career. For the U.S. Army was very much on his mind these days, and had been since early '56, when Elvis turned 21. Certainly Elvis would be eligible for the draft, but Parker couldn't have him called up and processed like any other soldier. No. The Colonel would have to negotiate the terms of Elvis's service with the Army itself, through a series of interactions that might raise questions about Parker's own tours of duty. The prospect must have filled him with trepidation, but for a man who psychologically viewed his client as his beautiful alter ego, always Elvis and the Colonel, any thoughts on how to handle Elvis's Army career would have been a projection of Parker's own patriotism. It also would have triggered an intense desire to relive his own Army experience and rectify the past. For that, Elvis would need to be the model soldier, with no blemishes on his record like AWOL, desertion, or discharge for emotional instability. To his staff, Parker was consumed only with manipulating the situation for the greatest public relations good. What has never before come to light is exactly how he did it. In the summer of '56, he began dictating a series of letters to Trudy addressed to the Pentagon, requesting that the Army assign Elvis to special services so that Presley might bypass boot camp and rigorous training and concentrate all his efforts on entertaining Uncle Sam's troops. But Parker had no intention of Elvis going into special services. In fact, that was the last thing he wanted. At every whim, the boy would be made to perform free in front of 20,000 soldiers. The Colonel wouldn't even be able to sell programs. Worse, each appearance would be filmed and sold to television networks, with every cent going into the Army's coffers. The overexposure would kill Elvis's motion picture career. No, Elvis could not go into special services. Besides, a public hue and cry would rise up all across the land, from veterans groups and congressmen, from mothers and fathers outraged that a hip-shaking hooligan was treated any differently than their boy. Farron Young had done it, but who cared about Farron, strumming his honky-tonk guitar for Army recruitment programs? A big star who shirked his duty had hell to pay. Why, then, had Parker made a request for Elvis to go into the Army as anything but a regular Joe? Because the Colonel was, as usual, one step ahead of everyone. Now, in secret, he fed a story to Billboard magazine in October '56, more than a year before Elvis would receive his induction notice, informing the publication that Elvis would be drafted in December '57 and assigned to special services. The magazine telephoned Fort Dix, New Jersey for confirmation, and learned that, indeed, Elvis was about to get a cushy deal. His hair would not be cut, and after 6 weeks of basic training, he would be free to resume being Elvis. All he had to do was entertain his fellow soldiers on behalf of his government. Presley, learning of this for the first time in Billboard, was stunned and confused. Hadn't Milton Bowers, chairman of his draft board, promised to notify Elvis privately in advance of just such things? Bowers said yes, but the story had come out of the blue. Elvis read it again. The only people who would know the date of his induction, the magazine reported, were Army personnel and Presley's closest business associates. For a year, Parker kept Elvis hanging, saying he would talk to the boys in Washington, seeing what he could do. Elvis's cronies were perplexed. George Klein, his high school friend, saying, "There's no war going on, you're sitting on the top of the world, and all of a sudden you've got to go into the Army? It doesn't make sense." Freddie Beanstalk was with the Colonel in California when Parker went to deliver the unhappy news. They found Elvis in the dining room at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel, surrounded by his luckless cousins and Cliff Gleaves, a disheveled runt of a fellow Elvis met in '56 and kept around for comic relief. The colonel said he was sorry. He had done everything possible, but Elvis had to go into the army. Elvis stared in silence, and the cousins looked away. Suddenly, Cliff dropped his knife and fork. "What's going to happen to me? I've given him the best years of my life." Parker had outslicked them all. The Army, which had long ago besmirched his own service record, and his increasingly ill-tempered client, who needed a cooling-off period, riding around in tanks in Germany in the dead of winter. Now he told him Elvis must go back to the draft board and say he wanted to serve his country, like any other young man, without preferential treatment of any kind. What did it matter if Parker had, in a way, enlisted him? Elvis's service number would start with US, the code for drafted. He would look like a hero. And when he got out 2 years later, he would be visibly tamed, transformed into a pure symbol of America, a clean-cut god for the masses. No more would he personify the music of a subversive and dangerous subculture led by wild DJs high on pills and payola. Parker had it all figured out. But had the colonel, in waxing nostalgic about his days as Private Parker in carefree Hawaii, granted the Army a codicil, especially after backing out of the Special Services Agreement? In November '57, a month before Elvis received his draft notice, Presley played 2 dates in Honolulu, booked by Lee Gordon, who won the honor from the colonel on a roll of the dice. The day after the shows at the Honolulu Stadium, Elvis performed for servicemen at Schofield Barracks, Pearl Harbor. Thus, Elvis's last show before entering the Army was a free one, hardly Parker's favorite kind. Less than a month later, he would write Harry Ketchum at William Morris to defend his decision to stop booking Elvis for live performances, citing fear of overexposure, one of his explanations for turning down a myriad of recent offers, including tours of South America, Great Britain, and Australia. At RCA, says Sam Esgro, the story swirled that Parker must have citizenship problems because no one would turn down such lucrative dates. Elvis, who was in constant touch with Milton Bowers at the Memphis Draft Board, drove down to pick up his induction notice in person on December 19th. The deal was set. A 2-year tour of duty and, by request of Paramount studio head Y. Frank Freeman and Elvis himself, a 60-day deferment to allow Presley to make his second Paramount picture, King Creole, which would go into production in January. Paul Nathan and Joe Hazen had argued against putting Presley in the musical drama, based on Harold Robbins' popular novel A Stone for Danny Fisher, believing the story of an impressionable teen caught up in the underworld of violence and crime was too close to the feel of Jailhouse Rock and reinforced the image of Elvis as a troubled young man. Wallace vetoed them and held his ground again when Nathan sent the producer a memo saying, "The business of Danny using the jagged edges of 2 broken bottles as a weapon is unacceptable to the Breen office," referencing Joseph Breen, Hollywood's chief censor. "Is it in the production code?" Wallace scribbled back. "If not, we will use it." Thus Wallace ensured what became Elvis's most memorable scene. But he also directed screenwriter Oscar Saul to tone down the seamier aspects of the story dealing with mobsters and whores, and to move the setting from New York to New Orleans with its rich musical heritage. Although Parker cajoled Steve Sholes on occasion, for his 46th birthday, Parker presented him with an enormous bead and gold-festooned doghouse custom-built for Nipper. Relations between them remained strained. RCA had no say about which music would be used in the movies, and little input as to songs that made up the albums. Through what many at the company thought was a direct payoff to singles division manager Bill Bullock. "That crooked son of a bitch gave Elvis to the colonel, lock, stock, and barrel," says a former employee. Parker continued to wrest control from RCA. Now he dictated almost all terms with the label and determined how many singles the company released each year. Nonetheless, the company was fired up about the idea of a Dixieland soundtrack, and a representative met with Parker and Paramount officials in California to discuss the deal. They were throwing around figures, $250,000 as Lenny Hershen remembers it, when the colonel stopped the meeting, saying he had someone outside he needed to bring in for an important negotiation. He opened the door to usher in a balloon salesman, a down-at-the-heels carnival supplier, and as the executives listened, the colonel cut a deal for a ton of balloons cheaper than what the guy was offering them for, maybe 10 cents 100. The men shook their heads, but the message was clear. Nobody, from crusty carnies to hotshot moguls, was going to get the best of the colonel. With King Creole, Hal Wallace gave Presley the chance to become the dramatic actor he yearned to be, matching him with respected director Michael Curtis. "For the first time, I know what a director is," Elvis said later, and an explosive cast of Carolyn Jones, Dean Jagger, and Walter Matthau, with whom the colonel played cards between scenes. It was the performance that would forever define his potential, both to him and to those who had never quite believed in him. "Just like in his music, he really got involved in his acting," said Curtis. "You'd look in his eyes and, boys, they were really going." Elvis had waited for this moment since high school, lost in the dreamy darkness of the Suzor No. 2 theater in Memphis, his arm around his girl, Dixie Locke. But now it took on new importance. Scared that rock and roll might be a fad, that his fame would fade away while he was in the Army, he hoped he'd do a good enough job on King Creole to resume his movie career when he returned in 1960. The colonel sat him down and made the promise that would forever bond Elvis Presley to Tom Parker. "If you go into the Army, stay a good boy and do nothing to embarrass your country," the colonel said. "I'll see to it that you'll come back a bigger star than when you left." At 6:35 a.m. on March 24, 1958, the world's most famous recruit reported to the Memphis Draft Board, accompanied by his parents and his girlfriend, Anita Wood. He wore a wan smile and a loud plaid sport jacket over a striped shirt, and carried a leather bag with exactly what the Army said to bring: a comb, a razor, a toothbrush, and enough money to last 2 weeks. The colonel was already on hand, chatting with the Army brass and the media, and palming off his bargain balloons, now stamped King Creole, to the gathering crowd. Colonel Parker, a reporter scribbled down on his pad, seemed happier than ever. Before departing for Fort Chaffee, Arkansas, where he'd undergo his famous haircut, Elvis kissed his puffy-eyed mother, hugged his father, and gazed fondly at his '58 Cadillac. "Goodbye, you long black son of a bitch," he said, drawing a laugh from his fellow soldiers. Then he climbed aboard the bus to leave behind everything he had ever known and begin life anew as Private Presley. By week's end, he would be assigned to the 2nd Armored Division, stationed at Fort Hood, Killeen, Texas. The colonel would follow to Fort Chaffee to cheerfully marshal photographers, share Elvis's first Army meal, and try to sneak a Southern string necktie into the Army's standard clothing issue. And he would make several visits to Fort Hood, in between planning the release of Elvis's singles during his 2-year tour of duty. Though Steve Sholes had fought the colonel to build up a backlog of recordings, the label had scarcely any material, and now the April release, Wear My Ring Around Your Neck, backed with Don't You Think It's Time, performed poorly in comparison to recent singles. During his 2-week furlough, when he returned home to Memphis, Elvis, in regulation khaki uniform, tie, and hat, drove to Nashville for what would be his last studio recording session for 2 years. Backed by Nashville's crack A-team session players, assembled by Chet Atkins, he cut 5 steamy up-tempo numbers for a flow of product, including I Need Your Love Tonight and A Big Hunk of Love, which would help restore his prominence on radio. But how long, he wondered, would it last? At Fort Hood, Elvis, who had always suffered from sleep disturbance and nightmares, was visited by a haunting dream. When he came out of the Army, everything was gone. No songs on the charts, no fans at the Graceland gates, not even a specter of the colonel. Elvis asked his friend Eddie Fadal, a former DJ who opened his Waco home to him, to help him get some medication, uppers to ease him through the day, and downers to let him sleep. It was easy. My father knew all the doctors in town, says Fadal's daughter, Janice. Elvis had long pilfered diet pills from his alcoholic mother, Gladys, whom the image-conscious colonel had encouraged to lose weight for the family publicity photos. Now, nothing a physician might provide eased the pain of their separation. During basic training, Elvis called home, and as Fadal later remembered, when he got her on the line, all he said was, Mama, and apparently she said, Elvis, and from then on, for a whole tour, they were crying and moaning on the telephone. Hardly a word was spoken. Soon Elvis installed the family and his pal Lamar Fike in a 3-bedroom rental house near the base. But Gladys's health, which had declined in the months leading to Elvis's enlistment, grew steadily worse. A doctor in Killeen suspected hepatitis and suggested she return to Tennessee at once. On August 8th, she boarded a train for Memphis, where she died 6 days later at Methodist Hospital at the age of 46. Elvis was inconsolable. When Lamar Fike arrived at the hospital shortly after Elvis received the news, "That elevator opened and I've never heard such crying and screaming and hollering in my life. This wailing, almost like wolves, it made me shudder. I came around the corner and Elvis was walking towards me and he said, 'Lamar, Satnin isn't here.' And I said, 'I know, Elvis, I know.'" Later that day, Elvis was still in no shape to speak with the funeral director, leaving the task to his father, the colonel, and Freddie Beanstalk. "When the funeral director came to Graceland," remembers Beanstalk, "Vernon was crying and carrying on, and was mostly bunk because he was cheating all over the place. Everybody knew it. But he was saying, through these not very convincing tears, 'The best of everything, give her the best of everything.' The fellow marked it all down and left very quickly, and the moment he walked out the door, the crying stopped. Vernon turned to Colonel Parker and said, 'Don't let him take advantage of me in my hour of grief.'" Gladys Presley had never made any secret of her dislike of Tom Parker, and he steered clear of her whenever possible. "I suppose I was never comfortable around her," Parker said, "but I was managing Elvis, not his parents." Now that she was gone, the colonel moved to forge a new alliance with Vernon, who shared the colonel's hunger for money under the table. Parker, who privately complained that Elvis's family was shit, they were awful people, would always work to keep Vernon happy. But it suited him fine that Vernon talked of moving to Germany to keep his son company, taking along his mother, Minnie May, who would be a housekeeper for the all-male household. With Gladys out of the way, the Presleys would be easier to control than ever. The colonel himself was not going to Europe, he explained to reporters, because he had too much work to do stateside. All the publicity, all the sales, all the films and music came through his office. There were records to promote, motion pictures to negotiate, exhibitors to notify, fan clubs to contact. Even the Elvis merchandising would add an army theme. But first, there would be a grand send-off at the Brooklyn Pier. In early '56, during rehearsals for one of Elvis's stage show appearances, Ann Focchino, RCA's national publicity director, was astonished to feel the arms of Tom Parker slipping around her shoulders. 2 years earlier, mistakenly believing that Focchino had discouraged a Look magazine photographer from taking his picture on the RCA Country Caravan, he had threatened to have her job. When Chick Crumpacker spoke up, saying that was unfair, Parker, misunderstanding his words, assailed him. "Don't you call me a square?" he bristled, leaving everyone properly stunned. "I want to apologize. I was wrong," he said of the incident backstage in '56. Focchino knew that wasn't the colonel's way. "I thought, good God, what is going on here?" and realized it could only mean one thing. Parker had few contacts with the New York press and needed help in coordinating Elvis's debarkation, already under discussion at the label. Now, with the date upon them, Focchino spoke with the colonel. Instead of the army band blasting John Philip Sousa marches, they'd have them play Elvis songs at the pier, and Focchino would call out 125 members of the media, including photographers Al Wertheimer and Henri Doman, who would make the most memorable images of the day. On September 22, 1958, soon after Elvis's troop train pulled into the Brooklyn Army Terminal, Private Presley emerged smiling from a conference with a colonel and a group of Army officials. To a flurry of flashbulbs, he kissed a whack, signed autographs, and finally sat down at a table with a gaggle of microphones to answer questions, a prominent bank of recruitment posters behind him. Did he miss show business? "I miss my singing career very much, and at the same time, the Army's a pretty good deal, too." Had his music contributed to juvenile delinquency? "I don't see that," Elvis said, "because I've tried to live a straight, clean life, not set any kind of bad example." Steve Scholes beamed, the Aberbox puffed up with pride, and Focchino, who 2 years earlier chided an awkward young singer for greeting RCA executives with a buzzer on his finger, "That may be big in Nashville, but it will never go in New York," felt a stir of emotion. Parker, standing off to the side, did nothing for a moment but hold tight to a gift from Paramount Studios, a fruit basket, always a prize to the Colonel, a reminder of his visits to the greengrocer as a hungry lad in Holland. Wertheimer, a German emigre who'd spent considerable time chronicling a carefree Presley in '56, was saddened to see what a managed personality Elvis had become. The photographer snapped his shutter as the Colonel, who always surprised him by correctly pronouncing his difficult Teutonic surname, pushed his stubby little fist in Elvis's back, guiding him through the well-wishers and out to the pier. Elvis, carrying a mysterious shoebox that the Colonel had given him, waved to photographers and struggled to hoist a too-heavy duffel bag to his shoulders, smiling obligingly as he climbed the gangplank of the USS Randall 8 times so everyone might get a good shot. The 2,000 relatives of his fellow soldiers there for their own happy send-offs joined in the waving for the newsreels. Now the band was into its third rendition of Tutti Frutti as Elvis took his place at the rail of the ship and loosened the lid of the shoebox, waiting for the boat to jostle and creak and signal its leave from the harbor. Only then did he empty its contents, fluttering like so much confetti, hundreds of tiny Elvis images down the side of the boat, onto the pier, and into the scrambling hands of his fans. 29 years earlier, Parker had come to this country on a series of ships, and now the man he had built into a symbol of America was leaving it, going to Germany, to a land where the Colonel could not go, a country too close to Holland, where a young woman died violently at the hands of a psychopath in the back of a quiet fruit shop. 29 years later, her strange murder, marked by a series of dark blows and a baffling trail of pepper, remained to be solved. Henri Doman, camera in hand, found the Colonel deep in thought, watching the vessel until it disappeared on the horizon, taking with it both his provision and his protection. Once Elvis joined the Army, Parker said in 1980, "I barely saw him for the next 2 years. There was very little contact, especially after he left for Germany. He called 3 or 4 times. I never got any letters. I got one thank you note one time, but that was all he ever wrote. He did his duty." Now, except for Diskin, Marie, and Bevo, who sat day after day in the Madison office pasting sympathy cards for Gladys's death into scrapbooks, the Colonel was alone. Trudy would soon be gone, Parker saying he no longer needed a secretary in California, though she would return for a short time in 1960, before her divorce battle. And Byron, fearing he'd turn into Tom Diskin if he stayed, would go back to William Morris. There he would work in the music and motion picture departments, but after the awful incident with Lenny Hershen, never advance as an agent. Parker had sacrificed his career. The Colonel filled his days and nights with thoughts of keeping Elvis's name before the public. No scheme seemed too weird. For a while, he courted the notion of going back out with the Royal American shows with an Elvis exhibit, deciding instead to have Al Devoren, his Chicago friend, hire a 25-member Elvis Presley midget fan club to carry a banner through the Windy City during Jukebox Convention. Still, he made numerous trips to Tampa to cut up jackpots with his old Carney pals, particularly in late January, when the Florida State Fair drew so many of the circus managers, show promoters, and talent buyers who met to plan their summer seasons. One day, he saw that Dale Robertson, the cowboy star, was appearing there and invited him to lunch. Robertson, arriving early at the restaurant, noticed a copy of the British Crown Jewels on display under glass. "When we got ready to leave," Robertson remembers, "I took another look at those crown jewels, and there was a card slid up inside the case. 'Let's not forget Elvis Presley. He's fighting for our country.'" Soon the Colonel resumed his own good fight, playing the Hollywood producers off each other for Elvis's next picture. On such sojourns to Hollywood, Parker sometimes cornered a few business acquaintances and suggested going to dinner at the Luau, where he enjoyed the spicy Indonesian food of his youth. The men usually went for one reason. The Colonel, holding court in his favorite thrown-back chair, had the most unusual party trick. He'd have them lay bets on the amount of hot mustard he could swallow without drinking water. How he did it they never knew. He didn't even make a face. But what really got them was when he started on the pepper, whole tablespoons of it, straight from the shaker. A spoonful of mustard, alternating with a spoonful of pepper, and back and forth again. Torturous. What was the guy trying to do? Punish himself? Chapter 13. Friendly Persuasion. Moguls, Military Men, and Mobsters. Despite what Parker would say about the lack of contact with Elvis during his military service, it did not mean the two men were not in communication. Almost every day after Elvis sailed for Germany, the colonel wrote him long, chatty letters designed to fill him in on his efforts to keep your name hot over here and to try to boost the singer's spirits. Immediately, Parker reported spectacular results. The colonel's hard work, he wrote, combined with his diversity of promotions, $3 million from souvenirs alone, would bring in more revenue for 1958 than for the year before, even as Elvis spent nearly the entire time in the service. And now the crafty manager had finalized the lucrative movie deals he'd spent months negotiating with Paramount and 20th Century Fox. Parker instructed Elvis to send Fox's Buddy Adler a thank you telegram and wrote out the script for him. Hal Wallace, determined to produce Elvis's first post-Army picture, eventually called G.I. Blues, had agreed to pay $175,000 for the film, $75,000 more than Presley's fee for King Creole, and $150,000 more than what Elvis was entitled to under the terms of their original contract. Additionally, Wallace and Hazen agreed on options for 3 more films at $125,000, $150,000, and $175,000 against 7.5% of gross receipts after the picture earned out. At 20th Century Fox, the colonel revamped Elvis's existing deal for one picture at $200,000 with an option for a second at $250,000 and a 50-50 split of profits after expenses. The new contract with Paramount went a long way in neutralizing Parker's acid resentment over the initial agreement. "There was not much I could do, except get a little more each time we made a picture," the colonel wrote in a letter to Elvis and Vernon, who managed Elvis in Germany and was more apt to keep in touch than his soldier son. "The facts are now we do not have to call on Wallace every time with our hat in our hands to ask for a little extra." He added that he had secured a percentage of profits with both deals, something they'd not previously had with either studio, and proudly announced, "This now brings our picture setup in line with a very healthy future. This also will prove to Elvis that he is not backsliding in any way." In thanking the colonel for wrapping up the deals with Paramount and Fox, Presley joked, "This sure is a long tour you sent me on," and closed his letter by saying, "I'm sorry the commissions are so small in this engagement." Parker's new projects seemed to fill him with elan. His correspondence with Wallace and Hazen took on a giddy wit and playfulness, but Hazen had always found the colonel repugnant and was barely able to restrain himself from telling him so, at one point writing to congratulate him for his chutzpah in tipping a Las Vegas bellboy with sandwiches pilfered from the Paramount commissary. His disdain for Parker grew immeasurably after the manager snookered him into buying 500,000 pocket-sized photographs of Elvis in uniform for promotion. The idea was to give Mr. Presley some additional income, as the colonel termed it, but in taking the printing to his old Tampa friend Clyde Rinaldi and marking up the job for profit, Parker charged Paramount 3 cents a picture, though the commercial rate elsewhere was half a cent. When Hazen called him on such shenanigans, the colonel became churlish and indignant. "I am sure," Parker wrote after one prolonged period of haggling over money, "that both of you will agree that I have endeavored to stay away from you as much as possible in bringing this to its conclusion. In the meantime, I'm very happy that my connection with the Salvation Army in the South is strong. As you know, they always have kettles in the street during Christmas. It is with great anticipation that I can look forward to not having to share whatever I may get out of these kettles with my associates." He signed it, "You know who." Wallace answered these borderline insults quickly and perfunctorily, as if to say that he feared losing the colonel, despite their binding contract. Parker, a bloodhound when it came to smelling out human weakness, fed on that fear, and it was Wallace who got the brunt of his teasing, not Hazen. Once, when the producer discouraged Parker's input on a project, repeating, "You've just got to get the picture, Colonel," Parker took his revenge. A week later, Wallace arrived at his office to find a photo of himself enlarged to the size of a wall and installed behind his desk, the accompanying sign, "Here's the big picture." Parker also seemed to have a personal investment in Wallace. In their many letters, the Colonel's tone was categorically different with Wallace than it was with Hazen. It was Wallace's approval he sought in begging for a pat on the back for a favor or a job well done. "This again shows you the little Colonel stays on the ball and follows through." At times, especially when he sent Wallace such gifts as jars of honey, octopus, and even Texas Longhorns, his affection appeared genuine. Each year the Colonel sent Willis Valentine's and Father's Day greetings, usually telegrams, "From Elvis and myself, your 2 boys," or once, "Your 2 orphans, Marie and the Colonel." After several such missives, one signed with "Love," Wallace responded, "It is nice to be thought of and remembered even though I am not your father." Whatever the paternal complexity of his feelings, Parker was unquestionably thinking of his past in December 1958, when he began writing Wallace strange autobiographical letters, offering story ideas for Elvis's motion pictures. In easing into the first, he noted the growing popularity of Hawaiian music and Elvis's good voice for that type of singing. A native love story set in Hawaii with some tough elements interested him, he said, particularly if Presley were a stowaway on a large steamer bound for the islands. His suggestion was to frame a plot in which Elvis, dressed in disguise and using another name, ran away from all who pursued him, including the fans and the record companies frantic for more product, only to fall into the hands of a gang of promoters, con artists, that is snowing Elvis into singing with the natives. These con artists would exploit Elvis, Parker wrote, making secret tapes of his performances and selling records like hotcakes. No one would know Presley's true identity until they brought him to Honolulu to do a show, whereupon a frightened Elvis discovered all too late that he has been promoted into something else. "I am this far with the story," the Colonel told Wallace, but went on to say he had also been thinking of another plot regarding gypsies. As the rugged type, Parker said, Elvis would be well cast as a foundling or baby boy stolen by a bunch of gypsies traveling in wagons and sleeping outdoors. Later, he repeated the idea to associate producer Dick Sokolov, changing the focus to a gypsy boy traveling with his mother who gets into trouble with police. No one at the studio could have known that both plots were illuminating glimpses into Parker's own psyche. His reference to gypsies certainly must have come from memories of his maternal grandfather and the Ponzi's nomadic lifestyle, while Trouble with the Police resurrects the haunting specter of Anna van den Enden. But the Hawaiian story, set in the islands that Parker so loved during his early Army years, and its focus on a tramp steamer stowaway and an exploitative promoter who transforms the young artist into something else, shows how clearly the Colonel identified with Elvis. It also demonstrates how well he understood his own role in the undoing of an artist desperate to shake off the trappings of his fame. Wallace rejected both of Parker's plots, but in responding that he was definitely interested in a Hawaiian background story for Elvis, inadvertently nurtured the genesis of Blue Hawaii. Parker's scenario of a record company pressuring an artist for more material came straight from the Colonel's dealings with RCA. Only a month before, Bill Bullock had offered to fly Elvis and 4 of his friends to Nashville for 3 days of recording, and the Colonel had refused. Similarly, Steve Scholl suggested that the label pay Parker's way to Germany to supervise a session there. The Colonel had never been known to decline a free trip, but now he turned on his heel. Absolutely not. RCA had to learn how to manage the product it had and space out the singles 20 weeks apart to avoid flooding the market. No one understood sales or promotion as well as he did, he thundered. The Colonel's refusal to go to Germany at any time during Elvis's stay intensified the rumors at RCA that something was amiss with Parker's citizenship. Even the field reps got to thinking, had he ever gone out of the country for any reason? Yes, after an Eddie Arnold booking in El Paso, Texas, he'd crossed the border into Mexico, but only after insisting that a U.S. Marshal accompany him. More suspiciously, when Arnold played Canada's two biggest cities, Parker claimed illness at the last minute and asked Gabe Tucker to take care of things. But Parker had gone to Canada with Elvis in 1957, as he shows up in the press clippings from Toronto, Ottawa, and Vancouver. However, it was Bitsy Mott and Tom Diskin who surrounded Presley in most of the photographs. Where was the Colonel? His low profile made Byron Raphael remember something startling Parker once told him. "I've got money stashed in places all over the world." Byron asked him how he did it, and the Colonel explained that there was a pipeline from Canada to the Cayman Islands that bypassed the IRS. His young aide surmised that Parker's promoter friends, Oscar Davis, the advance man on the Canadian dates, and Lee Gordon, the Australian who promoted them, had helped, legally depositing Parker's share of the tour proceeds in foreign bank accounts. Still, Parker was not about to chance a leap as large as Europe, and when he needed to get what he called some important papers to Germany for Elvis's signature, he called upon an unlikely courier,